My grandpa, wanting his grandson to be a second-generation rich kid for life, found me a beautiful female CEO to be my wife. Looking at the person in front of me, a mature woman with fair skin, a pretty face, and long legs, I decided to hit her with a preemptive strike. I don't love you, and you shouldn't love me either. After we're married, well, go our separate ways, neither of us will control the other. Besides giving you the status and face of the young mistress of the E family, I can give you anything else. But I never would have guessed that after just 2.5 days, I would want to slap myself 80 times for my big mouth. Just a moment ago, my grandpa used slitting his wrists to force me to agree to this business marriage. When I heard the name of my marriage partner, I was instantly stunned. I couldn't believe it was my best friend's older sister. I had only ever heard her name. She's older than me, right? 5 years older than you? Old man, you said with a laugh. Is being 5 years older that old? I gritted my teeth. You saw that I lacked a mother's love since I was young, so you found me a mother? Old man, you wasn't angry either. He laughed and said, if thinking that way makes you feel better, then you can think that way. I angrily turned to leave, but old man Yi called me back at the door. You can have fun, but don't mess around with women. A man's best dowry is his innocence. I was immediately furious and helpless. I'm a man, what do I need a dowry for? Driving to the front of the club, I saw Shen Yichen as soon as I got out of the car. Shen Yichen walked over with a smile and put his arm around my shoulder. Hien, you look handsome tonight. I pushed his hand away, snorted, and walked straight into the club ahead of him. Shen Yichen was a bit confused, chased after me. What's wrong with you? I shot him a sideways glance and said nothing. What's wrong? I see Shen Yichen as a brother, but Shen Yichen wants to be my brother-in-law, and he has the nerve to ask what's wrong. Just then, from the opposite side of the hallway, in the club, a group of people walked over. Shen Yichen smiled and called out to a woman in the group. Sister. I suddenly realized she was Shen Yichen's sister, my fiancée whom I had never met, the one who was 5 years older than me, Shen Qingqiu. I stared at her intently. A business suit accentuated her perfect figure, a beautiful face, a cool demeanor. I'm doomed. I found my heart beating inexplicably fast. Shen Qingqiu told Shen Yichen to go home early, her gaze fixed directly on me. My body immediately tensed up, my handsome face grew a little hot. The next second, she calmly said to me, "Are you his friend too?" Everyone immediately burst out laughing, teasing her for wanting to control even the young master of the I family. Shen Qingqiu smirked. Her voice was amused but extremely firm. He needs to be managed too. My face immediately turned red to my ears. It wasn't until I got into a private room and drank a glass of cold wine that I could suppress the agitation in my heart. 11 p.m. Shen Yichen stood up to leave. My sister told me to come home early. He turned his head and repeated it to me once more. Brother-in-law, you should go home early too. This time I completely exploded. She tells me to go home early, so I have to go home early? A fiancé wants to control me already? In her dreams. I crossed my legs with a disdainful expression. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm not going. Shen Yichen nodded and turned to leave. Wait. I suddenly called him back, questioning him with a displeased look. You're not planning to go tattle, are you? Shen Yichen looked confused. Tattle about what? I stared at him, probing. You don't know? Shen Yichen looked even more bewildered. Know what? Only then did I understand. It turns out my best friend was the only one who knew nothing. I crossed my legs by myself. I wanted to see what Shen Qingqiu could do to me before she even married into the family. What could she possibly do to me? I am the famous young Master Yi of Sea City. The more she tells me to go home early, the later I'll go home. So I deliberately stayed out all night. The next morning, as soon as I walked through the door of my house, I saw my grandpa sitting there waiting for me. My heart tightened, already prepared to be scolded. But Grandpa just glanced at me. Go to your room and rest. Tonight, we'll have dinner with the Sheen family to discuss your wedding. What? I froze on the spot. I came home after staying out all night, and Grandpa isn't angry? I couldn't help but ask Grandpa carefully, You're not angry? The old man sneered. I'm not angry. After all, you only have a few days of freedom left. What does that mean? I immediately felt a chill run down my spine. In the evening, the Shen family was preparing for the dinner. Only then did Shen Yichen find out that his sister had a fiancé. He curiously asked his mother, but she just smiled mysteriously and said he would find out then. Shen Yichen immediately felt like an adopted child. Such a big matter, and he was the last one to know. When he saw his sister Shen Qingqiu, he was even more stunned into silence. Shen Qingqiu was wearing a beautiful dress, perfectly accentuating her body's curves. Shen Yichen was deeply mesmerized on the spot, thinking what man had such good karma from his ancestors to be able to marry his sister. At the same time, I was sitting in the car looking at my phone. My friends in the group chat were asking to go eat. Both Shen Yichen and I said we had an important dinner. Shi Shisheng immediately chimed in. You two? You're not secretly going out to eat without us, are you? Shen Yichen replied directly. How could I? I'm having dinner with my sister's fiancé's family. I looked at the screen, silent. The group chat immediately exploded. Everyone started asking who Shen Qingqiu's fiancé was. Liu Jianli even lamented. If I weren't too young and Sister QQ saw me as a little brother, I would want to marry Sister QQ too. Shen Yichen blew up on the spot. You bastard, I treat you like a brother, and you want to be my brother-in-law. I looked at the messages on my phone, frowning. Is Shen Qingqiu really that great? Even Liu Jianli and Shi Shisheng want to marry her. I cursed silently. Shen Yichen wasn't wrong to scold them. They really are all bastards, coveting their friend's fiancé. My grandpa and I arrived at the private room first. Before we went out, Grandpa warned me, if you dare ruin today's meeting, I will dare to ruin you. I was immediately scared and didn't dare say anything, didn't dare to speak. Right after that, Grandpa ordered me to go to the door to greet my future in-laws. I had no choice. I could only stand obediently at the door. 10 minutes later, the Shen family appeared. I immediately saw that beautiful figure. Shen Qingqiu was wearing a long dress, every step like a blooming lotus, graceful and elegant, walking straight towards me. A flash of surprise appeared in my eyes, but it was immediately followed by a cold smile. The honey trap. Have I never seen a beautiful woman before? This trick is useless on me. I quickly averted my gaze, pretending it was nothing. You're eating here too? Shen Yichen saw me and asked in surprise. I nodded and respectfully greeted Shen's parents. Then, I led the Shen family into the private room. It wasn't until everyone sat down that Shen Yichen suddenly realized, wait a minute, aren't we here to meet my sister's fiancé? Why are we in the Yi family's room? A terrifying thought immediately flashed through his mind, his eyes darting back and forth between me and Shen Qingqiu. No way. Could my sister's fiancé be Ye Haiyan? Shen Yichen frantically tried to console himself. No way. She's 5 years older than him. It must be a coincidence. However, when Grandpa told the waiter to bring the food and his parents and sister all sat still, Shen Yichen was completely dumbfounded. This time, even if he didn't want to believe it, he understood I was his sister's fiancé. He immediately imagined a rich family drama, thinking my family had repaid kindness with enmity, forcing his sister to marry me. His eyes looked at me full of indignation. So the real bastard was right beside him. His stare made me feel guilty. I didn't dare look at him the whole time, and I dared even less to look at Shen Qingqiu. I could only lower my head and eat. But this obedient appearance of mine made Shen's parents very satisfied. Initially, because of my reputation and our age difference, they had rejected this marriage, but they didn't expect Shen Qingqiu to agree. After the meal, the elders of the two families got along very well and directly decided on the process for marriage registration and the wedding ceremony. The meal ended, and Grandpa smilingly told me to take Shen Qingqiu home. I stole a glance at Shen Qingqiu. She was also looking at me with a faint smile. My face couldn't help but turn red again, and I obediently nodded. Shen Yichen suddenly jumped out. I don't agree, I'll go with Ye Haiyan. He wanted to keep an eye on me, to prevent me from taking advantage of his sister. Shen's parents were so angry they wanted to hit him, this idiot. But Shen Qingqiu said calmly, you go with Mom and Dad. Shen Yichen immediately froze. His world was collapsing. His sister wanted to be alone with me. He was about to say something else when he was immediately silenced by Shen Qingqiu's gaze. Only the two of us, me and Shen Qingqiu, were left. I cleared my throat and spoke first. Let's go. Shen Qingqiu followed me into the car and sat right in the passenger seat. I was about to start the car when she suddenly spoke, help me with my seatbelt. I was instantly stunned, looking at her in astonishment. Doesn't she know how to buckle it herself? Shen Qingqiu smiled faintly. Helping your fiancée with her seatbelt is what a husband should do. I originally wanted to refuse, but my body, as if possessed, leaned over. As soon as I got close to her, the rich fragrance on her body wafted into mine, making my heart flutter. My earlobes immediately turned red. The space in the sports car was tight. My hand inevitably touched her body, and my movements instantly stiffened. I looked up and met Shen Qingqiu's half-smiling eyes. I was immediately flustered, my handsome face quickly flushing red. My heart was in a panic, but on the outside I still tried to act calm, holding my breath and carefully helped her buckle her seatbelt. After sitting back up straight, my heart was still pounding, and I couldn't calm down for a long time. I suddenly realized Shen Qingqiu did it on purpose. She was deliberately seducing me. Thinking about how my flustered state just now was all seen by her, I couldn't stand the anger and decided to regain my dignity. I cleared my throat and said coldly, I don't want to marry you. It was my grandpa who forced me by threatening to die. Unexpectedly, Shen Qingqiu just smiled lightly and nodded. I know. I immediately frowned. How did she know? And she wasn't angry. I declare, I don't love you. This marriage is just to deal with my grandpa, so don't expect to receive any love from me. Shen Qingqiu was still very calm, gently nodding. I felt like I was punching cotton. Why isn't she angry yet? After we're married, I won't control you, and you don't control me. I'll play however I want to play. This time she must be angry, right? Unexpectedly, Shen Qingqiu laughed and said, Don't worry. I'm very busy. I don't have time to manage you. You can play as you please. Is she thanking me? My mood instantly sank to rock bottom. I drove her back to the Shen residence with a dark face. As soon as the car stopped, Shen Yichen rushed out from the door. After Shen Qingqiu got out of the car, Shen Yichen immediately said to her, Sister, you go inside first. I need to talk to Ye Haiyan for a moment. Shen Qingqiu gave him a look, nodded, and went inside. As soon as the door closed, Shen Yichen looked at me with an angry expression. You can't marry my sister. I was stunned. He was even more against this marriage than I was. Why? Shen Yichen glared at me. Do you even have to ask? Of course you're not good enough for my sister. I was so angry I laughed. I'm not good enough for her? The young master of the Aya family like me isn't good enough for her? Shen Yichen had a look of disgust. Look at my sister. Intelligent, elegant. Now look at you. I immediately retorted, what about me? I'm handsome, carefree, with a noble status, upright and kind. Shen Yichen stared at me blankly. Who are you talking about? I glared at him in annoyance. Do you think I agreed to this? Shen Yichen's eyes widened immediately. What do you mean? You dislike my sister? Seeing his expression like he wanted to eat me alive, I quickly explained. How could I dislike your sister? We're good brothers. Your sister is my sister too. Hearing this, Shen Yichen's expression softened considerably. I took the opportunity to complain. I'm only 22. I don't want to get married at all. Think about it. If your family forced you now to marry someone you've only met once or twice, how would you feel? Shen Yichen thought for a moment. It really wouldn't be pleasant. If you don't want to get married, why don't you tell your grandpa? I then recounted the whole story of how the old man dragged me to slit our wrists together in a suicide attempt. Shen Yichen froze on the spot. This old man Yi is too scary. No wonder he had to give in. If it were him, he would have to kneel too. I saw the time was right and immediately made a probing suggestion. Why don't you go persuade your sister? If she doesn't want to marry, my grandpa can hold a knife to her throat, can he? Shen Yichen thought for a moment and immediately nodded. Okay. After saying that, he turned and went into the house. I looked at Shen Yichen's back, but felt a secret worry in my heart. Shen Yichen barged into Shen Qingqiu's room and asked directly, Sister, is our family's business in trouble? Shen Qingqiu glanced at him and smiled lightly. Why do you ask? Does our family need the Yi family's help, so old man Ye is forcing you to marry Ye Hien? Shen Qingqiu smiled and shook her head. No. Then why did you agree to marry Ye Hien? Shen Qingqiu thought for a moment and asked him back, Is Ye Hien that bad? Shen Yichen was stunned and shook his head. He's not bad. Indeed, compared to the other second and third generation rich kids in our circle, my character is considered good. Ye Hien is the only son of the Yi family, the heir to the Yi group. No father, no mother. 1.88 meters tall, handsome, in his early 20s, young and healthy, no bad habits. Shen Qingqiu smiled and said, Do you know how sought after someone with these conditions is on the matchmaking market? Shen Yichen was stunned. Put that way, my qualifications were indeed top tier. But what the hell is young and healthy? But you don't like him. Shen Yichen tried to make a last stand. Who said I don't like him? Young, handsome, and rich, and he's a vibrant younger brother? What older sister wouldn't like that? Shen Yichen was instantly stunned. At the same time, I had just gotten home when I met old man Yi's strange gaze. Back so early? I was immediately speechless. Coming home late is no good, and coming home early is also a problem. The old man looked at me suspiciously, muttering to himself. There's nothing wrong with this grandson, is there? He likes to have fun. That's true, but in all these years, I've never seen him mess around with women. The old man thought it over and broke into a cold sweat. I'm already 22, and I don't even have a female mosquito by my side. Every day he hangs out with guys like Shen Yichen. Getting together. Could it be? Male gender, male preference? So that's why, when faced with a great beauty like Shen Qingqiu, he's not moved at all. The old man's scrutinizing gaze looked me up and down. The more he thought, the more possible it seemed, and his expression immediately turned serious. I was getting freaked out by his stare and asked uneasily, Grandpa, what's wrong? The old man suddenly spoke. Hien. Tell me honestly, do you not like women? Before I could explain, the old man continued. If you really don't like women, I won't force you. Your engagement with Shen Qingqiu will be cancelled, and then you'll go do in vitro fertilization for me. I was completely dumbfounded. Are all old people's thoughts this strange? Grandpa, what on earth about me makes you think I like men? Grandpa gave a meaningful glance at my lower body. I immediately gritted my teeth. I like women. Don't force yourself if you don't like it. I can accept it. He suddenly changed his tone. But there's one thing I can't accept. I cannot accept that you, the only son of the Yi family, would be the bottom. How can you be the one getting topped? Our Yi family must always be on top. I was completely thrown into chaos on the spot, my head buzzing. At this moment, I faced a life or death choice. Saying I like men could cancel the marriage with Shen Qingqiu, but I'd be forced to do in vitro fertilization. Choosing the lesser of two evils, I decisively chose the former. I don't like men, my preferences are normal, I answered decisively. Old man Yi looked unconvinced, looking at me suspiciously. Are you sure you like women? I clenched my jaw. Sure, certain and positive. When I got back to my room, I suddenly remembered I had asked Shen Yichen to persuade Shen Qingqiu to cancel the engagement. If Shen Qingqiu really doesn't marry me, wouldn't Grandpa suspect my sexual orientation again, and then force me to do in vitro fertilization? I immediately texted Shen Yichen. What did your sister say? Shen Yichen replied immediately. If you dare to wrong my sister in the future, I will beat you to death. Persuasion failed. I was destined to marry Shen Qingqiu. But unexpectedly, I felt an inexplicable sense of relief in my heart. Thinking it over, marrying Shen Qingqiu doesn't seem so bad. She's beautiful, brings me face when we go out. Our families are a good match, and the elders like her. Most importantly, she said she's busy with work and doesn't have time to manage me. This means that after marriage, you'll still be that free and easy playboy. I snorted coldly to myself. You better do as you say, otherwise, don't blame me. The next day, in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, I saw Shen Qingqiu walking over and was immediately stunned. Today she wore an elegant long dress, light makeup, looking as pure as a schoolgirl, completely different from the person I met the previous 2 times. A sexy beauty with bright red lips, like 2 different people. Have you been waiting long? She came closer and asked with a smile. My heart skipped a beat. What does she mean? Does she think I'm eager to marry her? I immediately lifted my chin and said arrogantly, I didn't want to come. Grandpa had people escort me here. I absolutely cannot lose face. Shen Qingqiu's expression didn't change. I didn't ask how you got here. My face immediately flushed red. I glared at her. Shen Qingqiu chuckled. All right, don't be angry anymore. Let's go. My handsome face was slightly flushed. As if possessed, I followed. After getting the certificate, it was already 11 o'clock. Shen Qingqiu didn't even give me another glance. She directly said, Dear, I have something to do and have to go to the company. I'm leaving first. After saying that, she turned and got into the car. She stepped on the gas and disappeared without a trace. I stood there alone. I laughed, looking at the exhaust smoke she left behind. This is truly a loveless marriage between powerful families. When I got home, Grandpa saw me all alone. He immediately asked, Why are you back alone? Where's QQ? She had something to do with the company, I said, annoyed. As soon as Grandpa heard that, he immediately looked at me with disdain. Look at you, then look at their QQ, a woman who works so hard. What about you? Tomorrow you will also report to the company. I immediately bristled. I'm not going. I know I don't have a talent for business. I just want to lie down and enjoy spending money. Grandpa squinted at me. Really not going? I stubbornly nodded. Yes. The next second. Grandpa said leisurely, Fine, if you don't go to the company, that's okay. Then stay home and make a baby. I lifted my chin and refused outright. Want me to be a stud horse? No way. Grandpa glared at me. You won't go to work and you won't make a baby. So what on earth do you want to do? Take a look at yourself. You're useless now. If you don't quickly have a grandchild for me to train, what will you do with the second half of your life? I immediately blew up. How am I useless? Grandpa said to me, annoyed. All day you just know how to eat, play, and have fun. If that's not useless, what is? Old Master Yi let out a long sigh. His tone softened. Ye Xuan, I'm only doing this for your own good. I'm still alive now, but at my age, how much longer can I live? You'll try to live for another 20 or 30 years. To educate your child well. That way, you can have a seamless transition. The first half of your life, you rely on me. The second half, you'll rely on your child. I was stunned listening to him. This plan doesn't sound too bad. Are you sure I can rely on my child for the second half of my life? Are you sure you can raise them to be successful? After all, I have your failure as a precedent. Grandpa looked at me, his failed product, and coughed dryly. I didn't have experience the first time. Trust me, I've learned from my experience this time. I won't fail again. Great, so I'm a failed experimental product. I felt so weary. I didn't want to say a single word. I just wanted to go back to my room for some peace and quiet. In the afternoon, I was soundly taking a nap, when I was woken up by a commotion. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the butler directing the maids to bring Shen's things, Qingqiu's things, one by one into my master bedroom. Some of the young mistress's daily necessities have been sent over. I was instantly stunned. I sat on the bed watching them go in and out, invading my territory little by little. Just then, the butler came to urge me again, saying Grandpa told me to get ready, to go to dinner with the Shen family. I changed and went downstairs. As soon as I arrived, I saw Shen Yichen's unpleasant face. I snorted inwardly. He's still unhappy? We're married, yet he doesn't even know to call me brother-in-law. It wasn't until it was almost time for dinner that Shen Qingqiu arrived late. She was still wearing the same pure-looking outfit from when we registered our marriage. She smiled and explained, I had something at the company, so I'm late. Right after she sat down next to me, the rims of my ears immediately turned red, because as soon as she sat down, the hem of her skirt slid slightly up her thigh, revealing a patch of fair skin. I quickly averted my gaze, forcing myself not to look again. If I looked again, I'd want to make a move. Shen Qingqiu suddenly glanced at me, the corners of her mouth lifted, and she directly crossed her legs. The next second, the tip of that sharp high heel, perfectly, touched my calf. I jumped. My scalp tingled. Is this woman seducing me? I looked at Shen Qingqiu in shock, but she acted nonchalant and asked with a smile, What's wrong? I immediately doubted myself. Could it be that I was overthinking it? But a prestigious lady like her, every action exudes refinement. How could she be so careless? The more I thought about it, the more it felt wrong. But seeing her calm expression, I had to force out a sentence. It's nothing. After dinner, just as the two of them were preparing to go home, Shen Yichen suddenly jumped out to block the way. After dinner, just as the two of them were preparing to go home, Shen Yichen suddenly jumped out to block me. Yeshuan, tonight is a happy occasion. He'll take you out to celebrate. He clearly didn't want me to go home. And even less did he want me and his sister to consummate our marriage. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, his mother pinched the skin on his arm. With a faint smile, she said, "You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Just like that, Shen Yichen was dragged away by his own mother, leaving behind only an unwilling glance. Grandpa laughed. He said to Shen Qingqiu with smiling eyes, "Q, let's go home." I had just stepped through the door when I saw the butler in a tuxedo, leading all the servants. They were standing in 2 rows on either side of a red carpet. The next second, they shouted in unison, "Welcome home, old master! Welcome home, young master! Welcome home, young mistress!" I immediately felt completely embarrassed. When did Butler Zhao become so ostentatious? Shen Qingqiu, however, didn't mind. She even smiled and greeted him, "Uncle Zhao." Butler Zhao announced with a joyful expression, "Young mistress, you are the first woman the young master has brought home." I cursed inwardly. What nonsense is this old man spouting? At his age, he's still playing this overbearing CEO game. Isn't he embarrassed? Right after, a servant led Shen Qingqiu upstairs. Grandpa pulled me aside again. "Yeshuan, you and QQ are married now. Just have a great grandchild for me. That's enough. Don't play this contract marriage game, where you both do your own thing, with me." I was startled. How did Grandpa know what I was thinking? Is he a mind reader? Before I could react, Grandpa directly gave me a multiple-choice question. Either be a stud horse for a few minutes at night, or go to the company and be a workhorse for over 10 hours. You choose one. I immediately blew up. I'm a young man, full of vigor. How could it only be a few minutes? What, did I overestimate you? Not even a few minutes. Only a few seconds? I gritted my teeth in anger. "I can last at least 30 minutes, Grandpa asked back with a disbelieving look. "You haven't even tried. How would you know?" I couldn't refute it, because I really hadn't tried. I had to grit my teeth and agree. "Fine. I'll have a baby." I turned and left in a huff. I thought to myself, it's just having a baby. I'll give him 10, 8 of them, and work that old man to death. With a belly full of anger, I pushed open the bedroom door. My whole body froze on the spot. Shen Qingqiu had just come out of the bathroom. She was only wearing a flimsy spaghetti-strap nightgown. Her long, fair legs were just exposed like that. In the air, her misty eyes looked towards me, absolutely soul-snatching. My face immediately flushed red. What should I do? Go in or not? Just as I was hesitating, Shen Qingqiu didn't say anything. She went to the dressing table on her own and started her skincare routine. In the end, I had to stubbornly step into the room. Only then did I realize the room had changed drastically. Red bed sheets, a large red double happiness character on the wall. The bed was even covered with rose petals. I felt uncomfortable all over, but Shen Qingqiu was as calm as if she were the mistress of this house. "Come on, it's our wedding night. Why isn't she nervous at all? Could it be that this isn't her first time?" My heart immediately felt unbalanced. On what grounds? Why is it that I'm still a virgin, but she isn't? Grandpa even demanded that I keep myself pure. But he didn't demand the same of her. What a double standard. So I plopped down on the sofa to sulk. After finishing her skincare, Shen Qingqiu saw that I was silent. She took the initiative to speak. "Aren't you going to take a shower?" I got angry as soon as I heard that. I frowned and asked back, "What? Are you saying I'm dirty? I haven't even complained about her yet. How dare she complain about me?" Shen Qingqiu didn't expect me to have such a strong reaction. She was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "No." Shen Qingqiu thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk." "Talk about what?" I'm annoyed. Then I saw her stand up and walk towards me. Those long, white legs swayed before my eyes. My body immediately tensed up. She came and sat down next to me. The alluring scent on her body made my blood boil. She looked straight at me. "Let's talk. When do you want to sleep?" I was completely stunned, just as I was dazed. Shen Qingqiu's beautiful face suddenly moved closer and I jumped. I stared blankly as she smirked. Using a soft voice, she breathed into my ear. "Can we go to sleep now?" My mind went blank. As if my soul had been hooked, I answered as if possessed. The next second, Shen Qingqiu's smile deepened. She directly kissed my lips. My pupils suddenly dilated. Weren't we supposed to go to sleep? Why is she kissing me? Before I could react, Shen Qingqiu had already straddled my lap, her arms wrapped around my neck, the kiss deepening. At first, I was dazed, but very quickly, a man's instinct helped me regain the initiative. I wrapped one arm around her, vigorously and passionately deepening this kiss. The next day, Shen Qingqiu woke up. Even though they had been at it for most of last night, her biological clock still woke her up on time. It's just that as soon as she moved, she felt uncomfortable all over. She frowned, looking at me sleeping soundly beside her. The previous investigation said I was a virgin. She didn't believe it. After last night, she believed it. Actually, it was her first time too. Neither of them had any experience. The process was not smooth at all. She even cried. Shen Qingqiu picked up her phone. She immediately texted the beauty salon to book a massage, otherwise she guessed she wouldn't recover for days. Her actions woke me up. Instinctively, I pulled the person next to me into my arms. That warm feeling stunned me. I suddenly opened my eyes and met Shen Qingqiu's cold, indifferent gaze. I looked down. Only then did I realize my hand was still on her. My face instantly flushed red. I snatched my hand back like lightning. I didn't dare to look at her at all, and I had no idea what to say. We clearly did everything last night. But the two of us aren't very familiar with each other. I even made her cry. As soon as I thought of this, my expression immediately changed. I instinctively wanted to get closer. Shen Qingqiu held out a hand, blocking my chest. "What are you doing?" I was so embarrassed my face turned red. An apology was almost on the tip of my tongue, but I managed to hold back the words. Why should I apologize? I am the cool, overbearing young master. Yeah, she is my wife. Whatever I do to her is perfectly natural. Besides, it's not like we've never done things like last night. We've even done more excessive things. Thinking of this, I wrapped my arm around her and pulled her waist directly into my embrace, pressing our bodies closer together. Shen Qingqiu looked at me, stunned. From my body's reaction, she probably knew what I meant. She silently assessed her own body. Let's wait until tonight. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. I blushed. I could roughly guess why she was uncomfortable, so I let her go. Shen Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief, her whole body relaxing. She took her phone, opened a women's app, and checked her ovulation day. She wanted to get pregnant as soon as possible. She is 27 this year, the golden age for childbearing. This was also part of her agreement with Old Master Yi. After getting ready, the two of them went downstairs together. At this time, Old Master Ye was having breakfast in the dining room. When he saw me and Shen Qingqiu appear, he was stunned for a moment. Weren't the two of them so tired they couldn't get up? I'm young and full of energy, full of vigor. Meeting a great beauty like Shen Qingqiu, he didn't go at it all night. Old Master Yi and Butler Zhao exchanged glances. There was worry in each other's eyes. Could my grandson be impotent? I paid no attention to the glances of the two elders. I sat down on my own and told a servant to bring me breakfast. I was really hungry. Shen Qingqiu smiled and greeted Old Master Yi, and also found a place to sit. "QQ, did you sleep well last night?" Old Master Ye asked with a smile. Shen Qingqiu smiled and nodded. "Very well." I suddenly blushed. Old Master Yi saw Shen Qingqiu's rosy complexion. He knew she wasn't lying. She really did sleep very well. Then my grandson must have slept very well too. They're fine, but I'm not fine at all. He knew he couldn't blame Shen Qingqiu for this. Shen Qingqiu is a sensible person. He and Shen Qingqiu had made it very clear from the beginning. Old Master Yi glared at me. It must be that I was dissatisfied with him forcing me and Shen Qingqiu together. So I didn't touch Shen Qingqiu to show my protest. I was glared at for no reason. I looked at Old Master Yi, confused. "Grandpa, what's wrong? Why are you glaring at me first thing in the morning? I listened to you and got married. We've consummated the marriage too. I really don't know what you're unhappy about. Having a grandson as handsome and obedient as me, and you're still not satisfied." After breakfast, Shen Qingqiu left. I wanted to go back to my room to catch up on sleep. I worked hard all night. I didn't sleep well at all. "Stop, old master," you called me back. "Where are you going?" "Back to my room to sleep." "Sleep? What sleep?" "Get your ass to the company and work for me." "What?" I suspected I heard wrong. "Grandpa, you're telling me to go to the company to work? Didn't you say before that as long as I peacefully stayed home and had a baby, I wouldn't have to work? So, are you peacefully having a baby?" No matter how I explained, Grandpa basically didn't believe me. He even directly told the butler to get a knife, planning to act out a wrist-slitting scene again. Before, I was worried that if something happened to me, you would be all alone in this world and live a miserable life. Now I'm not worried anymore. You're married now. QQ is a capable and loyal woman. If I really pass away, QQ will take good care of you and will manage the E-Corporation well. Now I can pass away in peace. Old Zhao, quickly bring the sharpest knife here. I looked at Old Master Yi and gritted my teeth in anger. I'll go, be a workhorse, all right? A stud horse at night, a workhorse during the day. I'll die of exhaustion sooner or later. Good. Old Master Yi nodded, his eyes crinkling with a smile. As expected, once a man starts a family, he'll think about his career. Before he was married, he refused to work no matter what. Now that he's married, with just a little pressure, he agreed to work. I resignedly changed clothes and followed Old Master Yi to the company. Grandpa told me to start from the grassroots level first. He told me to work at the basic level for 2 or 3 years, staying in each department for a few months, to get familiar with the basic operations. Only by understanding the grassroots level can you truly become familiar with the company. I had just gotten off work and come home with Grandpa. My butt hadn't even warmed the seat yet when the butler dealt me a fatal blow. My new wife, Shen Qingqiu, had gone on a business trip again. I didn't expect this woman to be true to her word, so busy with work that she'd skip her honeymoon, giving me a lot of free time. Before I could recover from the shock, Grandpa's sharp gaze pierced my heart. The hair on my neck stood up. "Grandpa, why are you glaring at me?" Grandpa retorted angrily. "Don't you know in your heart? Confess honestly, was your performance in bed last night too terrible?" My face immediately swelled up like a pig's. I strained my throat to shout, "Who said that?" But in Grandpa's eyes, this was just being angry out of embarrassment. Does this even need to be said? If you were really that good, would King Q dare to go on a business trip right after getting married? She's clearly avoiding you. I gritted my teeth and retorted, "She's busy with work. What does that have to do with whether I'm good or not?" Grandpa basically didn't believe it. Not busy before, not busy later, but busy right after the wedding night. If you made her feel as ecstatic as a goddess, would she bear to leave you behind? Try putting yourself in her shoes. Would you bear to leave her now to go on a business trip? This question directly shut me up. Although I don't have feelings for Shen Qingqiu, I have to admit, the indescribably wonderful feeling from last night really did make me reluctant. I even started to doubt myself. Could it be that her business trip is really to avoid that? I recalled how she cried like a storm last night. I thought those were tears of joy. Could it have been because of discomfort? I am the great young master of the IE family. Yet at this moment, I developed an unprecedented doubt in myself. Seeing my life-doubting expression, Grandpa was extremely satisfied. This time, I finally taught you a lesson. Me, feeling extremely wronged, was immediately called out by Bai Longyue's gang of bad friends to drown my sorrows in alcohol. Who knew enemies would run into each other on a narrow road? As soon as I entered the room, I ran into my brother-in-law, Shen Yichen. As soon as Shen Yichen saw me, his eyebrows knitted tightly. Right in front of everyone, he pulled me to a corner of the hallway and interrogated me fiercely, going out to fool around on the second day after the wedding, leaving my sister alone in an empty room. Are you worthy of her? I looked innocent. Your sister went on a business trip first. Shen Yichen was choked up. But he immediately said aggressively, just because my sister is on a business trip, you can go out and fool around? A married man should have some awareness. Your sister said I can play as much as I want. Besides, I was abandoned on my wedding night. What's wrong with going out for a few drinks to ease my sorrow? Can't I? This time it was Shen Yichen's turn to be speechless. Indeed, if he were abandoned by his new wife, he'd probably be even more upset than me. But his eyes darted around, and he suddenly looked at me suspiciously. Did you do something to make my sister unhappy? Otherwise, with my sister's upbringing, she would never do that. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be because I made her cry last night? She cried and begged, but I didn't stop. But on the outside, I still had to pretend to be calm. What could I have done? If you don't believe me, go ask your sister. I was sure that these private matters in bed, Shen Qingqiu would absolutely not dare to tell her own brother. We've known each other for so many years. Do you think I'm the type of man who bullies women? This emotionally charged bluff actually managed to fool Shen Yichen. After all, in his eyes, I really don't seem like the scumbag type who bullies women. And his sister is even less of a pushover. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, I couldn't enjoy this drinking session at all. The whole time, I was stared at by Shen Yichen as if I were a thief. I could only go home dejectedly before 11 o'clock, to keep watch over the empty wedding room. My nose lingered on the faint scent left on the blanket. That night, my sleep was tormented. My dreams were filled with scenes of her crying and begging on our wedding night, which led to the first thing I did when I woke up the next day, being to rush into the bathroom for a cold shower. When I, with a face full of unsatisfied desire like a dead man, went downstairs, Grandpa saw through my predicament with a single glance. Your wife's been gone for only a day and you're already sexually frustrated? I immediately bristled. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? The old man just loves watching a good show, not afraid to stir things up. If you miss her, just call and tell her to come back early. What's the point of saving face between a husband and wife? I angrily threw down my bowl and chopsticks and left. But deep down, I felt extremely desolate at that moment. Make a call. Wasn't it that I didn't want to? I didn't even have the phone number of this new wife of mine. Just like that, Shen Qingqiu disappeared for a full 7 days. It wasn't until the evening of the 7th day that she suddenly appeared at my family's dinner table. It was as if this house, to her, was just a hotel she could stay at any time. Seeing her laughing and chatting happily with Grandpa, completely treating me like thin air, I couldn't stand it. I threw down my chopsticks and went back to my room. From behind me came Grandpa's helpful words, "Yishuan is unhappy, you should coax him more." I sat on the sofa in the bedroom, pretending to play games. But in my heart, I was secretly waiting for her explanation. But after entering the room, she didn't say a single word and went straight into the bathroom. Just as I was feeling disappointed and disheartened, feeling that this wealthy marriage was completely devoid of warmth, the bathroom door opened. She walked out wearing a sheer negligee. Her soaking wet hair was draped over her shoulders. That image instantly shattered my defenses. Want to sleep? My mind immediately went blank. Did sleep just mean chatting under the covers, or was it like our wedding night? This week, to stop thinking about her, I had secretly dealt with countless soiled pairs of underwear. Now that the real person was right in front of me, I couldn't control my instincts at all. Sleep, I blurted it out, afraid that if I agreed too late, she would change her mind. But to preserve my damn pride, I added another cruel and hurtful sentence. Don't misunderstand. I want to sleep with you not because I like you, but because Grandpa wants a great-grandchild. I'm just completing a task. Unexpectedly, not only was Shen Qingqiu not angry, she even nodded very calmly. I know, that's why I hurried back. It just so happens to be my ovulation day today. She's not even angry about that? I was completely dumbfounded. She's a well-educated, independent female lead, yet being treated as a cold baby-making tool didn't even make her bat an eyelash. I tentatively asked her what she was thinking, but she acted as if nothing was wrong and just answered me with 2 words. Let's sleep. Fine. She's not in a hurry, but I am. Although my mouth said I didn't like her, my body was frighteningly honest. Just thinking about that wedding night, my heart started pounding wildly. I didn't know what to do with my hands and feet. The 2 of us lay side by side on the bed, and I was as stiff as a log. I was frantically imagining what to do. Should I hug her first or kiss her first? Should there be foreplay? Just as I was hesitating over these 108 positions out of shyness, the woman beside me made her move. She pulled up the blanket, and with one flip, she was sitting on top of me. Her long, waterfall-like hair cascaded onto my chest. She looked down at me from above. There was no shyness in her eyes, only the determination to complete the task. Without waiting for me to react, she lowered her head, her kiss directly locking onto my lips. That night, I completely lost control, like a tireless beast, tangling with her several times. I didn't stop until I was exhausted. The next morning, our biological clocks woke us both up on time. When I went downstairs for breakfast, although I didn't say anything, the satisfied look on my face couldn't be hidden. Even my steps were jaunty. This refreshed and spirited appearance happened to be seen by Grandpa. Grandpa smirked, silently cursing in his heart. Ben. A few days ago, he was moping around because he wasn't satisfied, as if the whole world owed him hundreds of billions. His wife just came back last night, and today he's this smug. Who was it that swore they didn't want an arranged marriage, refusing to be the groom? This slap in the face is louder than firecrackers. After breakfast, the 3 of them went their separate ways to work. At this point, Shen Qingqiu had instantly switched modes. At home, she was a baby-making tool, but once she stepped into the Shen group, she was a decisive and ruthless she-devil. As the newly appointed CEO of Shen Entertainment, her first move upon taking office was aimed at the hundreds of artists still dreaming of stardom. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. Shen Qingqiu threw the documents onto the table. From today onwards, the company's focus will shift. Everyone, prepare to do livestream sales. The entire hall immediately broke into an uproar. You have to understand that these artists were usually very arrogant, believing they were creating art. Isn't livestream selling something those TikTok influencers do? Who would have thought Shen Qingqiu would let out a cold laugh and directly throw a data report onto the big screen? In this era where traffic is king, the revenue of top streamers can reach tens, even hundreds of billions a year. As for A-list celebrities, working their butts off only gets them a few hundred million. What I want isn't empty fame, but actual cash. Seeing the artist below still wanting to object, Shen Qingqiu's gaze was as sharp as a knife. In this industry, making money is the only hard truth. Anyone who doesn't want to make money can get the hell out. In the eyes of those arrogant stars, TikTok influencers were just clowns who jumped around relying on vulgarity and controversy. But Shen Qingqiu was different. She was a capitalist, and capitalists have no feelings. In her books, there was no high or low, noble or humble, only the efficiency of converting to cash. She made it clear, those who want to make money can get on board. If you don't want to, you won't be forced. This was the vision of a top domineering female CEO. Mainly, the willing will take the bait. I was heading to the company with Grandpa. In the car, Grandpa suddenly asked a fatal question. Did Qingqiu coax you last night? My face flushed red. I'm not a 3-year-old child, why would I need her to coax me? Grandpa looked at me with disappointment. I clearly told her to coax you. I told her you missed her so much you were in a bad mood and told her to be more understanding. Instantly, I felt like the sky was falling. I am the great young master of the EA family. Since when did I become such a clingy person? My image shattered. I was so angry I wanted to bang my head against the wall. Just as I was about to deny it, Grandpa twisted the knife. You don't miss her? Then who were you putting on that long face for the past few days? And what about the underwear in the trash can? Grandpa? I turned my head abruptly, my eyes feeling like they were about to pop out. How could he know about something so private? Could it be that the dignified chairman of the board would go through his grandson's trash? Seeing Grandpa's cunning smile, I just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it right there. It turned out the cleaning lady told the butler, and the butler told Grandpa. Even the detail that I tried to hide with tissues was completely exposed. At this moment, I completely broke down. My 22 years of innocence and dignity had gone up in smoke. Not only did Grandpa know, the butler knew, but even the maid knew what young Master Yi did because he missed his wife. I felt like dying. But for the last shred of my pride, I had to sternly warn him. Grandpa, Shen Qingqiu must absolutely not know about this. If not, my hand gripped the car door handle tightly, my gaze resolute, ill jump out. Grandpa was startled and hastily gave his assurance. I still wasn't at ease. To eliminate any future trouble, I made the most vicious vow in history. If you tell Shen Qingqiu, then don't even dream of having a great-grandchild in this lifetime. This move was vicious enough. Being cruel to yourself is true cruelty. Seeing Grandpa's flustered appearance, I finally let go of the door handle and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Shen Qingqiu doesn't know, I can still barely maintain my cold image. At the same time, the oblivious Shen Qingqiu was focused on her career. She had arranged to have a meal with the company's top moneymaker, Shi Changshun. Although Shi Changshun was a star who became famous through idol dramas in Shen Qingqiu's eyes, there was no commercial value that couldn't be exploited. This meal was to pull this high and mighty superstar into the red ocean of livestream sales. Actually, Shen Qingqiu was playing a much bigger game. She didn't just want top star Shi Changshun to occasionally sell things, but also wanted to use him to promote the company's new snack line with a bang. This was the first time she had met this legendary top star. It had to be said, this guy really had the capital to be arrogant. Cold eyes, sparkling earring, a striking head of white hair, his whole body screamed strangers, keep away. She thought this would be a difficult battle. Shen Qingqiu had even prepared herself for a long and tiring argument. However, when she tentatively made her request, this top star who was rumored to have a terrible temper and who would throw a fit at the slightest provocation, casually nodded. Discuss the details with my agent. Shen Qingqiu was stunned on the spot. He agreed just like that? Weren't there rumors that he was frighteningly difficult to please? Where was he difficult? He was practically an obedient donkey. What was even stranger was, not only did Shi Changshun not flip the table, he even proactively called the waiter to order more food. His gaze was even a little evasive. This is the specialty. You should try it. Looking at his slightly red ears, Shen Qingqiu was full of question marks. Was this top star trying to flatter her? Just then, after Grandpa and I finished our socializing, we happened to see Shen Qingqiu having a meal with Shi Changshun. I was instantly consumed by jealousy. Seeing her sitting with that white-haired kid, my gaze immediately dropped to sub-zero temperatures. Grandpa, on the other hand, greeted them cheerfully. Shen Qingqiu also smiled in response. Then her gaze fell on me. I couldn't even be bothered to look at her. I just snorted coldly through my nose and turned my head away. Humph. Having a great time eating with another man, are we? After a few simple greetings, I left with Grandpa, my face as black as thunder, leaving Shen Qingqiu with a puzzled expression. What's this great young master throwing a tantrum about now? Watching my departing figure, Shi Changshun's expression changed. He turned his head and asked Shen Qingqiu, "Are you very close with old man Ye? You call him Grandpa directly." Shen Qingqiu casually nodded. "Ye Xuan and I are married." Shi Changshun's hands froze. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, all sorts of emotions swirled in his eyes. After a long while, he finally found his voice. "An arranged marriage? Is the Shen family in trouble?" Shen Qingqiu was taken aback. "Huh? Otherwise, why would you marry that useless, good-for-nothing rich boy?" In Shi Changshun's words, there was an unconcealed malice and targeted attack. In his eyes, I was just a piece of trash unworthy of Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu smiled and replied lightly as a breeze. "Of course, it's because I like him." This direct blow directly left Shi Changshun speechless and choked up. Scene change. Night fell, and I was in a gloomy mood, hanging out with my close friends. I flopped down next to Shen Yichen. This kid just loves to rub salt in the wound. "Brother-in-law, why are you here? Didn't my sister get back from her business trip? You're not at home with my sister, but out here messing around?" I was already full of anger, and hearing this made it even worse. With her? She's busy having a nice meal with a top pretty boy who wants me around. I gave Shen Yichen a cold glance, feeling extremely wronged. Her being back is worse than her not being back. It's just annoying to see. Shen Yichen saw my glum face and frowned. "Why are you speaking so harshly? Is it any of your business?" I immediately exploded, the anger inside me finally finding an outlet. "Aren't you being a bit too nosy? Do you live by the seaside?" Just as Shen Yichen was about to retort, I cut him off. "Besides, when you go to school, didn't your teachers teach you to respect your elders and love the young? Is this your attitude towards your brother-in-law?" Although I was unlucky in love at the moment, I had to regain my face through my status. "Elder?" Faced with Shen Yishin's doubt, I nodded with a matter-of-fact expression. "I'm your brother-in-law. Am I not your elder?" Liu Jianli, who was nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. "What are you two whispering about over there?" The gazes of our close friends around us immediately focused on us, their eyes full of suspicion. These two have been too strange lately. Before, they would argue whenever they met. Now they're having private conversations, as if the rest of us brothers were being isolated by them. Shen Yichen was about to open his mouth to explain when I suddenly straightened my back and spoke first. "It's nothing. I'm just teaching him a lesson." The whole group burst out laughing. "Teaching him a lesson? How are you teaching him?" I bluffed with a straight face. "I'm teaching him that a person must know how to respect their elders." Liu Jianli laughed so hard he cried. Where are the elders in this room? Didn't we all grow up sharing the same pair of pants? Who do you want him to respect? Me, of course. I pointed at my own nose, my tone extremely punchable. I am his elder. Everyone laughed even harder. What kind of elder are you? Yes, Xuan, you dare to take advantage of Shen Yichen? Be careful or hell beat you up. I wasn't scared at all. I even pushed my luck. I'm his brother-in-law. Absolutely no one believed me. Everyone was waiting for a good show. Yichen, you can tolerate this? He's already walking all over you. Aren't you going to deal with him? After all, everyone knew Shen Yichen was a certified sister complex. Anyone who dared to take advantage of his sister was simply asking for death. However, in the next second, the smiles on everyone's faces froze because Shen Yichen sat there without moving. Although his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, he didn't make a move. The air suddenly fell silent, deathly silent. I tilted my chin up slightly, my smug gaze sweeping across the room. The little abacus in my heart was clicking. Away. Does he dare to make a move? If he dares to touch a hair on my head, it'll immediately go tattle to Shen Qingqiu. Seeing my petty, triumphant face, and then looking at Shen Yichen's wronged expression of being angry but not daring to speak, Liu Jianli's jaw was about to drop in shock. No way. Shen Yichen's hot temper could actually be restrained? This could only mean one thing. What I said was true. I really am his brother-in-law. How is that possible? Liu Jianli stared at me. How did you end up with Sister Shen Qingqiu? This is too surreal. One is a domineering female boss, decisive, with a flourishing career. The other is a playboy, top-tier good-for-nothing. Putting these two together, their styles completely clash, don't they? Facing everyone's doubts, I calmly raised a finger and wagged it. Let me correct you. We're not just together, we're married. Everyone present was stunned. Shi Shisheng was dazed for a long time, before finally stammering, "What on earth is going on? My goddess, that fairy-like sister Shen Qingqiu just got married like that? And she married a scoundrel like you. If a rascal like you can have her, then why can't I?" "It's nothing," I shrugged, my expression smug. "It was arranged by the elders in our families, a commercial marriage alliance." Liu Jianli was the first to break down. "Shen Yichen, if Yishuan is acceptable, then why am I not?" Shi Shisheng was also anxious. "And me? I'm good enough too." In their eyes, Shen Qingqiu was an existence viewed through a fairy filter. Before, they felt unworthy and didn't dare to think about it. But now, seeing that even someone like me could have her, they immediately felt they could too. This is Shen Qingqiu we're talking about. Mature, intelligent, poised, generous, and she was the big sister they'd looked up to since they were kids. Instead of marrying some unrelated rich young lady in the future, marrying Shen Qingqiu would be a huge win, wouldn't it? Besides, Shen Qingqiu has known how to take care of people since she was young. If they really got married, she would probably spoil her husband to the heavens. Looking at this pack of hungry wolves, Shen Yichen had an innocent and helpless expression. "Damn it, I only found out recently myself. If I had known earlier." He glanced at me resentfully. "Do you guys think this would have happened? If he had known earlier, even if he had to throw a fit, he would have ruined this marriage. He absolutely couldn't let a pig like me root up the prized cabbage from his family's garden." Seeing the heartbroken looks of my close friends, my heart was a mess of complicated feelings. Both smug and wronged. Smug because the goddess they dreamed of marrying day and night was now my wife. Legally, too. Wronged because, am I really that bad? It's one thing for Shen Yichen to despise me after all. He's her biological brother. He has a built-in filter. But Shi Shisheng and Liu Jianli, these punks, on what grounds do they also think I'm not worthy of Shen Qingqiu? As the young master of the Yi family, I have the look, I have the family background. Out on the streets, I'm the dream lover of countless girls, okay? Because of these rotten friends, I'm about to start doubting myself. Pfft. What's so great about Shen Qingqiu anyway? I muttered to myself, unconvinced. Isn't she just a little prettier than other women? A little more capable with a slightly better figure? That's all there is to it. It's not like she's a fairy descended from heaven. Seeing my smug I got a good deal but I'm pretending not to care act, Liu Jianli couldn't help it and jealously poured cold water on me. "What are you so smug about? Isn't it just a loveless commercial marriage? I want a loveless marriage too. I never considered an older woman, younger man relationship before, but if it's Sister Shen Qingqiu, I can. I really can." Hearing the jealous tone of my close friends, I let out a soft laugh, my eyes full of contempt. What do you guys know? Do you really think this is the kind of wealthy marriage with no feelings, just cold benefits? Everyone was stunned. Isn't it? Humph, naive. I asked back confidently. If it were just for benefits, why didn't she find another rich young master? In this city C, families richer than mine, men of a similar age to her, with comparable abilities, have all those men died out? With Shen Qingqiu's beauty and methods, what kind of marriage partner couldn't she find if she wanted to? At this point, I lifted my chin, as proud as a peacock spreading its tail. Why me? What other reason could there be? Of course, it's because she likes me. In my opinion, this was already crystal clear. That woman, Shen Qingqiu, is definitely greedy for my youth, greedy for my good looks. Liu Jianli and Shi Shisheng felt like the sky was falling. Their goddess, the flawless and perfect sister Shen Qingqiu, was actually a pervert? She still noticed me, a man with nothing but his face, a useless pretty boy. Even Shen Yichen was silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, what I said was damn reasonable. If his sister really wanted a marriage alliance with a rich young master from City C, the line would stretch all the way to France. But she chose me. Besides love at first sight or being captivated by my looks, Shen Yichen really couldn't think of any other reason. He couldn't help but glance at me. He had to admit, in front of his sister, the only thing I really had going for me was this face. This is the kind of handsomeness that's one of a kind in our circle. Next, the situation got out of control. Shi Chensheng and Liu Jianli were devastated and decided to turn their grief into drinking capacity. Their only goal was to drink me to death, from the dinner table to the KTV. Bai Longyue wanted to stop them but couldn't. After all, the grudge of having one's wife stolen is irreconcilable. Shen Yichen watched coldly from the side. He didn't help them get me drunk, nor did he stop them. If it weren't for his status as her biological brother, he would have loved to personally get me drunk enough to be hospitalized. Finally, it was 10 p.m. I was completely done for, lying on the sofa like a pile of mud. Gone was the spirited aura of young Master Yi from earlier. Seeing Yichen, Liu Jianli looked at my unconscious form and maliciously suggested having sister Shen Qingqiu come pick me up. Shen Qingqiu hated it most when people drank. Not to mention I was drunk to this half-dead state. Without a second thought, Shen Yichen made the call. After hanging up, Liu Jianli was a little worried. Will she come? She will, Shen Yichen replied with certainty. My sister has never broken a promise. Shen Qingqiu had arrived. The moment she pushed the door open and stepped in, the air seemed to freeze. She saw me passed out on the sofa with just one glance, unconscious, and my so-called good brothers around me were all doing their own thing, with absolutely no one caring if I lived or died. The loud music suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned. Liu Jianli and Shi Chensheng felt their hearts being fiercely attacked. Sister Shen Qingqiu seemed even more beautiful than before. Before, she was an unattainable goddess. Now she was an incredibly captivating queen. Even Bai Longyue, who was meeting her for the first time, was stunned. His heart pounded. She was truly too beautiful. She was completely incomparable to teenage girls. Sister Shen Qingqiu. Everyone greeted her obediently like quails. Shen Qingqiu gave an indifferent nod and walked straight to my side to sit down. Her gaze swept over everyone. Did you guys get him drunk? After all, I was the only one drunk as a skunk, while the others were very sober. This was too unusual. The guys immediately felt guilty. Only Shen Yichen spoke frankly. We didn't get him drunk. It's true we didn't. We just didn't stop it. The others awkwardly looked at the sky and the ground, just not daring to look at Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu let out a light laugh, not pursuing the matter further, but turned her head and whispered gently in my ear, Yes, Xuan, I'm here to pick you up. Let's go home. I didn't move at all, completely wasted. Shen Qingqiu called for the staff to come, had them help me up, and after saying goodbye to everyone, she took me away coolly. Watching their retreating figures, Liu Jianli frowned deeply. Does Sister Shen Qingqiu really like Yeshuan? He got drunk like this, yet not only was she not angry, she even came to pick him up herself, and her tone was so gentle. This is what you call true love. But Shen Yichen was silent. Like him? My sister might say so, and she acts so heartbroken. But just now, although my sister came to pick him up so gently, when I looked into my sister's eyes, I couldn't see even a hint of heartache. If my sister truly loved him, seeing him this wasted, her first reaction would definitely be heartache and worry. And Shen Yichen saw it very clearly. His sister felt none of that. Years ago, Shen Yichen had seen what his sister was like when she was truly in love with someone, so he knew better than anyone that his sister didn't love him at all right now. If she doesn't love him, then why did she marry him? Could it be that the family business is in trouble? Was his sister forced to sacrifice her happiness for the family to marry a man she doesn't love, like him? Shen Yichen's heart was filled with thoughts. Watching his retreating figure being led away, he suddenly felt that he couldn't go on living idly like this anymore. The next day, I was like a little kitten leaning on the young madam, so obedient, truly endearing. Butler Zhao slowly started speaking to me. After hearing him, I immediately bristled, my face turning red as I cut him off. Don't say any more. That word endearing, is that used to describe a man over 6 feet tall and full of vigor like me? It's obviously used to describe small, delicate girls. Butler Zhao looked at my embarrassed and angry state and chuckled to himself. When he's happy, he calls me Uncle Zhao. When he's unhappy, he calls me Butler. I changed my tune faster than flipping through a book. I glared at him resentfully. Can you be a little more realistic? I'm this big and I was drunk. How could Shen Qingqiu's small frame support me? And leaning on her, no less. This old man doesn't even draft his exaggerations. Butler Zhao smiled and dropped an even cheesier line. Why couldn't she support you? You are the young madam's husband. You are her whole world. The young madam would risk her life to support you. I got goosebumps all over. How could he say such a cheesy confession? Just as I was about to retort, Butler Zhao started rambling on. I don't know about that. But last night, as soon as the young madam heard you were drunk, she became very worried, rushed to pick you up, and arranged for hangover soup when she got back. Wait a minute. I took a deep breath and asked the most critical question. Who exactly bathed me last night? The air suddenly went silent for a second. Butler Zhao opened his mouth to say, of course it was the young. My heart leaped to my throat as I stared at him. Tell me the truth. Butler Zhao blinked, a look of innocence on his face. I am telling the truth, it was the young madam. My face immediately flushed red. So it really was Shen Qingqiu. Doesn't that mean she saw everything? Just as I was dying of embarrassment and anger, wishing I could find a hole to crawl into, Butler Zhao, that man who pauses when he speaks, finally finished the second half of his sentence. Called the security guards in the house to bathe you. The heat on my face immediately froze, followed by my expression darkening. This old man definitely did it on purpose. Who was he trying to scare to death by pausing like that? Speechless, I turned and left. If I talked any longer, I was afraid I'd have a heart attack from anger. Knowing it wasn't Shen Qingqiu herself who did it, a lot of my embarrassment finally faded. Facing Shen Qingqiu again, I was much more confident. When Shen Qingqiu advised me to drink a little less, I couldn't help but complain. Do you think I wanted to drink? Wasn't it Liu Jianli and Shi Chensheng who were desperately trying to get me drunk? Moreover, I hesitated, my voice tinged with a bit of grievance. Shen Yichen was right there watching and didn't even help me. Shen Qingqiu smiled knowingly. All right, don't worry, they won't dare to get you drunk again. I looked at her doubtfully. Where did this woman get such confidence? But before I could figure it out, the blow of reality struck. Going to work, I followed behind her with a long face, sighing endlessly in my heart. What bad karma did I create, to have to slave away at the company so early in the morning? That bastard Shen Yichen and his friends are probably still having sweet dreams in their beds right now. But what I didn't know was, Shen Qingqiu's counterattack had already begun. If I said that Shen Yichen was behind it, she absolutely would not sit back and do nothing. Shen Yichen was summoned to the company, still looking bewildered. Sis, what did you need me for? Shen Qingqiu sat in the boss's chair, her smile gentle but not reaching her eyes. You don't like Yezhuan, this brother-in-law of yours? Shen Yichen's heart skipped a beat. Before he could speak, Shen Qingqiu said lightly, or perhaps I should get you a different brother-in-law. The atmosphere instantly froze. Shen Yichen was so scared, he flinched, shaking his head like a rattle. No need for that. Yezhuan is great, especially great. Are you kidding? How would he have the guts to face a life-or-death question, like changing his brother-in-law? If you think he's good, then learn from him properly. Shen Qingqiu's tone changed abruptly. Shen Yichen was dumbfounded, huh? Learn what? Learn how to fool around and enjoy life like Yezhuan? How to be arrogant and conceited? Starting tomorrow, come to the company to work. Shen Qingqiu issued a direct ultimatum. Sis Shen Yichen cried out tragically. I still want to have fun for a few more years. Shen Qingqiu said indifferently, the company will be handed over to you sooner or later. Shen Yichen immediately declined seriously. Sis, I think it's great in your hands. I just want to be a rich second-generation heir who lives idly. Just give me my allowance every month and it'll be fine. He truly had no ambition and didn't feel that a son must inherit the family fortune. That's what you think. Shen Qingqiu sneered. What? You don't want to learn from Yezhuan? That oppressive, half-smiling expression immediately made Shen Yichen lose his nerve. I do. I wouldn't dare not to. Only then did Shen Qingqiu show a genuine smile. Good boy, Yichen. Shen Yichen left with a red face. Although being praised like a child was a bit embarrassing, as long as his sister wasn't angry, it was fine. After seeing Shen Yichen off, Shen Qingqiu picked up her phone. Now that she was done with her brother, next were the two main culprits who got me drunk. She directly opened the WeChat of the parents of Liu Jianli and Shi Chensheng. If these three grew up sharing the same pair of pants, then not a single one of them was getting away. Share the fortunes, so naturally, they should share the work. And so, the bombardment of phone calls from the elders of the two families followed. No matter how Liu Jianli and Shi Chensheng protested, there was only one reason. Your good brothers, Yezhuan and Shen Yichen, have both started working. Don't you all share the same pair of pants? Then go be laborers together. Liu Jianli and Shi Chensheng were completely bewildered. Working was a family duty, but why would that troublemaking demon king Shen Yichen go suffer like that? The next second, our little WeChat group chat directly exploded. Liu Jianli fired the first shot. Shen Yichen, did you take the wrong medicine? Why the hell are you suddenly going to work? Shi Chensheng followed right after. You didn't eat the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard, did you? You want to fight for the family inheritance with your sister Shen Qingqiu? Before Shen Yichen could explain, these two directly chose sides. A pighead like you wants to compete with Shen Qingqiu? Anyway, we're helping sister Shen Qingqiu. You're on your own. Shen Yichen looked at the screen. His vision went dark and he almost fainted on the spot. What kind of scummy friends did he make? He just wanted to live idly for a few more years, but these guys wanted him to go die. Just as Shen Yichen was being berated by his friends into questioning his existence, Bai Longyue, who had been lurking for a long time, suddenly surfaced. From what you guys are saying, Shen Qingqiu sounds pretty scary. The other two immediately changed their tune. Who said that? Qingqiu is the gentlest woman in the world. And the kindest. Bai Longyue replied with a sentence. Then I'm worried about Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, you have to protect yourself well. I looked at my phone, the corner of my mouth curling into a cold, contemptuous smile, my fingers typing quickly, me, afraid of her, as if she'd dare to eat me alive. The group instantly fell silent. Immediately after, Liu Jianli, Shi Chensheng, Shen Yichen, and even Bai Longyue all sent a row of ellipses. I frowned. Are these guys sick? They only send ellipses when they don't know what to say. Could it be they were intimidated by my domineering aura? After a long silence, Liu Jianli finally couldn't take it anymore and broke the awkwardness. Ye Zhuan, have you eaten? I was stunned. Eaten what? I had breakfast, haven't had lunch yet. What, you want to ask me out? This young master is extremely busy now. You have to make an appointment. Another strange silence fell over the group. Liu Jianli seemed unable to bear it anymore, and finally said it outright. Who's asking you about meals? I'm asking if Sister Shen Qingqiu has eaten you yet. My brain immediately short-circuited, my cheeks flushing red at a visible speed. These guys have no limits. How could they dare ask such a bold question? A couple's private matters? Can you just broadcast that in the group chat? Seeing me playing dead, Bai Longyue delivered the final blow. Judging by this reaction, he hasn't been eaten yet. I became angry out of embarrassment. What the hell does it have to do with you? Do you live by the sea, minding everyone's business? Bai Longyue became even more certain. Whoa, he's mad. He's mad. We've hit a sore spot. My hand holding the phone was shaking, but I couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Bai Longyue had met Shen Qingqiu last night. She was an incredibly captivating great beauty. If I had really succeeded, I would have been bragging about it long ago. The way I'm bristling now clearly means I'm still pure. On the other side of the screen, Shen Yichen looked at the chat, frowning deeply. He and my sister are married, yet they haven't had relations? It definitely can't be my sister's problem. Could it be? On the other side of the screen, Shen Yichen stared at the chat, his brows knitted tightly. My sister clearly married him willingly, so why wouldn't she let him touch her? The only explanation is that he's the one with the problem. He's dissatisfied with the business marriage, but was forced into it by Grandpa, yes, harsh methods, so he's protesting by not touching my sister. For a great beauty like my sister, to have her new husband not touch her, this is simply trampling on her self-esteem. The more Shen Yichen thought about it, the angrier he got, feeling that Ye Xuan was an ungrateful bastard and had to pay the price for his ignorant and arrogant behavior, but he couldn't just force him to sleep with his sister. That would be too shameless. Suddenly, Shen Yichen's eyes darted around as a plan formed in his mind. He immediately sent a message to Shen Qingqiu using the excuse that the two siblings hadn't gathered in a long time and asked her to have dinner that night. Shen Qingqiu agreed without any suspicion. At dusk, Shen Qingqiu went straight to the restaurant after work. She originally thought it would just be her and Shen Yichen, but who knew that when she pushed the door open, there was another person sitting at the chair. Li Yan, the young master of the Lai family, and also her classmate from childhood. The three of them sat down, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. They were old acquaintances, after all, chatting about everything from old-school stories to the ups and downs of the business world. Shen Qingqiu and Li Yan were talking animatedly, their laughter endless. Shen Yichen sat to the side, watching this happy and harmonious scene, a cunning smile playing on his lips. He quietly raised his phone and click, took several photos in succession. Shen Qingqiu heard the sound and looked over. Shen Yichen just giggled and deflected. It's nothing, sis, I'm just taking a selfie. After saying that, he carefully selected 2 photos. In the photos, Shen Qingqiu was smiling gently and gracefully. Li Yan's eyes were full of affection, and the two of them sitting together really looked like a match made in heaven. Shen Yichen deviously wrote the caption, "Having dinner with my sister." This move was brilliant. The caption seemed normal, but the attached photos looked like a couple's picture. Anyone who didn't know the situation would definitely think these two were a couple. He hit send, setting it to be visible only to close friends. Shen Yichen let out a cold snort. You won't touch my sister, right? Then I'll show you that there are plenty of talented young men who want to pursue my sister. Ye Xuan, who the hell do you think you are? At the same time, I, completely oblivious, finally got off work and returned home. As soon as I entered, Butler Zhao poured cold water on me. Young master, the young madam has a social engagement tonight and won't be back for dinner. I was immediately speechless. Is this woman that busy? We've only been married a few days, and she's either on a business trip or at a social event. She's even busier than Grandpa, the chairman of the group. Since no one was home, I could only lie dejectedly on the sofa, waiting, and started a game. I lost a round, got bored, and casually opened my moments to scroll. But the next second, my gaze froze, and my body, which had been slumped over, shot up as if it had springs. I stared at the screen, my eyes wide as saucers, tapping the photo, zooming in, and then zooming in again. The man next to Shen Qingqiu was Li Yan. Although we don't usually interact much, moving in these circles, I still recognize his face. My brows furrowed into a deep Chuan character. Shen Qingqiu and Li Yan know each other? Moreover, judging from the atmosphere in the photo, they're talking happily with beaming smiles. Their relationship is clearly not ordinary. Is this her so-called social engagement, and not coming home at night, but running off to have dinner with a young man? In an instant, I just felt a lush green on top of my head, as if the entire Hulunbuir prairie was waving at me. I suppressed my anger and sent a message to Shen Yichen. Are you and your sister having dinner together? On the other end of the phone, Shen Yichen saw the message and smiled smugly. The fish has taken the bait. Shen Yichen replied immediately, yeah. I asked again, Li Yan is there too? Shen Yichen, yeah. Looking at these two perfunctory yeahs, my brows furrowed even tighter. Does this kid only know how to type yeah? Would it kill him to say one more word? I had no choice. To clarify the situation, I could only patiently ask again. Do your sister and Li Yan know each other? This time, Shen Yichen finally stopped playing dumb and replied very quickly. Of course. My sister and Li Yan were classmates from elementary to high school. My heart skipped a beat. Classmates? Childhood sweethearts? Before I could digest that, Shen Yichen stabbed me with another knife. My sister was very happy to run into Li Yan by chance. I looked at the screen, my face as black as the bottom of a pot. Shen Yichen continued his attack, but brother-in-law, don't misunderstand. Although there were romance rumors back in school, that's all in the past. My pupils suddenly contracted. Romance rumors? Shen Yichen. That's right. Back then, the whole school rumored that they were a golden couple, a match made in heaven. This sentence was like a bomb exploding in my head. A golden couple, a match made in heaven. Shen Yichen was still feigning sincerity, explaining, it was all many years ago, it's all over. I couldn't look anymore. I opened that photo again, the handsome man and beautiful woman in the picture, their gazes meeting affectionately, their smiles radiant. Even through the screen, you could feel that kind of chemistry and compatibility as if no one else existed. They really looked good together. I threw my phone on the sofa, not wanting to reply anymore, and there was no way to reply. And nameless frustration and anger surged wildly in my chest. And on the other side, seeing that I didn't reply to his message, Shen Yichen laughed arrogantly. Looks like someone's really angry. At the banquet table, an undercurrent was stirring. Shen Qingqiu had been abroad for many years and had long since lost contact with her circle of friends. But Li Yan was different. He had always been developing his career domestically. He was a smooth talker, and with his old classmates, the conversation was very lively. The moment Shen Qingqiu pushed the door open and walked in, everyone's eyes lit up. The school belle from back then had returned. Not only had she not aged, but she was even more beautiful. The flames of gossip immediately flared up. Everyone was most interested in one thing, her love life. Shen Qingqiu, however, was very direct, smiling as she dropped a bombshell. I'm married. The papers have already been registered. The wedding is being planned. The entire hall fell silent. The classmates looked at each other, their gazes subconsciously shifting towards Li Yan. You have to understand, back in school, Shen Qingqiu and Li Yan were recognized as the golden couple. Good grades, good family background, good looks. Even the admissions poster used a photo of the two of them together. Everyone thought that after going their separate ways, they would surely end up together. Who would have thought someone would come and mess things up? Li Yan's fingers, holding his wine glass, immediately turned white, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is it Chen? A classmate unconsciously wanted to guess another person. Shen Qingqiu cut him off directly, a slight smile on her lips, and uttered 3 words. My husband's surname is Ye. His name is Ye Xuan. The moment the name Ye Xuan was spoken, everyone was stunned again. It wasn't until someone recognized him, the young master of the Wanfan Hotel. The entire hall gasped. That's a top-tier wealthy family with businesses all over the globe. Although the Shen family is not bad, this marriage is absolutely considered an alliance, at the pinnacle of powerful forces, a perfect match between social equals. The sound of congratulations immediately drowned out everything else. Only Li Yan smiled bitterly. 11 p.m. the party ended. Li Yan escorted a slightly drunk Shen Qingqiu to wait at the door. The night was hazy, the lights were dreamy. Looking at Shen Qingqiu with her slightly flushed cheeks, Li Yan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked that painful question. Why did you suddenly marry Ye Xuan? There was no news at all. It's too sudden. It's too hard to accept. Shen Qingqiu looked at him, and to avoid trouble, she gave an irrefutable answer. Because I like him. Li Yan was completely silent. Like him? The hired driver had arrived. Shen Qingqiu turned and got into the car, leaving Li Yan alone, stunned in the wind. 12 a.m. I finally heard the door open. I sat on the sofa, holding my phone, pretending to play a game, but my eyes immediately scanned her like a radar. Checking her hair, it wasn't messy. Her lipstick was still on. Her neck was fine. There were no suspicious marks. My tense nerves relaxed a little. Shen Qingqiu changed her shoes, looking at me with a half smile. Still not asleep? Waiting for me? Boom, my face immediately turned beet red, and I bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Who's waiting for you? Stop being so full of yourself. I was playing a game, Shen Qingqiu thought to herself as she took off her coat, playing a game while waiting for me. I said angrily, I told you I wasn't waiting for you, not waiting for you. Don't you understand human language? But Shen Qingqiu was like she was coaxing a child. All right, I'll try to come home earlier in the future. I won't let you wait up too late. I almost coughed up blood. Is this woman doing this on purpose? Making me out to be some resentful boudoir wife, keeping watch in an empty room, miserably waiting for her husband to come home. I was just about to open my mouth to refute her and fight for my honor when she turned around and went straight into the bathroom. I'm so wronged, so wronged. I gritted my teeth and thought, fine, when you come out of the shower, I will definitely make this clear. I really was just playing a game. However, reality gave me an even more painful slap. Shen Qingqiu came out of the shower, and without even a single glance at me, she directly lifted the covers and lay down. After being tormented by me all night yesterday and working and socializing all day, she was now so tired that all she wanted to do was sleep. I also got into bed with a belly full of words ready to spill out, but when I turned my head, she had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. I immediately exploded. What is this? Why does this scene feel so familiar? It's always like this on TV. The scumbag husband has his fun outside, and when he comes home to his sallow-faced old wife, he finds her annoying and just rolls over and goes to sleep. Doesn't even want to say a word. I am now that sallow-faced old wife. She's out having a good time with her old flame Li Yan, and when she comes home and sees me, she's annoyed, too lazy to even talk to me. Anger immediately burned away my reason. Want to sleep? Want to ignore your old man? Not a chance. I violently threw back the covers and in one motion rolled over and pinned her down. The late-night punishment and the morning misunderstanding. My current position was extremely oppressive. I hovered above her, my Adam's apple bobbing slightly as I swallowed. Shen Qingqiu opened her eyes, her gaze falling on my Adam's apple, her eyes hazy. She seemed to want to lean in for a bite, but she hesitated at the last moment. She didn't dare to tease me. After all, I was young and vigorous. Once the fire was lit, she could forget about sleeping tonight. She didn't know my fire had already been ignited long ago. I was dying to sleep with her. I followed my instincts and lowered my head to kiss her, but smack, a hand blocked my lips. Shen Qingqiu looked at me, her voice carrying a hint of resistance. I'm very tired today. Tired? I laughed coldly in my heart. Anger immediately shot to the top of my head. Out drinking and chatting with another man until late, she wasn't tired, but as soon as she came home to me, she was tired. This was just her excuse. I was determined not to let her get her way. I pulled her hand away with one hand, with the intention of punishing her and declaring my sovereignty, and stubbornly and forcefully kissed her. Shen Qingqiu was forced to cooperate, and under my assault, this cooperation lasted until 3 in the morning. I still wasn't satisfied. I wanted more. But Shen Qingqiu really couldn't take it anymore, and fell asleep right in my arms. I didn't give up and kissed her again, but aside from a few soft breaths, she had no other reaction. So boring. I finally stopped and held her as I fell asleep. But after this round of torment, the knot of anger in my heart had finally loosened quite a bit. Early the next morning, Shen Qingqiu dragged her sore body to the company. Shen Yichen arrived. As a new employee, and also her biological brother, Shen Yichen used the excuse of reporting on work but was actually here to catch an adulterer. He stared intently at Shen Qingqiu. Although she had makeup on, the dark circles under her eyes and her haggard expression couldn't be hidden at all. Shen Yichen's heart clenched. Why do you look so worn out? Shen Qingqiu rubbed her temples. I didn't sleep well last night. How could she sleep well? She went to bed at 3 a.m. and woke up at 7 a.m. Plus, the strenuous exercise from someone last night, her back ached and her waist was sore. She felt as if her body had been drained of all energy. Didn't sleep well. But these 3 words upon entering Shen Yichen's ears immediately took on a different meaning. Did she not sleep well because she was angry from an argument, or was it because? Shen Yichen's gaze immediately became like a spotlight locking onto Shen Qingqiu's neck. He was looking for a hickey. If a married couple was so intimate that they lost sleep, how could there be no marks on her neck? But he stared at Shen Qingqiu's neck for a long time. It was fair and smooth, nothing there. Shen Yichen's fist tightened. So Yizhuan really didn't touch his sister. She had deliberately gone to dinner with Li Yan to create a sense of crisis, and Yaxuan still remained indifferent. What is this? This is the cold shoulder. This is humiliation. He imagined the scene of his sister crying late at night because of her husband's indifference, doubting herself. His heart ached to the point of exploding. Yishuan, you really deserve to die. Shen Yichen couldn't stand it for another second. He turned and rushed out of the office, ignoring Shen Qingqiu's calls from behind him. At the same time, in the CEO's office of the Heir Corporation, my phone suddenly rang. It was Shen Yichen. I had just answered the call when I heard the sound of Shen Yichen's furious roar from the phone. Yezhuan, I'm in the first floor lobby of your company. Now immediately get your ass down here. The phone hung up. I was stunned. What's gotten into him now? I went downstairs with a head full of question marks, and as soon as I looked, I saw Shen Yichen standing in the middle of the lobby, his face full of murderous intent. I walked over and was about to ask, "What's wrong, Yichen?" Before I could finish my sentence, the wind whistled past. Smack, a powerful and merciless punch landed on my face. This punch held nothing back. The force was shockingly strong. I was sent staggering and fell flat on the ground pathetically. The employees in the lobby immediately screamed. Everyone was scared to death. Who is this person? How dare he, on the IE Corporation's turf, hit their crown prince? I held my face and looked at Shen Yichen in disbelief. Are you crazy? Am I crazy? Shen Yichen's eyes were bloodshot. He charged forward like a mad dog, grabbing my collar with one hand and pinned me to the ground. Yizhuan, have I been spoiling you too much? As he spoke, he raised his fist to hit me again. The security guards finally reacted, rushing forward, and in a few moves, they had Shen Yichen pinned to the ground. Let me go! Let me go! Shen Yichen was still struggling and screaming frantically. I was helped to my feet, my tongue licked across, and the inside of my cheek was filled with the metallic taste of blood. I'm bleeding. In all my years, this is the first time I've been slapped in public. If it were anyone else, the grass on their grave would be 2 meters tall by now. But it was Shen Yichen, the brother I grew up with since childhood, and even more so, my brother-in-law. I suppressed the violence in my heart, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, and looked at him through gritted teeth. What the hell is wrong with you? The misunderstanding escalates, a confrontation at cross purposes. I held my still throbbing face, my eyes filled with confusion. Where did I provoke you? Shen Yichen's eyes were bloodshot, his roar like thunder in my ears. Yezhuan, you're a bastard. You know damn well what you did to my sister. What did I do? My heart sank. It's not like I did anything unforgivable, just did what a married couple should do. Although she really didn't want to last night, and although I really did use alcohol and anger as an excuse, my methods were a bit rough and I tormented her a bit cruelly. Could it be that Shen Qingqiu told Shen Yichen about this? Such a private bedroom matter, and she told others about it? I immediately felt guilty. I was indeed in the wrong about this. I'm a man. I was a bit of a beast last night. I cleared my throat guiltily and waved to the security guards. Let him go. The security guards hesitated before letting go. As soon as Shen Yichen was free, like an angry little lion, he wanted to charge at me again, but was quickly stopped by the security guards. I looked at him, my tone softening a few notches. You still want to hit me? I know I was wrong about this, but you've already hit me. What more do you want? Last night, I just lost control of my temper for a moment. What more do I want? Shen Yichen gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat me alive. I want to kill you. That's the sister he cherished in the palm of his hand? What right did I have to humiliate her like that? I was stunned. Kill me? Is it that serious? I was just a little aggressive in bed last night, and now it's a capital offense? I took a deep breath and ordered the security guards, let him go completely, let him hit me. Looks like I really did torment Shen Qingqiu badly last night. This brother-in-law is here to vent his sister's anger. It's good to take a beating to let him cool down. The security guards looked at each other, but the boss had given the order, so they could only back away. Shen Yichen looked at my resigned posture, his raised fist freezing in midair. He wanted to beat me to death, but I suddenly acted like I was in the wrong, casually telling him to go ahead and hit me. How could he possibly land the blow? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Shen Yichen glared at me fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "You, follow me." After saying that, he turned and walked out the door angrily. Like a primary school student who did something wrong, I obediently followed behind him. I had no choice. Who told me to sleep with his sister and even hurt her? At that, I was in the wrong. I couldn't be arrogant. In a deserted corner outside the company, Shen Yichen stared at me and suddenly dropped a bombshell. Tell me, when are you planning to divorce my sister? Boom, my mind buzzed, and I looked at him in astonishment. Divorce? Shen Yichen frowned tightly, pressing me step by step. Not getting a divorce? Are you planning to make my sister suffer for the rest of her life? I was completely dumbfounded. How did it come to divorce? I just have a slightly stronger need in that department and went a little overboard last night. How did that become making her suffer? You can't stand up to your grandfather, so you take it out on my sister. Is that what a man should do? The more Shen Yichen spoke, the more agitated he became, and the more I listened, the more confused I got. When did I take it out on your sister? Besides, what does this have to do with my grandfather? Do I need my grandfather's permission to sleep with my own wife? Shen Yichen laughed coldly. How is it not related? It was old Master Yi who forced you to marry my sister in the first place. I know you were unwilling, but your current behavior is nothing but revenge. I finally heard that something was not right. I cut him off. What nonsense are you talking about? What I did has nothing to do with my grandfather, and I'm not getting revenge on anyone. I was wrong about last night. It was my animal instincts taking over. It was me going crazy. But what does this have to do with the old man? Shen Yichen was stunned for a moment. Last night, Yeshuan admitted his mistake so quickly? Could it be that some specific conflict happened last night? Recalling the trigger from last night, a sense of grievance also welled up inside me. I couldn't help but complain. But you can't completely blame me for this. Is your sister completely blameless? Shen Yichen glared. What did my sister do wrong? I was righteous and full of resentment. Your sister, a married woman, was out fooling around with a male classmate until midnight before coming home. Is that not wrong? I was like a resentful boudoir wife, waiting at home until midnight, and as a result, she came back and said she was tired. What man could stand that? The air suddenly fell silent. Shen Yichen calmed down. Something's not right. We're talking about completely different things. He was talking about Ye Xuan's cold shoulder, that not touching his sister was a humiliation, but I was talking about the conflict and argument because his sister came home late last night. The two of them were talking about two different things. A glint appeared in Shen Yichen's eyes. Did you two fight over Li Yan last night? I looked at him in surprise. Did your sister tell you? That woman is such a gossip. Shen Yichen shook his head. My sister didn't say anything. I was even more speechless. Then you just came and hit me? If Shen Qingqiu didn't snitch and say I forced her, then I took that punch unjustly. Although Shen Yichen didn't understand the details, he was sure of one thing. This marriage was making his sister suffer. No matter what, you and my sister should get a divorce. He would rather let his sister be a happy single lady than be in this loveless marriage, enduring indifference. I sneered. Is the divorce up to you to decide? If I listened to others, I wouldn't have married your sister in the first place. I wiped the playful look off my face and said word by word, I'm not someone who treats marriage like a joke. Since I'm married, I won't just get a divorce casually. Shen Yichen laughed coldly, his face full of ridicule. You say that as if you're a very responsible man. I straightened my back. I've always been that kind of person. Shameless. Shen Yichen was almost angered to death by my thick skin. Looking at my nonchalant attitude, he really couldn't understand. Yichen, I don't understand. What unforgivable thing have I done that you have to force me and your sister to divorce? When we first got married, this kid, although he wasn't happy, he didn't have such a big reaction. Why is he suddenly so insistent on divorce? You know what you've done? Shen Yichen thought of his sister's flawless, fair neck and the loneliness of his sister keeping watch in an empty room by herself, and his anger became uncontrollable. He glared at me fiercely, wishing he could dismember me. I was scared back by his gaze that looked like it wanted to eat me alive. Hold on, what on earth is wrong with you? I was bewildered and tentatively asked, what exactly did I do? The plot reverses, accelerating rapidly. Shen Yichen's verbal assault continued. Every sentence was like a moral judgment from on high. If you're married, you should fulfill your responsibilities as a husband. Do you think you've done that? If you hate my sister, then you shouldn't have married her in the first place. Marrying her and then not even looking at her or touching her at night, do you know how much of a humiliation that is for a woman? Not looking, not touching? I was stunned when I heard that. In Shen Yichen's logic, if a wife doesn't let her husband touch her, then it's the husband's fault. It would make a woman doubt herself, wondering if she was too ugly or if her husband was disgusted by her so he wouldn't look at or touch her. I stared at Shen Yichen with wide eyes in utter disbelief. Shen Yichen nodded forcefully and issued an ultimatum. That's right. If that's the case, then hurry up and get a divorce. Don't hold my sister back. Wait a minute. I had to interrupt this absurd accusation. Who told you that I don't look at her or touch her? A scholar can be killed, but he cannot be insulted. This, I cannot tolerate. It concerns a man's honor. My head got hot and those words just slipped out. Let me tell you, I do it every day, several times a night. The air immediately froze. Shen Yichen was awkward. So awkward it was killing him. Our eyes met in midair, then quickly looked away. My face immediately turned red, and Shen Yichen was also made to blush furiously by these sudden, bold words. Really? Shen Yichen held back for a long time before squeezing out two words. You're getting desperate. What do you mean, real or fake? Do you think I'm lying to you? Or do you think I don't have the stamina for several times a night? What a joke. Everyone around me already suspects that I'm weak, so I can't stand it. Then why didn't you say anything in the group chat? Shen Yichen hit a blind spot. It was because I was acting cold in the group chat that he misunderstood and thought I was giving her the cold shoulder. I rolled my eyes. Do you want me to go around bragging that I've slept with your sister? Only people with low character would talk about such things. Shen Yichen was silent. That's true. So you've already picked our family's cabbage. Knowing this truth, Shen Yichen didn't seem happy at all. His sister, in the end, still couldn't escape this fate. Then last night, what exactly happened between you and my sister? Shen Yichen got to the main point. They had a real marital relationship, so why did they argue last night? Speaking of last night, my initial bravado immediately deflated. I guiltily averted my gaze and deliberately changed the subject. It's nothing. Tell the truth. Shen Yichen's expression was serious, showing he was determined to get to the bottom of it. I hesitated for a few seconds, my voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. It's just that last night was a bit forceful. Shen Yichen froze for a moment and only reacted a few seconds later. Forceful? Doesn't that mean... Ya Hien, you bastard! Shen Yichen immediately flew into a rage, raising his fist and about to charge. My reaction was extremely fast. I dashed outside in a flash, leaving my furious brother-in-law behind me. To save a little face, I shouted back as I ran, "You don't understand. This is part of a couple's fun. The overbearing CEO's forceful love is what's popular now, you country bumpkin." Shen Yichen stood there, grinding his teeth. "Fun, my ass. There will come a day." He swore that one day he would let me experience the force of the overbearing young Master Shen, a younger brother's worry, an older sister's suspicion. Shen Yichen sullenly returned to the company, looking for Shen Qingqiu. The first thing he blurted out was, "Sis, do you want to learn martial arts? Only if you learn how to fight. Next time that beast Yihian tries to force you, you can just kick him away." Shen Qingqiu was stunned, still holding a document in her hand. "What's wrong? Why learn martial arts all of a sudden?" "It's nothing." Shen Yichen couldn't say it directly, he could only speak indirectly. "You're so beautiful, and society is so complicated, it wouldn't hurt to learn some self-defense." Shen Qingqiu smiled and replied perfunctorily, "I'll go when I have time." Shen Yichen didn't move, hesitant to speak. Shen Qingqiu asked, "Is there anything else?" Shen Yichen took a deep breath, as if making a promise. "Sis, if Yihian bullies you or does anything to wrong you, just tell me, and I'll go beat him up." Unexpectedly, Shen Qingqiu smiled and nodded, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "I know, but he treats me very well." Shen Yichen frowned. "Very well? Forcing himself on you against your will, is that what you call very well? Could it be that I'm just too young? Do I really not understand this so-called couple's fun? Is it really that damned overbearing CEO's forceful love thing?" Shen Yichen, with a head full of question marks, left, bewildered in the wind, leaving Shen Qingqiu with a puzzled expression. Why is my little brother muttering such incomprehensible things today? The family dinner of judgment. Impossible to defend myself. Although I didn't get hit this time, the story of Shen Yichen storming the company to beat me up still reached the old man's ears. Old Master Yi was furious, but also very worried. After all, I am the only heir of the Yi family, their most precious treasure. He heard that I was beaten until I bled. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was heavy. The old man put down his chopsticks, his torchlight gaze fixed on me. "I heard that today Shen Yichen stormed the company and beat you?" Clang. The chopsticks in my hand fell. Reflexively, I glanced at Shen Qingqiu beside me. Shen Qingqiu also looked surprised, turning to look at me. "He hit you?" I pressed my lips together and said nothing. How do I explain this? Should I say I was discussing stamina and bedroom matters with my brother-in-law and almost got beaten up as a result? "Why did he hit you?" Shen Qingqiu pressed. No wonder Shen Yichen was acting so strange today. I lowered my head to eat, completely unable to speak. The old man delivered his final verdict. "Yichen is not an unreasonable child. If he hit you, you must have done something wrong." I sighed and put down my bowl and chopsticks. "Grandpa, don't worry about it anymore. This is between me and Shen Yichen. I deserved this beating. Not to mention anything else. Just for getting drunk and acting recklessly last night, doing those terrible things to Shen Qingqiu, I already deserved to be beaten." The old man's brows knitted tightly, and he gave an order that couldn't be refused. "If you were in the wrong, then go apologize to Shen Yichen and to your in-laws as well." Shen Qingqiu looked at the stern old man, then at me with my aggrieved expression, a flash of suspicion in her eyes. What on earth could make a young Master Ye, who fears neither heaven nor earth like me, obediently admit his fault? Shen Qingqiu's gaze changed. Grandpa was still twisting the knife. "Grandpa, I'll go ask Yichen for clarification." Shen Qingqiu's voice was very calm, but the old man didn't want to miss this opportunity, sighing with a pained expression. "This child, a Haiyan, has been spoiled by me since he was little. He must have done something wrong. He deserved to be beaten until he bled." "Bled?" Shen Qingqiu suddenly turned her head, surprise appearing in her eyes for the first time. "Bled?" My face instantly turned red to the tips of my ears. So embarrassing. I could die from embarrassment. I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Why does Grandpa say everything out loud? Even an embarrassing thing like being beaten until I bled? He just blurted it out. My image in my wife's eyes has completely collapsed. Will she think I'm very weak? Will she think I can't even fight back against my own brother-in-law? "Grandpa, can you not interfere in the affairs of us young people? Don't you pay any attention to him? He brought this upon himself," the old man concluded. Shen Qingqiu nodded, saying nothing more. But in her heart, it was as clear as a mirror, Grandpa was reminding her. "I am the only heir of the Ai family. If something really happened to me, what would the Ai family do?" This time, Shen Yichen was truly too impulsive. If it were anyone else who dared to make me bleed, the old man would have punished them long ago. Mentioning it now was a way to get her to discipline her younger brother. The extreme standoff in the bedroom. Back in the room, Shen Qingqiu got straight to the point. "Why did Yichen hit you?" I turned my head to the side and stubbornly said, "It was nothing. If you don't tell me, you'll go ask Yichen." I kept my mouth shut. I wouldn't say it even if you beat me to death. I don't believe that fool Shen Yichen would have the guts to talk about his brother-in-law doing it several times a night. Shen Qingqiu saw me playing dead, so she called Shen Yichen right in front of me. "Why did you hit Ye Hien?" On the other end of the line, Shen Yichen was also stunned. He gritted his teeth, cursing me 10,000 times in his heart. "Ye Hien, you green tea bitch. You go tattling when you can't win a fight. Because he deserved to be hit. Shen Yichen snorted coldly. Deserved to be hit for what? Shen Qingqiu pressed relentlessly. Go ask him yourself. I did, he won't say. Shen Yichen laughed coldly. That's because he has no justification, he's too ashamed to say. The atmosphere instantly dropped to a freezing point. Yichen, tell the truth. Shen Qingqiu's voice turned cold. Although Shen Yichen was fierce, he was most afraid of his sister getting angry. He hesitated for a long time and finally stammered out a sentence. I thought he had insulted you. Shen Qingqiu frowned deeply. Insulted? Where did you get that idea? Shen Yichen fell silent. Such bold words, how could he say them to his own sister? Shen Qingqiu glanced at me, who was playing mute beside her. What on earth are you two men up to? Shen Qingqiu's voice became more insistent. Shen Yichen trembled with fear, finally deciding to burn his bridges, and mumbled softly, Who told him to force himself on you last night? Phew. That sentence had too much destructive power. Even Shen Qingqiu, who was used to big scenes, immediately blushed bright red. She subconsciously looked at me, her gaze complicated. You could actually talk about such private matters between a husband and wife with Shen Yichen? Her gaze made my heart panic, but I couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. What a sight, Shen Qingqiu. An ice beauty, who wouldn't bat an eye even if Mount Tai collapsed before her, could actually blush. Other than when we were in bed, I had never seen her look like this. The usually calm and composed Shen Qingqiu, because of a sentence on the phone, was as shy as a little girl. What on earth did Shen Yichen say? The secret and the reversal on the balcony. On the other end of the line, Shen Yichen was still ranting, saying indignantly, I'm doing all of this for you. If I don't teach him a painful lesson, if he dares to force you once, there will be a second time. Sis, I don't understand why you would like this kind of domestic abuser. If it happens again, you'll still hit him. To prevent me from hearing, Shen Qingqiu took the phone and went out to the balcony. Click. The glass door was closed, and even locked. I was stunned. Was she guarding against a thief? We are husband and wife, the closest people in the world. To be secretly making phone calls behind my back, she must be bad-mouthing me. I really wanted to press my ear against it and eavesdrop. I was dying of curiosity. But looking at that glass door, I couldn't bring myself to lose face. Doesn't the great young master ye have any dignity? She clearly didn't want me to hear. If I still went over, it would be too shameless. On the balcony, Shen Qingqiu sighed, her tone earnest. No matter what, you shouldn't have hit him. Ye Hian is the only heir of the Yi family. If something really happened, how would you explain it to the Yi family? On the other end, Shen Yichen also felt a little regretful. Of course, not regret for hitting me, but regret for not putting a sack over my head and ambushing me, instead of doing it in broad daylight and leaving evidence. Well, did he think about how to explain it to our parents when he did that to you? Shen Yichen was still hung up on the forcing part. Shen Qingqiu was silent for 2 seconds. Explaining this to her little brother was truly a public execution scene, but to clear up the misunderstanding, she could only bite the bullet and say, Actually, he didn't force me. Shen Yichen was stunned. What did you say? You didn't resist? Shen Qingqiu rubbed her forehead and helplessly admitted, I did resist. Shen Yichen immediately went crazy. Then if you resisted, it was force. If you were willing, why would you resist? Shen Qingqiu took a deep breath and offered a final explanation. This is part of a couple's fun. Do you understand playing hard to get? A critical hit. Shen Yichen on the other end of the line felt like the top of his skull had been blown off. Fun? Playing hard to get? His sister was playing these games with Ye Hian. He didn't want to understand, but this was even more devastating than getting beaten up. Shen Yichen completely shut down. His sister's words about coming over to apologize another day made him feel like a complete clown. The phone call ended, and the world became quiet. In the bedroom, the real battlefield was just beginning. I sat on the sofa, pretending to play on my phone, but my ears were perked up like antennas. Shen Qingqiu pushed the door open and walked in. I immediately sat up straight. What did Shen Yichen say? Shen Qingqiu looked at me, her gaze complicated, hesitant to speak. I know you two have a good relationship, but there are some things you shouldn't tell him. I was baffled. What things? Shen Qingqiu sighed. Marital matters. My face immediately turned red. I absolutely refused to take the blame for this. I was so anxious I almost jumped up. Only men with low character would go around gossiping about what happens in bed. Shen Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, hitting the nail on the head. Then Yichen, why did he know you forced yourself on me last night? A critical hit. My face was so red it felt like it would bleed. How to explain this? This is a misunderstanding. It was an accident. I looked at her frantically, afraid she would misunderstand and think I was a gossip. Wifey, believe me, I really didn't say anything. I'm not that kind of person. Seeing my flustered appearance, Shen Qingqiu suddenly laughed. I believe you. She came and sat down next to me, her gaze landing on the bruise at the corner of my mouth. Her eyes immediately became as gentle as water. Her cool fingertips gently brushed across my wound. She asked softly, Does it hurt a lot? My mind went blank. I could only stare at her blankly. My heart started to beat faster. Kiump, thump. Shen Qingqiu saw that I was silent. That stunningly beautiful face suddenly leaned closer, her red lips puckered slightly, and she gently blew a breath of air onto my wound. A little blow and the pain will go away. Help all the blood in my body rush to my head. Is she flirting with me? She's way too good at it. My heart was pounding so fast it felt like it would break my ribs, so tense I didn't know where to put my hands and feet. Before I could recover my senses, Shen Qingqiu's lips curled into a smile, and she leaned in again. Smooch. A warm sensation touched the corner of my mouth. She gave me a kiss, then quickly pulled back, smiling brightly. Does it still hurt? I stammered, my voice trembling. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Shen Qingqiu smiled like a sly fox, leaning in and whispering in my ear. So obedient. After saying that, she kissed my lips again, then stood up and went into the bathroom. I collapsed on the sofa, almost suffocating. For a moment there, I even forgot to breathe. So useless. Ye Hien, oh Ye Hien, am the young Master Yi who has wandered through countless flower gardens, so how could I be flirted with by my own wife until I was completely dazed? When other women flirt with me, my heart doesn't even ripple. I even want to laugh. But Shen Qingqiu just casually blew a breath of air, and I nearly exploded on the spot. I clutched my chest and told myself, my dear ancestor, please stop beating. If you beat any harder, you'll kill someone. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Shen Qingqiu walked out wrapped in a bathrobe and saw me still sitting there, blushing and not daring to look at her. She found it amusing and couldn't resist teasing me again. What's wrong? Is the corner of your mouth hurting again? She laughed to herself. The file said the young master of the Ai family was arrogant and domineering, stirring up heaven and earth, so how could he be so innocent in private? It turns out it was all a disguise before. Hearing her teasing words, my ears immediately got even hotter. Without even touching them, I knew they must be as red as a monkey's butt. I really hated it in my heart. Can't you have a little backbone? What's there to be shy about? I'm a man, getting teased by my wife until I'm beat red? If word got out, where would I, young master? Yay, put my face. I looked at Shen Qingqiu's smiling, yet not smiling eyes, gritted my teeth, and went for broke. I have to counterattack. I have to regain the initiative. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who will be is her. I suddenly stood up and walked in front of her, bent down slightly, bringing my handsome face close to her. My voice carried a hint of feigned seriousness. You're right. It hurts again. How about you blow on it for me again, or maybe give it another kiss? The words came out smoothly, but my palms were actually full of sweat. I bet she was just all talk and would definitely dodge if I actually got close. Shen Qingqiu was stunned for a moment, then she laughed. Oh, making progress. Learned how to flirt back, have you? All right then. She chuckled lightly and actually leaned in again, blew on the corner of my mouth again, and then kissed it without hesitation. Is the pain gone now? A crushing defeat. The redness from my face immediately spread to my neck. I wanted to save face, but my mind went completely numb. This woman is on a whole other level. Looks like the pain is gone. Shen Qingqiu smiled slyly. If it hurts again later, let me know, and I'll blow on it for you again. I clearly knew she meant blowing on the wound, but looking at her moving red lips, my mind suddenly lost control, and my thoughts started to stray. Some unspeakable thought was sprouting wildly in my mind. Shen Qingqiu saw my gaze, becoming more and more improper, and finally realized that this sentence seemed a bit ambiguous. She rarely blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. I felt like I had grasped a final lifeline, my voice hoarse, carrying a hint of danger. Really? Shen Qingqiu's eyes darted away. If the wound hurts, I'll blow on it for you. I stared at her lips. My Adam's apple bobbed, and I asked the fatal question. So if another place hurts, can you blow on that too? Actually, Shen Qingqiu was just a paper tiger. In this aspect, she was a complete rookie, with absolutely no practical experience. Those last few moves were already her limit. Seeing her rendered speechless by my flirty words, I felt smug, having finally scored a point back. I pressed my advantage, my gaze intense. Can't I? Shen Qingqiu looked at my smug expression and casually dropped a fatal line. Wounds caused by Shen Yichen are fine. Do you need me to call Yichen over to help you? A bucket of cold water was poured right over my head. I immediately deflated. Shen Yichen really doesn't hold back. If I really let him come and blow, I'd probably spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair. Do you need it? She smiled pleasantly. My face turned bright red and I gritted my teeth. No need. I fled for my life, diving into the bathroom. In the bathroom, the water rushed. As I scrubbed, I fell into deep self-doubt. This Shen Qingqiu before, how many boyfriends did she have? Otherwise, how could she be so mischievous? Her tricks for flirting with men, one after another, a continuous chain, even a playboy who has experienced 100 flowers, even someone as experienced as me, was flirted with by her until I lost my way. If it were someone with less self-control, they probably would have surrendered long ago. The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. Is she the type who specializes in playing with men's feelings, the kind who only knows how to start fires but not put them out? A bad girl who only messes with your heart but not your body? I was indignant. This kind of woman is the worst. If you've got the guts, then while you're playing with feelings, you might as well play with the body too. The next morning, Shen Yichen came to the house. He came to apologize to old Master Yi. As for me, in his heart, I was the one who deserved to be beaten. Beating me was like carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. But he felt he shouldn't make Grandpa worry. After all, Grandpa doted on me like a fragile egg, so hitting me was no different from slapping Grandpa in the face. Old Master Yi, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive yesterday. The young man's apology was sincere and straightforward, without any beating around the bush, and his attitude was extremely humble. The old master looked at the sensible Shen Yichen and sighed. Yichen, you boys have been brothers for many years. If Yezhuan does something wrong, you can tell me. If he doesn't change, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Getting physical will hurt your relationship. Yes, I understand. Shen Yichen nodded obediently. Seeing his good attitude and admitting his mistake, the old master's gossipy heart began to stir. So, what on earth did Yezhuan do to make you so angry? Shen Yichen was silent. How was he supposed to talk about this? Say that I forced this marriage on him? He wouldn't say it even if he were beaten to death. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding, he said vaguely. The old master became even more curious. Last night I didn't say anything, and today Shen Yichen wouldn't say anything either. What on earth were these two hiding? Normally, when they argue, they just argue. They've never gotten physical. This time they did, so it must not be a small matter. A glint appeared in the old master's eyes, and he probed. Could it be that Yezhuan did something to wrong your sister? Shen Yichen was startled, and quickly shook his head. No, he didn't. It really was just a misunderstanding. He was afraid the old master would keep pressing, so he hurriedly changed the subject. Oh right, why aren't my sister and Yezhuan up yet? The old master smiled meaningfully. They were probably tired from last night. They're still sleeping. Shen Yichen's face immediately turned pale. Those two words tired from contained too much information. The old master chuckled and asked again, Yichen, would you prefer a nephew or a niece? The second critical hit. Shen Yichen felt that this was not good at all. Could it be that his sister is pregnant? No way, how long have they been married? Is that guy really a sharpshooter who never misses? Shen Yichen cursed wildly in his heart. Someone like Yezhuan, who stays up all night drinking and gaming, his body must have been drained long ago. He may look human on the outside, but he's probably all bark and no bite. Is my sister pregnant? He asked tentatively. No, I was just asking casually. Shen Yichen breathed a sigh of relief, but he still thought about it seriously. I'd like a niece. If my sister gives birth to a little princess who looks just like her, they'll definitely pluck all the stars from the sky for her. After all, by the time I was old enough to understand things, my sister was already a calm and graceful young adult, so I never got to see how cute she was as a child. I'd prefer a nephew. But the old master was very firm. The older generation's mindset was deeply ingrained. He only wanted a son to carry on the family line. Shen Yichen understood the old master's thinking, but suddenly, my arrogant and unruly face appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but blurt out, delivering the most critical hit of the day. But what if she gives birth to a great-grandson who's just like Yezhuan? The air suddenly fell silent. The old master's smile froze on his face. He slowly glanced at Shen Yichen. He used to think this kid was quite well behaved. Why is he so disagreeable now? He really knows how to rub salt in the wound. The more you don't want him to say something, the more this brat says exactly that. Impossible. The old master said decisively, under normal circumstances, sons usually take after their mothers. I chose Shen Qingqiu, precisely because of her superior genes. If he takes after him, that would be a disaster. But Shen Yichen wouldn't let it go. You also said it's only under normal circumstances. What if there's a surprise? The old master was at a loss for words. His expression darkened. But this brat was speaking the truth. Then you'd better pray that your sister's son doesn't turn out like Yezhuan. The old master said slowly. Why? Because if he does, your sister will be just like I am now, endlessly worrying about an unruly child. So heartbreaking. Shen Yichen thought about my grand achievements over the years. Indeed, if old Master Yi hadn't given the orders, anyone else would have been angered to death by me long ago. Old Master Yi, don't worry. My sister's son will absolutely not be like Ye Eshuan. Just then, Shen Qingqiu and I happened to come downstairs. I heard that sentence without missing a single word. I immediately blew my top. What do you mean absolutely not like me? If the son my wife gives birth to isn't like me, then who will he be like? Some wild man from outside? Or that playboy Li Yan? What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? I frowned and yelled. This Shen Yichen is getting more and more out of line. Hitting me yesterday was one thing, but today he runs over first thing in the morning to curse me. Being cheated on. Give him an inch and he'll take a mile. The two of them looked over at the same time. The moment Shen Yichen looked, he saw Shen Qingqiu. Although her bare face was still captivatingly beautiful, the dark circles under her eyes couldn't be more obvious. You could tell it was from excessive indulgence and poor sleep. Shen Yichen immediately shot me a hateful glare. It must be me, the beast, who tormented his sister. After all, yesterday I had boasted that I had to touch her every day, and several times at that. Truly, an animal. Am I wrong? Shen Yichen said righteously. If he's like you, a good-for-nothing playboy, the Yi family will be ruined sooner or later. The most infuriating part was that the old master even nodded in approval beside him. That's right, the old master felt that the Yi family's genes for the past few generations weren't good, which is why he went to such great lengths to find Shen Qingqiu to improve the family stock. Giving birth to a lovesick son and then a playboy grandson like me, if they don't improve the stock, the Ai family will really be doomed. I was so angry I could barely breathe. Who is the real grandson anyway? Ever since the two Shin siblings entered this house, my status has plummeted to the Mariana Trench. Just as I was isolated and helpless, Shen Qingqiu spoke up. Yichen, you can't talk about your brother-in-law like that. I suddenly looked at Shen Qingqiu, so moved that tears almost fell. I take back what I just said. As long as my wife is here, I still have some status in this house. After breakfast, everyone went their separate ways. This brat Shen Yichen didn't take Shen Qingqiu's car, but insisted on squeezing into mine. I'm not going your way. Take your sister's car, I said with a look of disdain. I just want to take your car. What are you going to do about it? Drive. Shen Yichen directly pushed me into the driver's seat. I had no choice and could only swallow my anger and be his chauffeur. Just as the car started, Shen Yichen in the passenger seat suddenly uttered a sentence. Can you restrain yourself a little in the future? I was stunned for a moment, unable to follow his train of thought. Restrain myself from what? Shen Yichen's face turned beet red, and he hesitated for a moment. My sister works hard during the day and is very tired. You should restrain yourself a bit at night. I understood immediately, but how could I restrain myself in this matter? I had just tasted sweetness. I was at my most lustful stage, and you're telling me to hold back? Isn't that like telling a hungry wolf to look at meat but not eat it? No, I replied decisively. Why? I don't want to. Right now, I just want to indulge, not to practice self-preservation. Shen Yichen was shocked by my shamelessness. He advised, I'm saying this for your own good. You're still young and don't know how to worry. If you don't hold back now and drain yourself, there's a long life ahead. What will you do then? I didn't care at all and even found it a little funny. If that day really comes, then I deserve it. I've had enough fun in my youth, so when I'm old, I can accept not being able to perform. Shen Yichen's eyes widened. How can this person be so stubborn? If the soft approach doesn't work, then he'd use the hard one. He let out a cold laugh and delivered the killing blow. Fine, go ahead. When my sister complains that you're weak and goes out to find a young, strong man, don't come crying. Alarm bells immediately went off in my head. In my mind, a scene of Shen Qingqiu hugging another man, being affectionate with each other, unconsciously appeared. No way. Absolutely not. Just thinking about it makes me want to go crazy. I immediately sat up straight and gritted my teeth. Don't you worry. That day will absolutely never come. Starting today, I'll go to the gym, do squats, eat raw oysters. I must build a strong body. Shen Yichen snorted, with a look of someone waiting for a good show. With my current frequency of several times a night, he felt that day wasn't far off. Shen Yichen snorted coldly in his heart. He would just wait for the day I cried. At that time, even if I cried my eyes out, it would have nothing to do with him. He absolutely would not give me a single tissue. Not long after, Lu Jianli and my group of bad friends heard I got married and clamored for me to treat them to a meal. I'm a henpecked husband, so I immediately asked for Shen Qingqiu's permission. Her Highness, my wife, nodded in agreement, and only then did I dare to arrange the meal. As the host, I was extremely proactive, leaving work early and bringing Shen Qingqiu to the restaurant early to wait for everyone. I didn't invite many people, only Liu Jianli, Bai Longyue, and a few close brothers, all men. Friends arrived one after another. Those who didn't know the situation saw a great beauty next to me, and their eyes almost popped out. After hearing my introduction, they were even more shocked. You brat, you quietly did something big, getting married secretly, and to someone like this. However, the real Shurafield erupted the moment Bai Longyue walked through the door. He didn't come alone. He brought along a young and beautiful girl, Zhan Xingyue. Seeing this girl, the atmosphere in the private room immediately became strange. My bad friends all had meaningful looks in their eyes, looking at me and Shen Qingqiu, their faces screaming, there's a good show to watch now. Shen Qingqiu was such a smart person, she keenly sensed something was amiss. The moment this girl appeared, everyone unconsciously looked at me. There was definitely a story here. Yeshuan Zhan Xingyue smiled brightly, walked straight up to me, and handed me an exquisite box. This is a gift I brought back for you from my trip. I took it, my expression as bland as plain water. Thanks. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Shen Qingqiu. Qingqiu, this is my friend, Zhan Xingyue. The air seemed to freeze. Zhan Xingyue was stunned, her eyes wide like bronze bells, looking back and forth in disbelief, between me and Shen Qingqiu. Yexuan, what are you talking about? I was only away for a month and you already have a wife? How is that possible? There wasn't any news about it in our circle. You must be tricking me. This is my wife, Shen Qingqiu. I repeated it once with a deadpan expression. Yeshuan Zhan Xingyue's eyes immediately turned red, looking as wronged as an abandoned puppy. You obviously didn't even have a girlfriend. How could you suddenly have a wife? You didn't just pay someone to act this out just to reject me, did you? I frowned and coldly cut off her fantasy. No. This is my legal wife, properly registered in marriage. She is Shen Yichen's biological sister. This blow was too cruel. Zhang Xingyue also knew Shen Yichen. And looking at Shen Qingqiu, indeed, between her eyebrows and eyes, there was some resemblance to Shen Yichen. It's over, it's real. With Shen Qingqiu's family background, she would absolutely not act in this boring play with me. That would be lowering her own status. Zhang Xingyue finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She looked at me and started to cry. She regretted it. If she hadn't gone on a trip, she could have known sooner, and maybe she could have prevented all of this. Seeing her cry so miserably, I didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. On the contrary, I looked impatient. What are you crying for? Today is a happy occasion where I'm hosting guests. If you want to cry, please go outside. You're ruining my atmosphere. Zhang Xingyue was stunned by my scolding, her heart aching as if it would die, but she forced herself to hold back her tears. She found a corner to sit in, feeling wronged, not daring to speak again. Shen Qingqiu watched from the side, stunned. Such a devoted girl was treated like this by me, yet she still didn't leave. Everyone's here, let's start the party. Everyone raised their glasses to congratulate us one by one, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Although Zhang Xingyue was like a punching bag, sometimes looking at me, sometimes at Shen Qingqiu, and when she felt heartbroken, she would lower her head to secretly wipe her tears. At least she didn't cause any trouble. Shen Qingqiu looked at her pitiful appearance and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. I was beside her watching Shen Qingqiu continuously paying attention to Zhang Xingyue, and I immediately panicked. I'm screwed. My wife isn't going to misunderstand that I had something going on with this girl in the past, is she? Heavens be my witness. I've lived a clean life until now. I've never even held a girl's hand. Where would I get any romantic debts? I refused to bear this reputation. After finally getting through the meal, everyone moved to a club, to a private room. Those who drank, drank. Those who played games, played games. Shen Qingqiu sat quietly on the sofa, her gaze fixed on me as I sang. I sing very well, and with a lot of style, Shen Qingqiu quietly enjoyed it. After I finished singing, the next song was Zhang Xingyue's. Zhang Xingyue held the microphone and suddenly stopped the music. Looking at Shen Qingqiu, she said, Sister Shen, I know you don't love Yishuan. The moment she said this, everyone fell silent, looking at Zhang Xingyue. Zhang Xingyue said, Sister Shen, you don't love Yishuan. I love him. I love him very much. Sister Shen, as long as you agree to divorce Yishuan, you can name any condition. She had just been asking around in their circle. Shen Qingqiu went abroad after graduating high school and has been abroad all these years, rarely returning to the country. As for me, I've always been in the country, so there wasn't much contact between us. According to her, no contact naturally means no feelings, so a sudden marriage must be a commercial marriage of wealthy families, all for benefits. She also wanted to use benefits to sway Shen Qingqiu to get Shen Qingqiu to divorce me. Zhang Xingyue? I frowned and glared at her. What nonsense are you talking about? I thought to myself. How could Shen Qingqiu not love me? She's clearly head over heels in love with me. Yeshuan, Shen Qingqiu doesn't love you, and you don't love her either. The two of you won't be happy together. Zhang Xingyue said seriously, I'm saving you. I shot her a glare. Do you think you're some kind of savior? Saving me, my foot? Give it up, Zhang Xingyue. You can't win an argument against me. You love me, so there's no way you can win. Any condition is fine? Shen Qingqiu looked at Zhang Xingyue and asked with a smile. I turned my head, looking at Shen Qingqiu in disbelief. What does she mean by that? She's not actually going to agree, is she? My face darkened and I gritted my teeth. If she dares to agree, if she dares to divorce me, turning me into a worthless, divorced man, it'll definitely kill her. 10 billion. Shen Qingqiu said with a smile, I don't want stocks, I don't want antique jewelry, I want cash and real estate. Is that okay? The person next to me nudged me with their elbow and teased with a laugh. Young Master Yi is quite valuable. I shot them an annoyed glare. Zhang Xingyu's expression turned ugly and she fell silent. 10 billion in cash and real estate. She didn't have it. She couldn't produce it. If she had it, she would have offered it for sure. What's wrong? You don't have it? Shen Qingqiu asked with a smile. Why do you need so much? Zhang Xingyue asked resentfully. Shen Qingqiu smiled and said, Don't you think he's worth it? In your heart, isn't Yishuan worth 10 billion? Zhang Xingyue felt that I was being insulted. How could Shen Qingqiu be so outrageous? How could she use money to insult me? She straightened up and said, In my heart, Yishuan is priceless. Shen Qingqiu smiled and nodded. Since he's priceless, then exchanging 10 billion for him, you would surely agree, right? I agree. Zhang Xingyue nodded, but she hesitated for a moment and said, I don't have that much money. Although she was from a wealthy family, not every rich kid can produce 10 billion. Looking around the world, the number of rich kids who can casually take out 10 billion in cash is very small. Then what should we do? Shen Qingqiu asked with a smile. Zhang Xingyue was stunned. How about I wait for you? Shen Qingqiu said with a smile. You work hard to earn money, and when you've earned enough, come find me. Zhang Xingyue wanted to cry. 10 billion. How long would she have to work to get 10 billion? She knew her own abilities well. She was just an idle rich kid with absolutely no business sense. She couldn't earn much money. But for my sake, she decided to try. You said it. Zhang Xingyue said. You said it. You'll wait for me. When I've earned 10 billion to give you, you will divorce Yizhuan. Shen Qingqiu nodded and said with a smile, I said it. You'll wait for you. Zhang Xingyue looked around at everyone in the room and said, You are all witnesses. The others, gossips who weren't afraid to stir up trouble, smiled and nodded. Okay, we are all witnesses. I really wanted to give each of them a kick. But Zhang Xingyue, you have to work hard. Someone teased with a laugh. You have to earn that 10 billion quickly. Otherwise, if it takes you decades to earn it, by then Yizhuan will be old and weak. What's the use of spending 10 billion to buy him? I casually picked a piece of fruit from the plate and threw it over. You're the one who's old. You're the one who's weak. The young man laughed and caught the fruit, taking a bite. That's right. As expected of the jade hands of a $100 billion young master, the fruit he holds is so sweet. The hands of a $100 billion young master must be worth several billion. How could it not be sweet? Someone teased along. Zhang Xinyu said seriously, Even if Yi Hian gets old and ugly, I'll still like him. I let out a cold laugh. Listening to her, it's as if I'm the only one who will get old and ugly while they can live forever and never age. How about Bach Lang Nguyet, said to Zhang Xinyu with a smile. Don't be so hung up on Yi Hian anymore. How about giving me a try? Yi Hian costs 10 billion. It'll give you a 50% discount, 5 billion. If that's the case, it'll take 50% off and then another 50%, so I am 2.5 billion. Someone else chimed in. I'll take another 50% off, 1.25 billion. I can take another 50% off, 600 million. I'll be a bit more generous. I'll waive that 25 million for you. Everyone chimed in with a teasing laugh. Zhang Xinyu was speechless. They were clearly building their happiness on her misery. Look at how cheap they are. I truly looked down on them in my heart. Everyone joked around like that until 1 a.m. before dispersing, but Zhang Xinyu had already left at 10 p.m. One reason was that she didn't want to see me and Shen Qingqiu being affectionate. The other was to go home that night to figure out how to earn money. Shen Qingqiu and I arrived home, and as soon as we stepped through the door, I couldn't help but give Shen Qingqiu a hard time. Were you really planning to sell me to Zhang Xinyu for 10 billion? Because of this, I felt extremely upset all evening. Shen Qingqiu smiled and asked, What's wrong? Do you think the price is too low or too high? I frowned and glared at her angrily. I'm a person, not a commodity. Don't worry, Shen Qingqiu said. Zhang Xinyu doesn't have 10 billion. My brows furrowed even tighter. What if she does have it? Well, if she has it, then I'll accept it, Shen Qingqiu said with a smile. You dare. I glared at Shen Qingqiu furiously. If she dares to offer it, then I definitely dare to accept, Shen Qingqiu said with a smile. I really wanted to threaten her, but I realized I had no idea how to threaten her. At most, I'll split it with you and give you 5 billion, Shen Qingqiu said. I immediately refused. I don't want it. I don't care for that kind of money. It's just 5 billion. Who doesn't have that? Why not? Shen Qingqiu asked with a smile. I didn't like you in the first place. At that time, I get the money and could also divorce you. Get away from you. A win-win situation. Isn't that great? The words I had said before our marriage appeared in my mind. I don't love you. Other than marriage, I can't give you anything else. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. Isn't that great? Hearing her say that, it seemed like it was actually pretty good. But Grandpa won't agree. I brought up my shield. Grandpa used all sorts of tricks to force me and Shen Qingqiu to marry. How could he agree to our divorce? Then I'll give him 2.5 billion, and maybe he'll agree, Shen Qingqiu said with a smile. I looked at the smile on Shen Qingqiu's face and couldn't stand it. Smile, smile, smile. Are you that happy to sell me off? Why shouldn't you be the one to give him 2.5 billion? I retorted irritably. Shen Qingqiu pondered for a few seconds, then said seriously, How about this? We each give him 1.25 billion. That way neither of us loses out. I was about to explode with anger, but there was nothing I could do to her. This classic feeling of finding her annoying, yet being unable to do anything about it, made me about to explode on the spot. Seeing my angry expression, Shen Qingqiu smiled comfortingly. All right, I'm just kidding. I won't sell you. I looked at her, half believing and half doubting. The reason I said 10 billion is because I know Zhang Xinyu doesn't have 10 billion. Otherwise, why wouldn't I say 100 million or 1 billion? Because I know, if it were 1 billion, she could probably get it if she tried. I only said that to make Zhang Xinyu back down from the difficulty. Shen Qingqiu explained. Hearing her say that, my expression finally softened. Even if I really wanted to sell you, I wouldn't sell you for 10 billion. You are the crown prince of the I Corporation. The entire I Corporation will be yours in the future, worth hundreds of billions. Selling you for 10 billion is a losing business deal that I won't do. So you're not selling me because 10 billion is too much of a loss. If someone offered 100 billion, you'd sell? Mm-hmm. Shen Qingqiu nodded without hesitation. You'd sell? I was speechless. But don't overthink it. Shen Qingqiu looked at me and added, I reckon in this lifetime, no one would spend 100 billion to buy you. Those who have 100 billion wouldn't spend it to buy you. And those who want to buy you don't have 100 billion. I gritted my teeth and forced out a sentence. Human trafficking is illegal. Shen Qingqiu smiled and nodded. I know. So, isn't that why I'm not selling you? Right now, she's not selling me, only because no one is offering 100 billion. If someone offered 100 billion, she would definitely sell. Such a money-grubbing woman. This is the wife Grandpa chose for me. If Grandpa knew what she was like, I wonder if he would regret it. Alright, Shen Qingqiu had finally teased me enough. She smiled and pinched my cheek, saying, go take a shower. I froze for a moment, looking at Shen Qingqiu. She's really getting more and more out of hand. Before, she only teased me with words, now she's even pinching my cheek. Doesn't she know that you can't just pinch a man's cheeks? No one has ever dared to pinch my cheeks like she has. I shot Shen Qingqiu a glare, thinking I had intimidated her with my eyes before turning to go shower. In the bathroom, I looked at myself in the mirror, and suddenly, as if possessed, I reached out my hand and pinched my own cheek. Pinching it actually felt really nice. No wonder Shen Qingqiu always wants to pinch it. She has no self-respect at all. How can a woman just pinch a man's cheeks like that? While I was showering, Shen Yichen was texting Shen Qingqiu, explaining the situation with Zhang Xinyue. The Zhang family and the Yi family have always been on very good terms. The two of them grew up together since they were kids. But don't get me wrong, Ye Hian doesn't like Zhang Xinyue. He only sees Zhang Xinyue as a friend. Although Ye Hian is a playboy, he's very clean when it comes to relationships. He's never messed around and doesn't use his money or looks to play with women's feelings. Shen Qingqiu smiled. It seems Yichen really likes his brother-in-law. Shen Qingqiu replied, how clean is he? Between you and him, who is cleaner? Shen Yichen, we're both equally clean. We are both clean boys. Shen Qingqiu was speechless. Shen Yichen, I've always suspected that Ye Hian is still a virgin. Seeing this message, Shen Qingqiu recalled his performance on their wedding night and replied, you can drop the suspected part. So he really is a virgin? Shen Yichen was very curious, wanting to ask how my first time went, whether it was 3 minutes or 3 seconds, but in the end, he didn't ask. Even blood siblings must have their boundaries. You can't be curious about everything. I came out after my shower and said to Shen Qingqiu with a stern face, in the future, you are not allowed to just pinch other men's cheeks. Shen Qingqiu smiled, nodded, and replied, okay, I won't pinch other men, I'll only pinch yours. I originally wanted to say she couldn't just pinch my cheeks either, but then I thought, what if I don't let her pinch them, and she really goes off to pinch some other man's cheeks? Fine then, if she wants to pinch, she can pinch mine. It's not like I'll lose any flesh from a pinch anyway. As for the matter of Zhang Xinyue wanting to spend 10 billion for me and Shen Qingqiu to divorce, it quickly reached Grandpa Ye's ears. Grandpa Ye's assessment of this matter was, I didn't expect you to be worth so much. All these years, I've spent so much money and effort on you, and now I can finally recoup my investment. Grandpa Ye looked at me and asked, when is Nguyet bringing the money to buy you? I was furious. She doesn't have the money. Grandpa Yi had a realization and said, I thought you were really worth that much. Turns out Nguyet was just all talk. I actually thought Nguyet was willing to spend 10 billion to buy you. I was hopping mad. It's my fault. Shen Qingqiu, who was beside me, laughed, chimed in. I quoted too high a price. I should have quoted 1 billion. Zhang Xinyue might have been able to scrape it together. Grandpa Ye shook his head vigorously. 1 billion won't do. After raising him for so many years, all the food and expenses, how can it only be 1 billion? 1 billion doesn't even cover the cost of raising him. It's too much of a loss. I don't do losing business. Shen Qingqiu smiled and nodded. You're right. We can't do a losing business. I was about to grind my teeth to dust. These two swindlers. The news that Zhang Xinyue wanted to spend 10 billion for Shen Qingqiu to divorce me spread through the circles just like that. Many onlookers were stunned. When did Shen Qingqiu and I get married? How come there was no news about it at all? But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Zhang Xinyue was truly infatuated with me and was willing to spend 10 billion for me to get a divorce. After that, Zhang Xinyue's new move naturally reached Shen Qingqiu's ears. I heard that Zhang Xinyue went home and thought all night and decided to become an internet celebrity to sell things via live stream. After all, it's really easy for internet celebrities to make money these days. A top streamer can earn tens of billions in a year. If she's lucky, she could earn 10 billion in 2 or 3 years. It's a viable way to make money. When I received this news, I felt very uneasy. Internet celebrities do make a lot of money now. If Zhang Xinyue really earns 10 billion, what will I do then? Just then, Zhang Xinyue sent me a message. Ye Hian, wait for me. I'll quickly earn 10 billion to buy your freedom. Buy my freedom? Shen Qingqiu and I were legally married. I didn't sell myself to her, much less become her property. What nonsense is she spouting? I thought for a moment and replied, you think if I divorce Shen Qingqiu, he'll be with you? When Zhang Xinyue saw this message, it felt like her world was collapsing. That's right, Shen Qingqiu only said she would divorce me for 10 billion. She never said that after I got divorced, I would definitely be with her. But Zhang Xinyue gritted her teeth. Even so, she was willing. As long as I got divorced, she would have a chance. Spending 10 billion to buy a chance, she felt it was worth it. It doesn't matter. Even if you're not with me after the divorce, I'm still willing. I was immediately speechless. What kind of girl is this? Is her brain completely love-addled? Shen Qingqiu felt that Zhang Xinyue was a rare talent. She wanted to sign Zhang Xinyue. Previously, the artists under her company were basically traditional entertainers. She was undergoing a strategic transformation, preparing to enter the internet celebrity industry. The team was already established and had also started searching online for potential rising stars who weren't signed yet. In Shen Qingqiu's eyes, Zhang Xinyue was very good. She was beautiful, and her aura stood out. Most importantly, through their few interactions, Shen Qingqiu found her personality quite interesting. If there was someone backing her, Zhang Xinyue could easily become famous. So, Shen Qingqiu took the initiative to arrange a meeting with Zhang Xinyue. When Zhang Xinyue received the invitation, she thought Shen Qingqiu wanted to see her to talk about me and the 10 billion matter. Actually, Zhang Xinyue wasn't stupid. She knew very well in her heart that Shen Qingqiu's 10 billion price wasn't because she really wanted the money, but to make her back down from the difficulty. But as long as it was about me, no matter how difficult the road ahead, she would absolutely not back down. But when they met, Shen Qingqiu got straight to the point and stated her purpose. Zhang Xinyue was stunned. You want to sign me? Shen Qingqiu smiled and nodded. You know the strength of Tuangthi Entertainment in the industry. As long as you sign, I guarantee I can make you famous. Zhang Xinyue's CPU was about to fry. She clearly wanted to steal Shen Qingqiu's husband and even wanted to earn 10 billion for them to divorce. But now Shen Qingqiu wanted to sign her, promote her, and even help her make money. What on earth was Shen Qingqiu playing at? Zhang Xinyue didn't believe Shen Qingqiu was that kind and felt the other party definitely had an ulterior motive. But she still decided to sign with Shen Qingqiu's company. After all, by signing with Shen Qingqiu, she would have more time and opportunities to interact with Shen Qingqiu. This is what they call know your enemy, know yourself. Just like now, aside from knowing some basic information about Shen Qingqiu, she was clueless about everything else, not even grasping what kind of person Shen Qingqiu truly was. Wanting to steal me from her hands, she really didn't know where to start. Il sign. Zhang Xinyue was impressed by Shen Qingqiu's swift actions. From the time they met to bringing a lawyer to Tuangthi Entertainment and completing the signing procedures, it only took an hour in total. The news of Shen Qingqiu signing Zhang Xinyue quickly spread through their circles. Everyone was baffled by this move. What on earth were these two doing? It was getting more and more confusing. But the person who understood the least was actually me. Zhang Xinyue wanted to make money, so Shen Qingqiu signed her and took her to make money. I really couldn't guess what Shen Qingqiu was really planning. Liu Jianli and the others gathered to help me analyze it. This move by Sister Shen Qingqiu is really brilliant. I frowned and asked, brilliant in what way? Do you even need to ask? By signing Zhang Xinyue to her company, now she's just an ant in Sister Shen Qingqiu's hand. She can crush her however she wants. If she wants to promote her, she can promote her. If she wants to shelve her, she can shelve her. Under Sister Shen Qingqiu, Zhang Xinyue probably won't ever be able to earn that 10 billion in her lifetime. Besides, Zhang Xinyue definitely won't give up on you. Who knows how she's plotting to seduce you. Now, Sister Shen Qingqiu has placed her right under her nose. All her actions are under control. What chance does she have to seduce you anymore? I thought about it carefully and felt that what they said really made sense. Shen Qingqiu is still the deep and cunning one. Zhang Xinyue, a rich young lady who only knows how to live idly. How could she be a match for Shen Qingqiu, who has navigated the world abroad for many years like an old fox? It seems Shen Qingqiu is determined not to divorce me. I also thought to myself, after a divorce, where would she find a husband as young, handsome, and rich as me? I'm not bragging, but among the wealthy circles in City C, those richer than my family aren't as young and handsome as me, and those more handsome than me. Sorry, I haven't seen anyone more handsome than me in this circle. I am the most handsome. There is no one else. In short, I'm certain that Shen Qingqiu will absolutely not let go. But on second thought, Shen Qingqiu and I were complete strangers before and had no romantic foundation. So in the beginning, what was it about me that made her marry me? Wasn't it because I'm young and handsome and because my family has money? Unless she meets someone younger, more handsome, and richer than me, otherwise Shen Qingqiu won't divorce me. As young Master Yi, I still have this much confidence. Shen Qingqiu secretly calculated the days. Since our first time together, more than half a month had passed. Although her period was still 2 or 3 days away, she still took out a pregnancy test. One line appeared before her eyes, not pregnant. She didn't seem disappointed. It's normal not to be pregnant after just over half a month. After all, newlyweds often get pregnant within half a year. She casually threw the pregnancy test into the trash can and walked out. After she was done in the bathroom, I went in. While I was busy, my eyes accidentally glanced at the pregnancy test in the trash. Although I've never used one myself, I still have the basic knowledge. I hesitated for a moment, then carefully picked it up to observe it closely. One line, not pregnant. Regarding whether Shen Qingqiu was pregnant or not, I didn't really have any particular thoughts. Although Grandpa was always rushing us to have a child, I felt like I was still a kid myself, and I really couldn't imagine the scene of a tiny, fragile child calling me dad. Does Shen Qingqiu want to have a baby that badly? We've only been married for a little over half a month, not even a full month, and she's already rushing to use a pregnancy test to check. I came out after my shower and lifted the covers to get into bed. I turned my head to look at Shen Qingqiu beside me and couldn't help asking, "Do you really want to have a child?" "Mm-hmm." Shen Qingqiu nodded honestly at me. "My age is the prime age for childbirth. I'm afraid if I wait a few more years, my physical and mental energy won't be able to keep up. Besides, this is Grandpa's request. I've received benefits from Grandpa, so I can't not do the work. A child? I have to have one sooner or later anyway. If there are benefits to having one early, why not do it early?" "Why?" I pressed. I originally thought a strong businesswoman like Shen Qingqiu would feel that children are a burden and wouldn't really want to have them, but Shen Qingqiu smiled and said to me, "To have a child to tie you down, of course." I was suddenly stunned, my face immediately turning red. "What nonsense are you talking about?" I knew very well in my heart that she was talking nonsense. From the time she went to study abroad in her teens, to being able to take over the overseas business of Tuang the group right after graduation, looking at this experience, Shen Qingqiu is such a self-reliant and strong woman. A woman like that would absolutely not try to use a child to tie down a man. "Do you think I'm easy to fool just because I'm young?" I shot her an annoyed glare. "You're always either teasing me or fooling me. Are you ever sincere with me?" "No," Shen Qingqiu replied with a smile. Hearing this, my expression softened a little. Who would have thought Shen Qingqiu would immediately add, "It's not just young people who are easy to fool. As long as they're men, they're all easy to fool." I was speechless. It sounded like she was saying that all men are idiots in her eyes. "Have you fooled a lot of men?" I stared at her and asked. I always feel like her romantic experience is unbelievably vast. She's so good at it. When she teases me, she has one trick after another. "No." Shen Qingqiu shook her head. "Other men aren't worth my effort to fool," she said casually. I just stared straight at her. She suddenly moved closer, her beautiful face almost touching mine. I instinctively wanted to back away a little, but then I immediately felt that would be too cowardly. So I stopped, stubbornly looking at her. But my earlobes disobediently turned red. "I only fool you," Shen Qingqiu said softly. She did it on purpose. Her voice was very low. She spoke very slowly, her orchid-like breath seducing me. "Why?" I asked nervously. "You tell me?" Shen Qingqiu smiled lightly, looking into my eyes. I was incredibly tense, my heart beating so fast it felt like it would burst from my chest. My fingers clenched the backrest beneath me, my face flushed red, unable to say a word for a long time. Shen Qingqiu looked at me like this and found it incredibly adorable. The immaturity of youth, the shyness and innocence are truly the most beautiful and precious things in the world. She took the opportunity to gently kiss my lips. Zhan Xingyue filmed a video, a very simple transformation video. She didn't even come up with the script herself. She directly imitated a photographer, who was the most famous professional online. The clothes were beautiful, and so was she. The company even bought traffic for her. This video made Zhan Xingyue famous overnight, gaining hundreds of thousands of fans. In the internet age, this isn't an exaggeration. Back then, a first-generation internet celebrity, just with a video of her flipping her skirt, could gain tens of millions of fans. After Zhan Xingyue became famous, she immediately went to find Shen Qingqiu. "I'm treating you to dinner tonight. Bring Ye Xuan along too." Treating Shen Qingqiu to dinner was just an excuse. She actually just wanted to see me. Shen Qingqiu felt that. This Zhan Xingyue was really interesting. "You're treating me to dinner, and you're telling me to bring my husband along. Does that mean you want me to create an opportunity for you and my husband to interact? Do you think I would do such a thing?" She really couldn't understand what on earth this Zhan Xingyue was thinking. Zhan Xingyue also knew that this request was a bit strange, but what choice did she have? Before, she could still see me often. We would eat, drink, have fun, and hang out together. But now, even for a text message, I wouldn't reply to her anymore, let alone going out to meet for dinner. Shen Qingqiu asked, "Where are we eating?" Zhan Xingyue was stunned for a moment. She originally thought Shen Qingqiu would refuse. "You agreed?" Shen Qingqiu nodded. "Yes," Zhan Xingyue asked uncertainly, "including Ye Xuan?" Shen Qingqiu looked at her and said with a smile, "It's fine if you don't want to invite him." I want to," Zhan Xingyue said hurriedly. Zhan Xingyue was afraid Shen Qingqiu would change her mind, so she quickly stated the time and place and then ran off. Afraid that if she were a step too slow, Shen Qingqiu would regret it. Shen Qingqiu watched her retreating figure and chuckled. In her eyes, Zhan Xingyue was really interesting. A very cute girl. Such a beautiful and interesting girl, and I still don't like her. So what kind of person do I actually like? Shen Qingqiu sent me a WeChat message. Although she and I had added each other on WeChat, we hadn't contacted each other much. I opened it, and the chat window was still empty. She texted, "I'll come pick you up from the company tonight. Let's go have dinner." I was working, and couldn't help but be stunned when I saw this message. This was the first time Shen Qingqiu had actively texted me. The very first message was to ask me out to eat. It was almost time to get off work, so I intentionally went to the restroom to fix my appearance. Then I estimated the time and went to the company gate to wait. It was exactly closing time. So many employees of the E-Corporation saw me get into a woman's car, but they didn't know my relationship with her. Is she a friend or the Crown Prince's girlfriend? Shen Qingqiu said nothing. She just drove seriously. I felt that with the two of us not saying anything, the atmosphere was a bit stiff and awkward. I cleared my throat and asked, "Where are we going?" Shen Qingqiu uttered two words, "Pin Weizhai." Hai. I was stunned. Pin Weizhai? Hai? Isn't this my favorite restaurant? Could it be that she specially chose it for me? I pursed my lips, feeling a bit happy and secretly pleased. 40 minutes later, the two of us walked into the restaurant. I probed, "Is there anyone else?" Actually, I was ecstatic inside. This was the first time I was having a meal alone with her. Shen Qingqiu nodded. "Yes, an artist from my company is here." My heart sank. Immediately after, a greater joy washed over me, taking me to meet her artist. Isn't that equivalent to making our relationship public? I tried to suppress the smile that was about to stretch from ear to ear. I followed her closely to the private room. However, the moment the door was pushed open, the smile on my face completely froze. There was only one person in the small room. When Zhan Xingyue saw me, she happily stood up. "Ye Xuan, you're here." I suddenly turned my head to look at Shen Qingqiu, my eyes full of questioning. "An artist from your company?" Shen Qingqiu's expression didn't change. "You didn't know she signed a contract with my company?" Of course I knew, but I couldn't understand why did our world for two have to include this third wheel? It's not like Shen Qingqiu didn't know about Zhan Xingyue's feelings for me. Just as I was feeling doubtful, Shen Qingqiu casually added another sentence. "Today, it's Zhan Xingyue who's treating us to dinner." What? My mind immediately went blank. It wasn't Shen Qingqiu who invited me, but Zhan Xingyue. So this favorite restaurant of mine was also booked by Zhan Xingyue. My face immediately turned pale, drooping like a defeated rooster. Although I was extremely annoyed, I still sat down, but I coldly took out my phone, not saying a word. Zhan Xingyue smiled and handed me the menu. "Ye Xuan, I've already ordered a few dishes you like. See if there's anything else you want to order." I took the menu, just glanced at it, and then coldly dropped a line. "I don't like any of the dishes you ordered." Zhan Xingyue's smile froze on her face. Impossible. She had been in love with me for so many years. She knew my preferences like the back of her hand. She immediately understood that I was doing it on purpose, intentionally making things difficult for her. Her eyes immediately darkened, filled with hurt, but I didn't even bother to look at her. I directly pushed the menu in front of Shen Qingqiu. "You order. You don't know what I like to eat." I looked up and said, word for word, "I'll eat whatever you order." After Shen Qingqiu finished ordering, the private room was dead silent. Zhan Xingyue was dressed glamorously today, but right now she felt utterly wretched. She wanted to leave but didn't dare to. She was afraid I would get even angrier and she wouldn't even be able to see me in the future. She held back her tears and said to me softly, "If you don't like these dishes, I just won't order them anymore in the future." I remained silent. My mood right now was absolutely terrible. I just wanted to lose my temper. Very quickly, the food was served. The dishes Zhan Xingyue ordered plus the ones Shen Qingqiu ordered filled the entire table. I picked up my chopsticks under Zhan Xingyue's expectant and nervous gaze and precisely picked up the dishes that Shen Qingqiu had ordered. As for the dishes she ordered, I didn't even spare them a single glance from beginning to end. Throughout the entire meal, I only ate the dishes Shen Qingqiu ordered. Zhan Xingyue noticed this, and the rims of her eyes turned red again, but she tried her best to hold back her tears from falling. This scene was all seen by Shen Qingqiu, and she didn't feel good about it either. When it was time to leave, Zhan Xingyue suddenly called out to Shen Qingqiu, "Co Shen, I want to talk to you about work." Shen Qingqiu nodded, turned her head and said to me, "You go home first." I first glared at Zhan Xingyue, then glared at Shen Qingqiu before storming off alone in a huff. Shen Qingqiu and Zhan Xingyue found a nearby coffee shop. As soon as they sat down, Zhan Xingyue couldn't hold it in anymore. She sobbed and questioned, "Did you say something to Ye Xuan? He wasn't like this to me before." Shen Qingqiu took out a tissue and handed it to her. "Yes, that's right, I forced him to treat you like this." Zhan Xingyue cried even harder, but deep down she knew this wasn't the truth. With my arrogant and domineering personality, how could I possibly listen to Shen Qingqiu? Shen Qingqiu looked at her tear-streaked face, like a pear blossom in the rain, and let out a soft laugh. "Do you want to look in a mirror right now?" Zhan Xingyue was stunned, subconsciously thinking that her crying face was a mess and ugly. To her surprise, as soon as she took out her mirror, Shen Qingqiu said with a smile, "You're very beautiful when you cry." A lonely, jade-like face with tears on the railing, a pear blossom branch in spring, laden with rain. Shen Qingqiu looked at her gently, using a poem by Bai Juyi to praise her. Zhan Xingyue immediately blushed. Being praised by a great beauty like Shen Qingqiu, she actually felt a little proud. But then her face fell again. "So what if she was beautiful?" Shen Qingqiu said with a smile. "He doesn't like it, but I do." Zhan Xingyue's eyes suddenly widened, looking at Shen Qingqiu in disbelief. Shen Qingqiu's gaze was sincere and gentle. It didn't seem like she was joking. Zhan Xingyue's cheeks flushed red. She stammered, I have something to do. I'll be leaving now." After saying that, she grabbed her purse and fled for her life. Meanwhile, I was at home, pacing restlessly. What would Zhang Xingyue say to Shen Qingqiu? Would she embellish the story? I carefully recalled, she and I were just friends. We had never done anything ambiguous. I've always been decisive when it comes to feelings. If I don't like someone, I reject them. I've never led anyone on. Thinking of this, I felt a little relieved. After Shen Qingqiu returned, I stared at her and found that her expression was normal, showing no signs of joy or anger. I cleared my throat and probed. What did Zhang Xingyue say to you? Just work matters, Shen Qingqiu said lightly. I didn't believe it at all. Do work matters need to be discussed privately outside? I stared at her persistently, determined to get an answer. Shen Qingqiu suddenly smiled. Ye Xuan, you really are a very good man. I was immediately stunned, my cheeks slowly turning red. Why did she suddenly praise me? The next second, Shen Qingqiu walked up to me, stood slightly on her tiptoes, and wrapped her arms around my neck. A warm, gentle kiss landed on my lips. I was completely petrified, my mind a blank. Good men deserve a reward. After saying that, she turned and went into the bathroom, leaving me alone, blushing, and watching her retreating back with suspicion. We've been married for so long, this is the first time Shen Qingqiu has praised me, not counting in bed, of course. At that time, she was pushed to her limit and would also praise me for being so good, so amazing. But I knew very well in my heart, a woman's words in bed cannot be trusted at all. So what was the reason? Could it be that Zhang Xingyue said something? The more I thought, the more it felt wrong, so I immediately texted Zhang Xingyue. What did you say to Shen Qingqiu? Zhang Xingyue was furious. She questioned me back. What did she say about me to you? That woman is two-faced. She praised me for being beautiful, turned around and badmouthed me to you. I was baffled. She didn't say anything bad. She just came home and praised me for being a good man. Zhang Xingyue was left speechless. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood Shen Qingqiu. I continued to press. So what did you say? Zhang Xingyue replied, I didn't say anything. This time I was even more baffled. Zhang Xingyue didn't say anything, so why did Shen Qingqiu praise me for no reason? I couldn't figure it out. Until Shen Qingqiu came out after her shower, I couldn't hold it in anymore and asked her directly, why did you say I'm a good man? Shen Qingqiu, while drying her hair, said with a smile, because Yishuan is a good man to begin with. I immediately froze, my cheeks flushing red again. She actually called me Yeshuan. I couldn't stand the embarrassment, threw back I'm going to shower and fled for my life. I rushed into the bathroom. Behind me, Shen Qingqiu spoke unhurriedly. Come out after your shower. It'll give you a reward. What reward? I turned my head to look at her, but Shen Qingqiu just gave me a mysterious smile without elaborating. Filled with doubt and a little bit of anticipation, I entered the bathroom with a red face. I crazily guessed what Shen Qingqiu wanted to reward me with. The last reward was a kiss, so later. Thinking of a certain possibility, I immediately got excited and quickly washed myself clean. Already embarrassed, plus the steam in the bathroom, my whole body was flushed red when I came out. As soon as I looked up, I saw Shen Qingqiu wearing a black spaghetti-strap nightgown, sitting lazily on the bed. Her long hair was casually spread out, sexy and alluring. She saw me, her full red lips curled up slightly, and she beckoned to me with her finger. Come here. My heart immediately started racing, my steps stiff. I walked towards her step by step, finally stopping by the bed. Shen Qingqiu beckoned to me with her finger again, signaling me to bend down. I obediently bent down slightly. The next second, Shen Qingqiu reached out and wrapped her arms around my neck, her orchid-like breath asking, What reward do you want? I stared at her, my voice hoarse. Can I have any reward? Yes. Shen Qingqiu nodded gently. My Adam's apple bobbed, my voice trembling with excitement. I want. What you refused me last night. Shen Qingqiu was immediately stunned, her smiling face instantly blushing. She said nothing, her eyes darting away, fiercely considering it in her heart. She felt she really couldn't do it, so she had refused. But she didn't expect that even after being rejected, I still hadn't given up, and even brought it up again today. She suddenly regretted giving me a reward. I didn't give her any chance to refuse. The moment she was about to open her mouth, I kissed her directly, using my actions to block all the words she wanted to say. I took it as her tacit agreement. That's right, I really like doing these intimate things with Shen Qingqiu. It's not just physical pleasure, but also a sense of spiritual accomplishment. Although in life, she has me wrapped around her finger, Shen Qingqiu is clearly only 5 years older than me, but the maturity and calmness she exudes makes it seem like she's 25 years older than me. In front of her, I am like a child. With just a few words, she can make me fly into a rage, and with just a few words, she can also coax me. A single glance can make me flustered and uneasy. The arrogant, domineering, cool young master of the I family is completely wrapped around a woman's finger. I'm very unhappy, but in bed, the situation is completely reversed. Here, I am the absolute ruler. She is no match for me at all. She can only beg for mercy time and time again. But that's still not enough. What I want is not just to have Shen Qingqiu wrapped around my finger in bed. I also have to be the one leading in life. On what grounds should my dignity be trampled underfoot by a woman? So, I went to a brother I'm quite close with, Jin Cheng. This guy is a notorious playboy. He changes women like he changes clothes. But ironically, every one of his girlfriends loves him to death, and even after breaking up, they protect him fiercely. I have to get his secret. I humbly asked for advice. Brother Jin Cheng, how exactly do you get your ex-girlfriends wrapped around your finger? Jin Cheng laughed indecently. Why? Want to get Shen Qingqiu wrapped around your finger? I immediately denied it. No, Jin Cheng laughed heartily. His words struck me like lightning. Actually, I never thought about getting them wrapped around my finger. They willingly let themselves be wrapped around my finger. Why? Jin Cheng looked at me meaningfully. Because they love me. In love, the one who loves more will always compromise and yield until they are completely wrapped around the other's finger, while the one who doesn't love enough remains forever calm and cold. Yexuan, if you never change in a relationship, have no emotional ups and downs, then it proves you don't love the other person at all. This sentence struck me like a bolt of lightning. I suddenly remembered, after getting married, I had become unlike myself. I would get angry because she went on a business trip. I would get furious because she had dinner with another man. My emotions were like a roller coaster controlled by her. And what about Shen Qingqiu? She is forever calm, forever cold, forever unchanging. So, a thought that terrified me immensely emerged. Could it be that the one who loves Shen Qingqiu is me? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. We are just in a commercial marriage for the sake of continuing the family line. She is not my type at all. My type is. What is it? I actually couldn't think of it. Jin Cheng's ambiguous voice interrupted my thoughts. What? You've fallen for Shen Qingqiu? I suddenly came to my senses. My face immediately flushed red, and I retorted hastily and quickly, no. However, the more I acted like this, the more ambiguous Jin Cheng's smile became, and my face grew hotter. Jin Cheng laughed and patted my shoulder. His tone relaxed. Liking Shen Qingqiu is nothing to be ashamed of. I immediately fell silent. Liking someone is indeed not shameful. But the person that the young master of the Ai family like me likes doesn't like me back. This is utterly humiliating. Since when have I ever been in an unrequited love? When I love, I must possess. Jin Cheng added another blow. You're still young, you don't know how popular Shen Qingqiu was back in school. In a school with 100 male students, at least 80 of them liked her. I instinctively retorted, Brother Jin Cheng, that's an exaggeration. But he laughed and said, that's an understatement. Just think, at your age of first love, if there's a beautiful girl with a good figure in school who excels in her studies and has a good personality, an almost perfect girl, wouldn't you like her? If Shen Qingqiu hadn't gone abroad early, her family's doorstep would have been worn down by suitors long ago. This sentence made me feel extremely uncomfortable inside. I frowned and blurted out, Shen Qingqiu isn't as great as you say. Jin Cheng gave a half smile and looked at me. Then you're with her day and night. Tell me her flaws. I immediately opened my mouth to list them, but after one word, I was speechless. Shen Qingqiu's flaws? Old? 27 is clearly a woman's golden age. Likes to tease me? But when I'm teased, I'm clearly enjoying it immensely inside. I suddenly discovered I couldn't name a single flaw of hers. What? Can't name any? Jin Cheng's eyes seemed to see through everything. I pursed my lips, saying nothing. Yeshuan, Shen Qingqiu is your wife. Liking her is perfectly legitimate. It's a matter of course. But I was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. My fur stood on end immediately, and I agitatedly argued, I don't like her. Jin Cheng looked at my immature reaction and just smiled. All right, you don't like her. That I understand. You look on his face made me tremble with anger. To convince him, and also to convince myself, I emphasized again, I really don't like her. I got married because my grandpa forced me with his death. I was convinced I couldn't be so impulsive and reckless. How could I fall in love with a woman after being with her for less than a month? All my reactions were just because I was too immature, while Shen Qingqiu's methods were too sophisticated. She was too good at flirting. That's right, it must be like that. I swore that in the future, I must become mature and calm and never let her tease me to the point where my heart races again. It wasn't until Jin Cheng and I parted ways that I suddenly realized my purpose for coming today was to ask for advice on how to get Shen Qingqiu wrapped around my finger. But in the end, he turned the tables on me, saying I've fallen for Shen Qingqiu. I even forgot my original purpose. So annoying. I don't like Shen Qingqiu at all. I went home with a belly full of anger. Shen Qingqiu wasn't back yet. But in the living room, I saw the person I least wanted to see. Zhan Xingyue. She was sitting on the sofa, talking to my grandpa. The moment I saw her, my face immediately fell. Seeing my expression, Zhan Xingyue looked hurt again. Before, the two of them were quite good friends. Now, the moment I saw her, her face fell. She was so angry the rims of her eyes turned red. I couldn't be bothered to pay her any attention, and without a word, I went straight upstairs. Old Master Yi was left in the living room, looking at Zhan Xingyue and letting out a heavy sigh. Yue, listen to Grandpa. You and Yeshuan are not a good match. Old Master Yes' words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Zhan Xingyue's head. Her eyes reddened, feeling wronged and unconvinced. Where are we not a good match? We're from well-matched families, childhood sweethearts. He's handsome and I'm beautiful too. Where are we not a good match? Her voice was a little choked up. They were clearly a match made in heaven. But old Master Yi just remained silent. This silence was more painful than any words. The more Zhang Xingyue thought about it, the more the tears finally broke through. To avoid being seen, she could only lower her head and let the tears fall. Just then, a clear female voice rang out, teary like a pear blossom in the rain. Shen Qingqiu was back. As soon as she entered, she saw Zhang Xingyue crying. Zhang Xingyue face flushed, clearly heartbroken. But at this moment, an indescribable shyness welled up. She recalled what Shen Qingqiu said last night, saying that Ye Xuan didn't like her, but she liked her. What on earth did that sentence mean? She thought about it all night but couldn't figure it out. Today, as if possessed, she came to the Ai family home again. Shen Qingqiu paid no mind and angrily asked Zhang Xingyue, "What did Yizhuan do now?" Seeing that Zhang Xingyue tears were about to fall again, Shen Qingqiu gave a helpless smile. She walked over and sat down next to Zhang Xingyue, then took out a tissue and handed it to her, her tone gentle. "Crying so much? Are you made of water?" Zhang Xingyue looked at the tissue and hesitated before taking it. In her daze, she seemed to hear in Shen Qingqiu's tone a hint of affection. Affection? Has she gone crazy or has Shen Qingqiu gone crazy? This scene was witnessed by me as I was coming downstairs. I saw Shen Qingqiu driving back from the balcony, so I came downstairs. As a result, I saw my wife sitting with the woman who desires me. Zhang Xingyue was crying and Shen Qingqiu was comforting her. The next second, Shen Qingqiu's words drove me even crazier with anger. "Don't cry anymore. Crying over a man who doesn't love you isn't worth it." Her expression was both serious and gentle. My eyebrow twitched violently. What the hell is Shen Qingqiu doing? That's her love rival. She's comforting her love rival while also putting me down, saying I'm not worth it. I couldn't take it anymore and glared angrily at Shen Qingqiu. What are you talking about? Who did you say isn't worth it? Logically, shouldn't she hate Zhang Xingyue because of me? But the way she looked at Zhang Xingyue was filled with heartache. Shen Qingqiu looked at my angry self without a hint of fear. Instead, she questioned me. Why did you make her cry again? She's defending Zhang Xingyue now. Does she even know who's closer to her? I was so angry I spoke without thinking. I hit her. That's why she's crying, all right? This was the first time in front of her that I had gotten so angry. My wife didn't side with me, but defended my love rival instead. It's enough to make a person explode with anger. Shen Qingqiu was stunned, looking at me as if she didn't expect me to be genuinely angry. I glared at her and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Grandpa Yi shouted from behind. I didn't turn back and threw out a sentence. Out to cause trouble. The living room immediately fell silent. Zhang Xingyue was so scared she didn't dare to cry anymore, and she secretly glanced at Shen Qingqiu. "Did I make you two fight?" Shen Qingqiu looked at her. Why did her words sound so fake? Zhang Xingyue still wanted to explain. "I didn't mean to. Say no more." Shen Qingqiu stopped Zhang Xingyue. "The more you talk, the faker you sound." Grandpa Yi glanced at the two of them. Not only did he not explain on my behalf, but he even enthusiastically invited Zhang Xingyue to stay for dinner. Zhang Xingyue secretly glanced at Shen Qingqiu and didn't refuse. So in the living room, Shen Qingqiu, Grandpa Ye, and Zhang Xingyue, the three of them, ate dinner happily. As for me, I went out alone to drink my sorrows away. Of course, I wasn't alone. I called Bai Longyue, Liu Jianli, and another friend. The only one I didn't call was Shen Yichen. After the three of them arrived, they looked left and right and couldn't help but ask, "Where's Shen Yichen?" My face was cold, my voice filled with anger. I didn't call him. I'm mad at Shen Qingqiu right now, which extends to not wanting to see Shen Yichen. After all, the two siblings have always been on the same side. Bai Longyue smiled probingly. "What's wrong? Did he piss you off?" I still didn't say anything. The three looked at each other. "Did Shen Yichen piss you off? Weren't things fine in the group chat this afternoon?" Liu Jianli kept poking at the sore spot and said with a laugh, "Go tell Sister Shen Qingqiu, let Sister Shen Qingqiu teach him a lesson. Don't mention Shen Qingqiu." I finally exploded, glaring fiercely at Liu Jianli. The three of them immediately understood. Oh ho, it wasn't Shen Yichen who caused trouble, but Shen Qingqiu. Shen Yichen was innocently dragged into it. This time, the three of them were fully in gossip mode, asking excitedly, "What's up with you and Sister Shen Qingqiu? Did you fight? Did she scold you? Or did she hit you?" Their unrestrained excitement made me furious. I looked at the three faces burning with the fiery flames of gossip and angrily retorted, "She dares to scold me? She dares to hit me?" The three of them respectfully shook their heads. I snorted coldly, my expression finally improving a little. Then they continued to ask, "So what did she do to you?" I immediately fell silent. She wronged me, didn't trust me, and she doesn't care about me at all. The more I thought, the more annoyed I got and said stubbornly, "She didn't do anything to me. She did nothing and you're like this?" The three of them didn't believe me at all. I frowned and could only make up an excuse. I'm in a bad mood because of something else, not because of her. Even I didn't believe these words, always feeling it was too embarrassing. But they pressed on. "What is it? Tell us and we'll help you." I was at a loss for words and could only force myself to continue the act. "You guys can't help. Why can't we help? 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhuji Liang. We are 3 powerful young masters. What work-related matter could we not help you with? It's a work matter. I was completely out of options and could only start talking nonsense seriously. I don't need your help. I'm grown up now. I must shoulder the responsibilities of the I Corporation alone. Relying on others is not as good as relying on myself. Only when you are strong yourself are you truly strong. I felt I spoke so well, I almost wanted to applaud myself. I originally thought they would be moved by my maturity and sensibility, but instead, they got straight to the point. So your work isn't in trouble at all. It's Shen Qingqiu who made you angry. It was useless. All of it was useless. Why do I have such terrible friends? I already said it's not, I roared in frustration. The three of them didn't believe me at all, and just went along with it perfunctorily. Okay, it's not. Liu Jianli secretly sent a message to Shen Yichen. When you guys were almost done eating, Shen Yichen finally arrived late. He looked at the table of leftovers and immediately frowned. You called me after you were all done eating? He, young Master Shen, had never eaten leftovers like this. Besides, all four of them were here. It was clear they never intended to call him from the start. So he was being isolated? Are you guys isolating me? Shen Yichen frowned and questioned Liu Jianli. The three of them immediately washed their hands of it, pointing at me in unison. It wasn't us. It was Yeshuan. He told us not to call you. Immediately, Shen Yichen's death glare was fixed on me. I faced Shen Yichen's questioning, and although I felt a bit guilty, as soon as I thought of Shen Qingqiu, I immediately became confident again. So what if I isolated Shen Yichen? I snorted coldly and directly turned my face away. My actions made Shen Yichen laugh in anger. You're really something? You were the ringleader who isolated him, and now you're the one giving him attitude. He was about to get angry when Liu Jianli quickly pulled him back and whispered in his ear, Shen Qingqiu, she made him angry. Shen Yichen immediately frowned. My sister made him angry? His sister is well-mannered, mature, and steady. How could she possibly anger you? It's more likely you provoked her? How did my sister provoke him? Shen Yichen pressed Liu Jianli, who shook his head and guessed, I don't know, but it seems he's really angry. She probably scolded him. Shen Yichen strongly agreed. His sister never gets physical. She always uses reason to persuade people. It must be that you're used to being arrogant and unruly, and she taught you a lesson, so you're unhappy about it. Shen Yichen wouldn't indulge my childish temper. He walked straight up to me and questioned, How did you provoke my sister? My eyes immediately widened as if they would explode. What do you mean I provoked Shen Qingqiu? It was clearly Shen Qingqiu who provoked me. I did not provoke her, I denied through gritted teeth. Shen Yichen snorted coldly and said cruelly, If you make my sister unhappy, be careful or I'll beat you up. This time I was really about to cry from anger. The Shen siblings are truly devils. One provokes me, the other wants to beat me. I am the dignified crown prince of the Ai family. I have never been so wronged. The Shen siblings really don't respect anyone. It was clearly your sister who provoked me. I glared angrily at Shen Yichen. You can't just ignore right and wrong, because Shen Qingqiu is your sister. Shen Yichen retorted decisively, Impossible. My sister is not the type to cause trouble. Your sister isn't, so are you saying I am? As a result, Liu Jianli, Bai Longyue, and Shen Yichen, the four of them all nodded in unison. You are the one who always causes trouble. Fine, very fine. These are my good brothers of so many years. I am the one who caused trouble, all right? I threw back this sentence coldly, kicked a chair away, and left without looking back. The four of them looked at each other, all realizing that I was truly angry this time. Everyone's eyes turned to Shen Yichen. Shen Yichen's expression also turned ugly. Liu Jianli then whispered, Seeing how he is, maybe it really was Sister Shen Qingqiu who provoked him. Shen Yichen's brows furrowed tightly. His sister wasn't one to cause trouble, but my reaction was also really not right. Could it be that his sister really did provoke me? He immediately took out his phone and called Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu had just seen Zhan Xingyue off when she received the call. Shen Yichen asked hesitantly, Sis, did you argue with Yeshuan? Shen Qingqiu replied casually, No. Then Yeshuan said you provoked him. Shen Yichen pressed. Shen Qingqiu was silent for a second, then asked back, Are you guys together? We were together just now, but Yeshuan has already left on his own. Shen Qingqiu's voice was calm. Don't worry, we're fine. After saying that, she hung up. Shen Yichen looked at the disconnected phone, his face full of question marks. Fine? How can they be fine? One person was so angry he kicked a chair and left. The other said we're fine and hung up. Neither of them is telling the truth. He felt like he was caught in the middle. I felt so pathetic. When other men feel wronged, their brothers come to comfort them. But my brothers all sided with Shen Qingqiu. Shen Yichen is her biological brother. Liu Jianli and the other friend are fanboys. Even Bai Longyue has become a fan of Shen Qingqiu. My life is so hard, so I went to a nightclub alone to drink my sorrows away. When I was tipsy, I called for some hostesses. Everyone in the nightclub was stunned. Young Master Yi loves to have fun, but has never messed around with women. Today, he finally came to his senses. When the hostesses saw me, they grinned from ear to ear and approached one by one. Young Master Yi, although I was tipsy, my reason was still intact. I immediately frowned and bowed my head. Don't touch me. The girls were immediately stunned. One of the bolder ones was still unwilling to give up and giggled flirtatiously. Young Master Ye, I cut her off directly and coldly spat out 2 words. Get lost. My icy gaze swept over her, and she was immediately too scared to say anything else. In a place like this, a single sentence from me could decide her fate. The girl could only leave obediently. With the precedent set, the other 4 girls didn't dare to act rashly. I ordered, "The 4 of you, line up and sit properly." They immediately sat obediently in a row opposite me. I took a gulp of wine and slowly opened my mouth. "I have a question for you. Young Master Yi, please ask." I started my classic story. I have a friend, he's in a business marriage. After getting married, a woman who liked him ran to his wife and asked how she could get a divorce. As a result, his wife said, if that woman gave her 10 billion, she would divorce him. Tell me, what was his wife thinking? The 4 girls looked at each other, knowing full well, what, I have a friend? Isn't that just me? They knew that if they didn't answer this question well, there would be hell to pay. Answer one by one, I ordered. The first girl thought for a moment and spoke first. I think that wife definitely knew the other person didn't have 10 billion. She intentionally said that number to make her give up. After hearing this, my face was expressionless, and I turned to look at the second girl. The second girl continued. I think the wife was joking and teasing the homewrecker. She just said it casually for fun. I still had no expression, my gaze shifting to the third girl. The third girl immediately said, I think the wife was pretending to be generous. The rich care about face the most. She might say that, but in her heart, she already hates the homewrecker to death. Finally, I looked at the fourth girl. All the good answers had already been said. What else could she say? She hesitated for a moment, then looked at me and said cautiously, maybe the wife really wants the 10 billion. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt my gaze on her, suddenly turned cold. The fourth girl thought to herself, oh no, I said the wrong thing. Young Master Yi is angry. Just as she thought I was about to get angry, I said coldly, show me your QR code. The girls were stunned for a moment, then quickly took out their phones. I transferred the money one by one, 10,000 for the first girl, 10,000 for the second girl, 50,000 for the third girl, while the fourth girl who told the truth received 5,000. This time, everyone understood. The third girl's answer pleased me the most, while the fourth girl's answer was what I wanted to hear the least. If it weren't for my dignity as young Master Yi, I probably wouldn't have given her a single cent. Next question, I said in a deep voice. The remaining girls immediately focused with 120% of their attention. A good answer gets 50,000 yuan. It's still those 3 people, I continued. That woman went to find the man, and the man ignored her. As a result, the wife came home and saw the woman crying, and assumed the man had bullied her. So the wife not only comforted the woman, but also questioned the man about why he made her cry. Tell me, what is this wife's state of mind now? This time the girls sank into deeper thought. The first girl spoke first. I think the wife actually cares about the man. She comforted the other woman to know her enemy, so she could win every battle. The second girl said, I think the wife loves the man, so for the sake of face, she couldn't scold the outsider. She could only scold her own husband first. It's like how parents always scold their own children first. It's the same principle. The third girl immediately agreed. I agree with Lily. Finally, it was the fourth girl's turn. She said cautiously, my opinion is the same as Lucy's. This wife definitely loves the man. Young Master Yi has probably heard this saying. She hesitated for a moment and said, people always show their worst side and their worst temper to the people closest to them, while showing their good side to outsiders. She continued to explain, that's because they rely on their family to tolerate them. If the wife scolded that woman, wouldn't the rumor spread that the 2 of them, husband and wife, were ganging up to bully someone else? I looked at this fourth girl thoughtfully. Then I coldly opened my mouth. Show me your QR code. They immediately took out their phones again. This time, the first and second girls each received 20,000. The third girl, who was perfunctory, only received 10,000, while the fourth girl, who spoke the best, received 50,000 directly. Thank you, young Master Yi. They smiled and thanked me. I said with a cold face, you all leave, Xiaoxi stays. The girl named Anna, from this moment on, had a new name, Xiaoxi. The other 3 were both envious and admiring as they glanced at her, and could only leave obediently. Only the 2 of us were left in the room. Xiaoxi's heart began to pound, guessing my intention for keeping her. Just then, I spoke. Come here. Xiaoxi smiled and walked over to sit down, obediently pouring wine for me, but she didn't dare to make any intimate gestures. After all, the first one who acted coy had been chased away by me. I took a sip of wine and finally voiced the doubt in my heart. You're saying she really scolded me because she loves me? Because she considers me family? Xiaoxi thought to herself. As expected, I have a friend as you. She immediately perked up. Of course. Young Master Ye, think about it. In the past, when you had conflicts with outsiders, didn't Grandpa Ye always scold you in front of outsiders? I thought about it carefully and nodded. It seems so. Xiaoxi asked again, then does Grandpa Yi love you? I nodded again. I am the only heir of the Yi family. If Grandpa doesn't love me, who would he love? Then that's it. Xiaoxi said with a smile, your grandfather scolding you in front of outsiders doesn't mean he doesn't love you, but it's for the sake of face. People only let go of their pride in front of the people closest to them. I immediately felt that what she said made a lot of sense. What's your name? She immediately smiled and replied, my name is Xiao Si. I had just called her Xiao Si, so from now on, her name would be Xiao Si. I suddenly felt a bit of admiration for this Xiao Si, so I opened my mouth again. Show it. Xiao Si was overjoyed and quickly showed her QR code. I transferred 100,000 to her directly. Xiao Si pressed her advantage. Young Master Yi, may I have your contact information? I looked at her. She immediately added, I started dating in my teens, plus my lips are sealed. I have extensive dating experience and can be your emotional consultant. Absolutely tight-lipped, I won't speak nonsense. I glanced at her and nodded. I really did add Xiao's contact information. Xiaoxi left the room satisfied. When she returned to the break room, someone immediately surrounded her and asked, Anna, what did young Master Yi keep you for? She just smiled and said, nothing, just chatted a bit. From now on, my name is Xiaoxi. Everyone was immediately speechless. She added another sentence, young Master Yi bestowed this name upon me. In the break room, only the sound of cold gasps of admiring envy remained. By connecting with me, Xiaoxi's future days would be much easier. I didn't get home until 12 o'clock. I thought Shen Qingqiu would be asleep already, but when I pushed open the bedroom door, I saw her half lying on the bed, playing with her phone. She looked at me and I snorted softly, deliberately not looking at her. The next second, Shen Qingqiu smiled and said, I'm sorry. I was immediately stunned, looking at her in surprise. She actually apologized to me? Someone as proud as Shen Qingqiu would apologize so easily? Logically speaking, since Shen Qingqiu apologized, I should forgive her. But then I thought, no way. Just thinking about how I was angry all evening, drank so much alcohol, and even spent several 100,000, and she wants to get away with a simple apology? No chance. If I forgive her easily this time, wouldn't she be walking all over me in the future? I decided to teach her a lesson she would never forget, so she'd know the price of angering me. When Shen Qingqiu saw that I wasn't saying anything, she apologized once more. She said in a sincere tone, you saw Zhang Xingyue crying, so you thought I was bullying her. You misunderstood me. I'm truly sorry. Without the burden of a CEO heiress, she admitted her mistake. Hearing these words, the anger in my heart actually subsided, but I still didn't intend to forgive her. So I snorted coldly with arrogance, completely ignoring her, and went straight into the bathroom. Shen Qingqiu was stunned on the spot, with a look of astonishment. When I finished my shower and came out, she seemed to want to say something, but I didn't even give her a glance. I just got into bed and closed my eyes to sleep. I used my actions to tell her that right now, I didn't want to hear any explanations. Shen Qingqiu. All right then, go to sleep. Wait until you've had some sleep and calm down a bit. I'll apologize again tomorrow morning. In the morning, Shen Qingqiu wanted to apologize to me, but I didn't want to hear a single word. The moment she opened her mouth, I walked away. After breakfast, I even slammed the door on my way to work, not speaking to Shen Qingqiu throughout the whole process. I didn't expect the temper of this young Master Yi to be so big. I thought this was just the beginning of our Cold War. Shen Qingqiu went to the company, and just as her secretary finished reporting the day's work, Zhang Xingyue arrived. She opened her mouth with a fatal blow. Shen Qingqiu, something terrible has happened. Ye Xuan spent last night at a club with 4 women. But Shen Qingqiu just nodded calmly, saying she wasn't angry or sad. Zhang Xingyue was completely dumbfounded and chased after her asking why. Shen Qingqiu only replied with one sentence, why should I be angry or sad? That one sentence directly caused Zhang Xingyue to freeze. Alright, she was no match for Shen Qingqiu. Last night when she heard this news, she couldn't sleep all night. But looking at Shen Qingqiu, Empress Shen Qingqiu wasn't even worried, yet a eunuch like her seemed very anxious. Immediately after, Zhang Xingyue began to apologize frantically, saying it was all her fault that the two of them argued, which led to this situation. Shen Qingqiu, is there anything else? Zhang Xingyue was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. No. Then get out. I have to work. Zhang Xingyue was completely dumbfounded. What was a world-ending event in her eyes, Shen Qingqiu was still thinking about work, as expected of a work machine with no emotions. But just as Zhang Xingyue left, Shen Qingqiu's expression immediately changed. She immediately called her secretary, frowning as she ordered an investigation into the truth of the rumor. Because she was sure I wasn't that kind of person. If I really wanted to fool around, I definitely wouldn't have waited until now. Very quickly, the secretary brought back news. Last night, I did indeed call for 4 princesses, but I didn't do anything. I just sought them out to talk and confide in them for a while. As for what was said, they all kept their mouths shut. This time, it was Shen Qingqiu's turn to be stunned. Calling for princesses just to talk? Isn't this the lamest excuse a man could make? She believed me, but she couldn't understand what on earth was wrong with me, that I had to find princesses at a club to talk to. Even Shen Qingqiu's secretary was astonished. She had been with the CEO for so many years, and it was the first time she saw her troubled over a man's affairs. It was clear to everyone that theirs was a marriage of convenience, and Shen Qingqiu's reaction at this moment didn't seem like an act at all. The secretary carefully asked, should I investigate further? Shen Qingqiu shook her head. She believed me. Investigating further would be disrespectful. What troubled her wasn't whether I did it or not, but that I was angry and how she should appease me. For the first time, she started to worry about how to coax a boy. A toy or a meal would suffice. But how do you appease a young master of the I family like me? Gifting money, gifting a house, I lack none of those things. Appeasing this man was truly harder than signing $100 billion contract. Just when Shen Qingqiu was at a loss, Zhang Xingyue came again. She carefully reminded her, "You must have heard about Ye Xuan meeting 4 girls in one night, right? The rumors are getting more and more ridiculous." Before Shen Qingqiu could speak, Zhang Xingyue hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. He was just in a bad mood. He has no feelings for those women. It was just a fling." The more she spoke, the worse it got, to the point she couldn't even explain it herself anymore. Shen Qingqiu, who had been silent, suddenly smiled. She looked at the rambling Zhang Xingyue. "Why are you helping Ye Xuan explain? I love Ye Xuan, but I would never use a method like slandering him to get him. I'm not that kind of shameless, despicable person." Not only did Shen Qingqiu not get angry, on the contrary, she smiled gently. "I know, Yue is such an upright and kind girl." This directly flustered Zhang Xingyue, praising her beauty, praising her for looking beautiful even when crying, and now praising her for being kind. What on earth is this woman planning? Wait! Zhang Xingyue suddenly realized, could this be Shen Qingqiu's scheme? Using gentleness to attack her heart, making her feel guilty and thus give up on me on her own. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Thinking of this, Zhang Xingyue immediately put on a cold expression. "Don't call me Yue, we're not that close." She declared arrogantly, "I'm helping him explain only because I don't want someone like you to misunderstand him." Shen Qingqiu changed her attitude. "Mom, I know. I have a question to ask you." Asking her love rival for advice? This immediately satisfied Zhang Xingyue's competitive spirit. She wanted to see what kind of trick Shen Qingqiu was playing. "What is it? Do you know what Ye Xuan likes the most?" Zhang Xingyue immediately became vigilant. "Why are you asking this? How could she tell my preferences to her love rival?" Shen Qingqiu looked at her with a faint smile. "Have you forgotten why I misunderstood Ye Xuan last night? He's still angry with me now, and it's all because of you." Zhang Xingyue immediately felt guilty. Shen Qingqiu pressed on step by step. "It's fine if you don't tell me. Then just let Ye Xuan and I remain at odds, the misunderstanding deepening until it's beyond repair. At that point, wouldn't it be the perfect opportunity for you to step in and successfully take my place?" That one sentence completely hit Zhang Xingyue's weak spot. She hated it most when others called her shameless and despicable. "You're talking nonsense, Zhang Xingyue. Since when have I been that kind of petty person?" Shen Qingqiu immediately retorted. "Then why won't you tell me what he likes? Isn't it because you want to see us break up, so you can take the opportunity to step in?" Zhang Xingyue was completely provoked. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She almost screamed, "Ye Xuan likes sports cars." In one breath, she revealed the deep secret she had kept in her heart. He's always wanted that triplex sports car, but his grandfather wouldn't buy it for him. He even invested his own money to buy it, but he failed every time. Shen Qingqiu smiled and said to Zhang Xingyue, "Thank you." As for Zhang Xingyue, she could only leave, aggrieved and angry. It wasn't until she stepped out of the office that she belatedly realized she had fallen for Shen Qingqiu's provocation tactic again. This woman is too sinister. At the same time, Shen Qingqiu had already opened her computer and started searching for that car. When the price appeared, she also took a sharp breath. Tens of millions. Almost 100 million. No wonder Grandpa wouldn't buy it for me. If it were her, she wouldn't buy it either. This car isn't just expensive, it's also extremely hard to buy. Even with money, you might not be able to get it. You have to pay a deposit before the company even starts production. But who was Shen Qingqiu? Her years of connections abroad weren't just for show. She immediately used her connections to find someone, paid the deposit, and ordered the car for me directly. It seems that in the future, I can't easily anger this young Master Yi anymore. The price to appease this person is truly too high. In one go, a month's worth of the company's profit was gone. As for me, I was holding my phone, a mess of tangled thoughts. Why hasn't Shen Qingqiu texted me yet? According to the typical script for a couple's fight, shouldn't she be apologizing frantically? But other than the half-hearted apology last night, there's been no movement from her. No calls, no texts, not even a cup of milk tea. This woman has no sincerity at all. The more I thought about it, the more annoyed I got. Was I too harsh last night? After all, this wasn't entirely Shen Qingqiu's fault. It was all because of that drama queen Zhang Xingyue. But Shen Qingqiu's apology was also too perfunctory. She didn't even send a 5,200 red envelope. I waited irritably all day, telling myself she must be busy with work and it would be fine after she got off work. But until I got off work, my phone rang non-stop, but not a single message was from her. I was so angry I couldn't even eat, stormed straight into the club, and yelled at the manager, "Get Xiaoxi out here for me." The manager immediately went to get her. At this time, Xiaoxi was wearing a t-shirt and jeans, eating her work meal with a bare face. As soon as she heard I was looking for her, she put down her bowl and ran over. When I saw the woman who walked in, I didn't recognize her as Xiaoxi at first. Xiaoxi smiled and nodded. Young Master Ye, I'm not wearing makeup today. I was immediately speechless. The difference between before and after makeup was too huge. Last night she seemed charming and enchanting, but now she looked as plain as could be. I couldn't help but sigh. Makeup really is one of Asia's 4 great sorceries. But in my mind, Shen Qingqiu's face unconsciously appeared. That woman seemed to be equally beautiful with or without makeup. Moreover, Shen Qingqiu without makeup seemed even purer. This thought suddenly flashed in my mind. Damn it, why am I thinking about Shen Qingqiu out of nowhere? I immediately collected my thoughts and said to Xiaoxi calmly, you should still wear makeup in the future, or you'll starve to death. Xiaoxi was immediately embarrassed. Young Master Yi was just calling her ugly. She tentatively asked, how about I go put on some makeup now? I refused coldly. No need. Whether you're ugly or not has nothing to do with me. I want to ask you something. So I recounted all the things that happened with Shen Qingqiu last night in detail to Xiaoxi. Of course, the main character was still my non-existent friend. I said, what on earth does she mean by this? I really couldn't bring myself to ask people in my circle about this. If this news got out that the dignified crown prince of the Ai family was going around asking for advice because of a fight with his wife, where would I hide my face? After Xiaoxi heard this, she was truly speechless inside. This young Master Yi was so arrogant and petty. His wife already apologized twice, yet he still played hard to get and wouldn't forgive her. Now that she's ignoring him, he's getting all restless. But she maintained a professional smile on her face. Based on your description, your friend's wife is a very outstanding woman. I nodded in acknowledgement. She is quite outstanding. I couldn't deny this point. Xiaoxi continued her analysis. People like that all have their own pride. For her to lower herself and take the initiative to apologize was already very difficult. Since your friend didn't forgive her, she must have felt embarrassed and gotten angry as well. Angry? I immediately frowned and retorted. What right does she have to be angry? She was clearly the one who misunderstood me. The moment the words left my mouth, I realized I had slipped up. Oh well, if it's me, it's me. Xiaoxi wouldn't dare to gossip anyway. Xiaoxi smiled and said frankly, Young Master Ye, it's not just you who needs to save face. The young madam needs to save face too. My frown deepened. This is troublesome. Now it's not a matter of whether I forgive her or not, but that Shen Qingqiu is also angry. With her personality, once she gets truly angry, the consequences will be unimaginable. Do I have to go back and appease her now? On what grounds? It was clearly her fault. I was filled with regret. If I had known, I would have just forgiven her last night. So what should I do now? I asked irritably. Xiaoxi immediately offered a suggestion. Young Master Ye, how about buying a small gift for the young madam? Jewelry or a handbag? I shook my head directly. She doesn't lack those things, and besides, she doesn't care about them at all. Shen Qingqiu, compared to those socialites who only know how to shop, is completely different. Xiaoxi laughed, spoken like a true straight man. The young madam doesn't lack them, but if you buy it, the meaning is different. You're buying it as a gesture, and the gesture is what's most important. I immediately fell into thought. Xiaoxi saw I was silent and thought I couldn't bring myself to do it. Her eyes darted around, and she said with another smile, Young Master Ye, actually, there is one last resort. What is it? I asked immediately. Xiaoxi leaned in close to me and smiled mysteriously. Young Master Ye, for a married couple, you fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Settle it on the spot. Xiaoxi continued to add, between a husband and wife, there's nothing that can be solved with one round. If there is, then make it two. I was both shocked and embarrassed, my face immediately flushing red. How could a girl say such things? Xiaoxi also realized the innocence of this young Master Ye, and also blushed in embarrassment. To ease the atmosphere, she hurriedly assured, Young Master Ye, you can trust me. I'm full of experience. Listening to me won't be a mistake. I didn't want to listen, but she said it with such certainty. I gritted my teeth, threatened with a red face. If what you said doesn't work, I'll come back and deal with you. Xiaoxi immediately guaranteed, I guarantee it will work. We're all women, how could I not understand women? So, half believing, half doubting, I transferred her the money and hurried home after eating. At the same time, Shen Qingqiu also turned down a social dinner and went home early. Seeing I wasn't home, she asked the butler where I was. The butler said with a smile, the young master has a social engagement. Shen Qingqiu glanced at Grandpa on the sofa. Grandpa doesn't even have social engagements. What kind of engagement would I have? A social engagement with princesses at the club? I didn't get home until 9 p.m. As soon as I entered, I asked the butler, is Shen Qingqiu back yet? The butler chuckled and said, the young madam is back and has been waiting for you. Moreover, the young madam asked about you as soon as she got back, and even told the kitchen to make your favorite dishes. I seriously suspected he was making things up, but I had no proof. I returned to my room, and sure enough, the light in Shen Qingqiu's study wasn't on. In my mind, I was completely preoccupied with the last resort Xiaoxi mentioned. But how should I start? Do I just barge into the study and tell her, come on, let's do it? I'd be surprised if she didn't slap me twice. I ruffled my hair in frustration and stormed into the bathroom. Anyway, I'll just get cleaned up first. When I finished my shower and came out, I was suddenly stunned. Shen Qingqiu had actually come out of her small study and was half lying on the bed, and she was wearing a red slip dress made of thin chiffon. I had never seen such a sight. My handsome face instantly turned bright red, my breath hitched, and my body stiffened. What does she mean by this? Is she seducing me only to reject me, to get revenge on me? I stiffly climbed onto the bed, forcing myself not to look at her, but my heart was pounding like a drum. Shen Qingqiu also glanced at me, seeing my cold expression, as if I didn't want to pay her any attention. She felt a little doubtful. I deliberately dressed like this today, yet I had no reaction at all. Wasn't I always young and vigorous, needing to fool around a few times every night? Could it be that he already ate his fill outside? Did he really spend last night at the club with 4 women? She stared at me, her eyes full of scrutiny. Her gaze made my whole body feel uncomfortable. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. Stare? What are you staring at? If you want to look, then I'll let you have a good look. The next second, I suddenly flipped over and pinned her underneath me. Under Shen Qingqiu's doubtful gaze, I didn't say a word, and kissed her fiercely on the lips. Shen Qingqiu immediately understood. It seems I didn't spend the night at the club with 4 women. After it was all over, I thought that since we had been so passionate, we must have made up this time. After all, Xiaoxi said if 1 round doesn't work, then do 2, and I had already gone at it with her for a full 4 rounds. It should be fine this time, right? I secretly wanted to see Shen Qingqiu's reaction, but it turned out she was so tired she had already fallen asleep. I contentedly held her and fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, I thought she would say something to me, but Shen Qingqiu didn't say a single word. She just got up and went straight to brush her teeth and wash her face. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be she's still angry? Last night she was clearly very cooperative. Could she be unsatisfied with the process? I suddenly recalled that because I was holding in my anger last night, I was indeed a bit rough. She really is angry. I looked at her back, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. The two of us just silently finished breakfast and prepared to go to work. I was just about to drive myself when Grandpa called me over, telling me to ride in his car. This was the rhythm of about to be lectured. I obediently got in the car, looking desperately towards Shen Qingqiu, hoping she could save me. Who knew that Shen Qingqiu didn't even turn her head? She just stepped on the gas and drove away. This heartless woman. In the car, Grandpa spoke up. Yeshuan, now that you're married, live a proper life. Stop running to the club all the time. I immediately retorted, I didn't. Grandpa snorted coldly. You didn't. Do you know what they're saying about you outside now? I was clueless. What are they saying? They're saying you met 4 girls in 1 night at the club. I exploded on the spot. Who made that up? Grandpa continued. If you keep messing around like this, be careful you'll become impotent at a young age. Let me tell you, if you really become impotent and Shen Qingqiu goes looking for male models to relieve her loneliness, I won't help you. I was so angry I glared at my grandfather. Is this my real grandfather? Cursing his grandson to be impotent? I gritted my teeth and yelled, I didn't do 4 women in 1 night. I only did 1 woman 4 times in 1 night. These are 2 completely different things. But Grandpa said there's no smoke without fire. I was completely speechless. So Shen Qingqiu was cold to me in the morning because she had heard this ridiculous rumor. Who on earth spread this rumor? The more I thought, the angrier I got. As soon as I got to the company, I called and chewed out the club's manager and owner. But I was still angry after yelling at them. At noon, I went directly to Shen Qingqiu's company. She was a little surprised to see me. Why are you here? I looked at her and said awkwardly, don't listen to the rumors outside. I didn't meet 4 girls in 1 night at the club. Shen Qingqiu smiled and nodded. I didn't listen. I was immediately stunned. I had already prepared a whole bunch of explanations, but she believed me so easily. Just then, Shen Qingqiu suddenly said, I bought you a car. I was stunned again, looking at her in shock. Why would she buy me a car out of the blue? Right after that, Shen Qingqiu said the name and model of the car. My eyes widened immediately, looking at her in astonishment. Shen Qingqiu actually bought me such an expensive car. Grandpa loves me so much, but even he wasn't willing to buy it for me. Yet she actually bought it for me. Could it be that Shen Qingqiu loves me more than Grandpa? I couldn't help but ask, why did you buy me this car? Shen Qingqiu smiled and asked back, you don't like it? I like it. Her smile grew wider. It's a gift for you. My heart bloomed with joy. Her first gift was such an expensive one. But on the outside, I pretended to be calm, trying to suppress the urge to jump up in excitement. Shen Qingqiu said again, let's go. Let's eat together. I nodded immediately. The 2 of us had lunch together and then returned to the company. My excited mood slowly calmed down. Shen Qingqiu bought me such an expensive car. What should I give her in return? Grandpa taught me since I was young about reciprocity. I looked at my balance, only 20 million. This amount of money, compared to Shen Qingqiu's sincere gift, was really nothing to look at. I'm a man, my return gift has to be more expensive than hers. Otherwise, where would I, young Master Ye, put my face? If word got out, wouldn't people say I'm living off my wife? So I went directly to find old Master Yi. The old master's eyes widened when he heard the news. What did you say? QQ bought you $100 million car? I nodded smugly. Yes, it's the one that you refused to buy for me before. The old master looked miserable and glared at me, asking, Did you force Shen Qingqiu to buy it for you? I frowned immediately. Young master, yeah. How could I do something so shameless as asking a woman for a gift? The old master pondered. That's true. You're obsessed with face. You really wouldn't do something like that. Then why would QQ buy you such an expensive car? The old master asked a soul-searching question. I couldn't help it. My mouth curved into a wide grin. What other reason could there be? Of course she likes me. She likes me. That's why she gave me such an expensive gift. Where the money is, the love is. The more I spoke, the more confident I became. It's obvious that she likes me, isn't it? If she didn't like me, why would she marry me? If she didn't like me, why would she give me such an expensive car? Seeing my sky-high confidence, the old master suddenly fell silent. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end he held it back. What you said makes sense. I became even more smug. The old master continued asking, So what did you come to find me for? Just to show off? No, I immediately stated my purpose. Grandpa, Shen Qingqiu gave me such an expensive car. Shouldn't I give her back an equally generous gift? I am a man. The young master of the Ai family can't be outdone by her. The old master understood immediately. I was here to ask for money. He looked at me meaningfully and said earnestly, Yes, Xuan, actually, the most important thing about a gift is the thought behind it. Like QQ, what hasn't that girl seen before? Those expensive things are just so-so to her. The most important thing is the thought. I think handmade crafts are quite good. I frowned on the spot, exposing him right away. You've said so much. Does it just mean you don't want to give me money? The old master was choked for words. I immediately made a threat. If I give her a handmade craft and someone asks, it'll say Grandpa didn't give me any money. When that time comes, and rumors spread that the Ai family is stingy and doesn't treat their granddaughter-in-law well, it'll have nothing to do with me. This move was indeed effective. Money is a small matter, face is a big matter. The old master immediately relented, telling me to go to the finance department to transfer 100 million. Grandpa, give me another 50 million. She gave me 100 million. What kind of look is it if I return 100 million? Besides, I'm married now. A man can go out without money on him. What if Shen Qingqiu asks me to buy something expensive and I don't have the money? What will she think of me? Although the old master was unhappy, he thought it made sense. He waved his hand. All right, tell the finance department to transfer 200 million to you. Thank you, Grandpa. I was immediately overjoyed and flattered the old master for a while. After getting the money, I started thinking about what to give Shen Qingqiu. Her gift was exactly what I wanted, so my return gift must also be what she wants. But the problem is, what does Shen Qingqiu actually like? I thought it over and finally asked Shen Yichen out. I got straight to the point and asked, What does your sister like? Shen Yichen looked at me warily. Why are you asking this? I want to give her a gift. Shen Yichen immediately bristled. He stared at me, his eyes full of suspicion. Rumors are spreading in our circle that I spent the night with 4 girls. He questioned coldly. Yezhuan, did you do something to wrong my sister? Are you planning to give a gift to beg for forgiveness? I was stunned. I didn't know. I originally thought he had snitched. So I laid my cards on the table. Your sister gave me a Koenigsegg Gemara. As soon as I finished speaking, Shen Yichen shot up. His eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief. What did you say? My sister gave you a Koenigsegg Gemara? Yeah. Didn't you tell your sister that I like this car, so she bought it for me? I didn't, Shen Yichen yelled. His face was cold as he turned and walked away. I quickly called him back. Don't go yet. Your sister gave me a car. I have to give a gift in return. Shen Yichen suddenly turned his head back and sneered. What does my sister like? She's a woman, of course she likes men. If you want to give a return gift, then give my sister a few men. After saying that, he left without looking back. I stood there alone, stunned, completely dazed. What does he mean by giving men to Shen Qingqiu? Is he telling me to cuckold myself? This Shen Yichen is really sick. On the other side, Shen Yichen was fuming with anger. He stormed right up to Shen Qingqiu. Sister, I heard you gave Yeshuan a Koenigsegg Gemara. Facing Shen Yichen's questioning, Shen Qingqiu just calmly nodded. This very nod completely shattered the last bit of weakness in Shen Yichen. He originally thought Yeshuan was lying to him, but he didn't expect his sister to admit it herself. Shen Yichen felt like the sky was falling. How could you give Yeshuan such an expensive car? That's 100 million. You've never even given me anything this expensive, yet you gave it to that guy Yeshuan whom you've only known for a month. Their sibling bond of over 20 years, could it be that it's not even worth this 1-month marriage? How could you give him such an expensive car? Shen Yichen's voice carried a sob full of grievance. You've never even given one to me. Shen Qingqiu was immediately stunned. Turns out Yichen was jealous of her husband. The next second, Shen Yichen turned and left. Shen Qingqiu quickly called after him, but he didn't look back. Shen Qingqiu felt a splitting headache. Now she finally understood how difficult it is for a man caught between his wife and his mother. To give or not to give. Giving one would be 200 million. If she doesn't, her brother will definitely be angry. Shen Qingqiu let out a sigh. In the end, she still took out her phone and contacted the overseas distributor again to order another one. On the other side, Shen Yichen, full of grievances, directly asked Liu Jianli and the others to go out for a meal. He specifically told them not to call me and not to let me know. Liu Jianli and the others looked at each other, feeling that their years of brotherhood were on the brink of collapse. Last time, I met them behind Shen Yichen's back. This time, Shen Yichen is meeting them behind my back. What on earth are these two up to? The three of them discussed amongst themselves and all felt this had something to do with me. Since Shen Qingqiu and Yeshuan got married, the relationship between the two brothers has become strange. As soon as they arrived, they saw Shen Yichen's face, as black as the bottom of a pot. Shen Yichen was also someone who couldn't keep things to himself and poured out all his grievances. You guys tell me, how can my sister be like this? How long have she and Yeshuan been married? My sister and I have been siblings for over 20 years, yet she bought a Koenigsegg for Yeshuan and not for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the three, Liu Jianli and the others, were immediately astonished. What? Sister Shen Qingqiu bought a Koenigsegg for Yeshuan? Shen Yichen nodded angrily. The three of them fell silent on the spot. Their hearts were in turmoil. That brat Yeshuan, what kind of dog-dung luck did he step in? Marrying a great beauty like Shen Qingqiu is one thing, but she even treats him so well. $100 million car, given just like that. Liu Jianli quickly comforted Shen Yichen. Don't be sad anymore. Look, Sister Shen Qingqiu didn't buy one for us either. Shen Yichen glared. Get lost. Who the hell do you think you are? Liu Jianli was immediately indignant. What do you mean, who the hell am I? My feelings for Sister Shen Qingqiu are at least deeper than the marriage of convenience, the loveless one between her and Yeshuan. The other friend also nodded frantically beside him. He also felt that his feelings of over 10 years were much deeper than Yeshuan's 1-month marriage. But Shen Qingqiu gave Yeshuan a Koenigsegg, while they didn't even get a single strand of hair. On what grounds? So, Shen Yichen's personal grievance immediately turned into the indignation of three people. Bailang Yue, who hadn't said anything, smiled. He spoke slowly. You guys still don't understand the situation. Shen Yichen, what's the relationship between you and your sister? To put it bluntly, in the future, you two are competitors for the family assets. What about Yeshuan and your sister? They are a community of shared interests. Even if they divorce, gifted item is marital property. Your sister can still get half of it back. Yeshuan is the one who will spend the rest of her life with your sister. What do you guys have to compare with him? Shen Yichen was stunned. Is his relationship with his sister really not as good as Yeshuan's? He suddenly glared at Bailang Yue and roared, You're talking nonsense. My sister will forever be my sister. We share the same blood. We are the ones who are family forever. He stared at Bailang Yue. In his heart, his sister is forever his family. As for Yeshuan, they are husband and wife now, but if they divorce, they will be strangers. His relationship with his sister will never change for any reason. However, Bailang Yue just smiled and said nothing more. Because he knew there will be a day when Shen Yichen understands this reasoning. What Shen Yichen cared about wasn't the car, but the huge emotional disparity. He had always thought that he was the most important person to his sister. But now, this position seemed to have suddenly become Yeshuan's. At the same time, I had just gotten home from work and Shen Qingqiu greeted me. Was it you who told Shen Yichen about me giving you the Koenigsegg? I nodded casually. Yeah. Why? Shen Qingqiu said calmly. Nothing. I just gave another one to Shen Yichen. My mind went blank for 3 seconds. Right after, a flame of anger shot to the top of my head. I was so angry I gritted my teeth. How could Shen Yichen be so shameless? He saw that I had one and ran to ask his sister for the exact same thing. He's already so old, yet he's still asking for such an expensive item? Isn't he embarrassed? This was originally the only special favor that Shen Qingqiu gave to me, but now Shen Yichen actually has the exact same one. I was unbearably angry. I took out my phone and sent a message to Shen Yichen, questioning, You're so old already. If you want something, don't you know how to buy it yourself? And you have the nerve to ask your sister to buy it for you? Shen Yichen replied immediately, Oh, look who's talking. I frowned and immediately replied, What do you mean? Shen Yichen retorted sarcastically, Don't you know what I mean in your heart? I was furious. Are you saying I asked your sister for things? Shen Yichen's reply was full of mockery. Isn't that the case? If you didn't ask, would my sister buy you a Koenigsegg? This sentence completely ignited my anger. You've known this young master for so many years. Is this young master the type of person to ask others for things? Shen Yichen was silent, because he knew I really wasn't. I've always been proud, valuing face more than my own life. I would absolutely never ask for things. So could it be that his sister bought it for me on her own initiative? Shen Yichen's suspicion was sent over. If you didn't say it, how would my sister know you like the Koenigsegg? I was also stunned when I saw this message. I thought you told your sister. Shen Yichen. It wasn't me. Me. Then who was it? Shen Yichen. I don't know. A great mystery immediately enveloped both of our minds. I didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore and turned the spear back towards Shen Yichen. Fine. Let's put this matter aside for now. Now let's talk about your problem. Shen Yichen looked confused. My problem? What problem do I have? I replied bluntly. You're this old already, at any rate. You're the young master of the famous Shen family in City C. If you like something, don't you know how to buy it yourself? Yet you have the face to ask your sister for it? Shen Yichen asked blankly. What did I ask for? I was angry. If you didn't ask for it, would your sister buy you a Koenigsegg? You're saying, my sister bought me a Koenigsegg? My heart sank. You didn't know? Shen Yichen was immediately happy. Now I know. It seems my sister still loves me very much. I sneered. I thought to myself, it was obviously him who shamelessly asked for it. That's right, I asked for it. So what? My sister just spoils me. She's willing to buy it for me. Do you think my sister gives one to just anyone who wants it? I immediately went crazy. I was furious. This Koenigsegg was originally my unique symbol, the only special pampering that my wife Shen Qingqiu gave me. But now Shen Yichen has one too. I am no longer the only one. My position in her heart has also been challenged. What's even more infuriating is that brat Shen Yichen is unbearably happy about this. Actually, Shen Yichen doesn't care about cars. What he cares about is his position in his sister's heart. In his sister's heart, he is not inferior to me at all. He and I are equally important. At home, Shen Qingqiu noticed something was off with me. It's nothing. I couldn't say that I was jealous because she bought her brother the exact same car as me. That would make me look petty, like a clown fighting for affection. Shen Qingqiu saw that I didn't want to talk, so she didn't ask further. After all, she had already bought such an expensive car. If I was still angry, there was nothing she could do. She devoted more energy to her work. She really couldn't spend too much effort to coax me, to guess why I was unhappy. Boys at this age are quite moody, happy one moment, unhappy the next. She really didn't understand. I looked at her tired face and felt even more frustrated inside. I really couldn't swallow this anger. I couldn't tell my friends. They would laugh at me for being petty. So I went to find Xiaoxi again. I poured out all my grievances to Xiaoxi. After Xiaoxi listened, she suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and started to analyze for me. Young Master Ye, actually, you shouldn't think like that. You should change your perspective. I looked at her suspiciously. Change it how? How long have you and the young mistress been married? She and her brother have been family for over 20 years. She bought you a car identical to your brother-in-law's. This proves that, in her heart, you are already as important as her brother. At this rate, your position in the young mistress's heart, surpassing her brother's, is only a matter of time. My eyes lit up. That seemed to make sense. But Xiaoxi's fatal blow was yet to come. She first helped me eliminate the possibility that Shen Qingqiu was a fudumo, a woman who excessively helps her brother's family. Then she leaned in and said the most crucial point. Moreover, think about it carefully. The young mistress bought it for you first, and only then did she buy one for her brother. What does this show? It shows that the first person she thought of was you. In her heart, you are the real number one. As soon as these words were spoken, I was suddenly enlightened. The dark clouds in my heart instantly dissipated. That's right, the first person she thought of was me. I am the number one priority. I was immediately overjoyed and generously gave Xiaoxi a huge tip. I happily returned home. When Shen Qingqiu got home from work, she saw my beaming face, as happy as a 100-kilo child. She was a little dazed. When he left the house in the morning, he had a long face. Why is he as happy as a blooming flower now? What on earth did this man go through? I was in a great mood and immediately started thinking about how to give a return gift to Shen Qingqiu. What to give now? A house? A car? Jewelry? I thought it over and over and finally settled on a ring. Shen Qingqiu doesn't lack houses or cars. Buying them would just let them collect dust. But a ring is different. Although she has many, she definitely doesn't have $100 million one. Besides, as long as she wears it, she will think of me. Others who see it will be even more envious. No sooner said than done, I immediately contacted Bevelgari, wanting to custom make for Shen Qingqiu a ring with a one-of-a-kind 10-carat royal blue diamond. That mysterious blue color is just like Shen Qingqiu. Late at night, Shen Qingqiu and I were in the middle of a passionate moment. Just then, the phone on the pillow rang at the wrong time. Shen Qingqiu glanced over with teary eyes and was instantly wide awake. It was Secretary Sun. A call at this hour must be about something major. She was just about to grab the phone, but I sensed her lack of focus and deliberately used more force. Shen Qingqiu immediately fell apart. By the time I finally let her go, the phone persistently rang again. Shen Qingqiu answered the phone, trembling. Hello? Her soft voice was a little hoarse and stuffy. Secretary Sun on the other end was stunned. CEO, what's wrong with you? Shen Qingqiu took a deep breath, trying to sound calm. What is it? Only then did Secretary Sun remember the main issue, her voice urgent. CEO, Shi Changsun's wire broke while filming. He fell from mid-air and is now unconscious. Boom, Shen Qingqiu shot up. Her voice also changed. Which hospital? Secretary Sun gave the address and added, right now the hot searches have exploded. Shen Qingqiu hung up, immediately called the Public Relations Department, ordering all staff to work overtime through the night. Shi Changsun is the company's cash cow. Nothing can be allowed to happen to him. I looked at her tightly knitted brows and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Shen Qingqiu's tone was serious. Something happened to Shi Changsun. He's unconscious in the hospital. I have to go. After saying that, she rushed into the bathroom, using the fastest speed to wash away the traces on her body. By the time I could react, she had already changed her clothes and was ready to go out. I immediately got dressed too and spoke up. "I'll go with you." Shen Qingqiu didn't refuse and nodded. When the two of them rushed to the hospital, Chang Shun still hadn't woken up. The manager said they had run some tests. For the time being, there were no major issues, just a mild concussion. But online, it was already a bloodbath. Shi Changsun's fans had explosive combat power and had started tearing the film crew apart, criticizing the management company, criticizing inadequate safety measures, criticizing the company for recklessly taking on contracts. Even rivals jumped in to fish in troubled waters. A complete mess. The manager was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and suggested using Shi Changsun's Weibo to post a message saying he was safe. Only this way can we temporarily calm down the frantic fans. Shen Qingqiu only thought for a few seconds and was about to make a decision, but I immediately shook my head. No. Once it's discovered that Shi Changsun hasn't woken up, this will be considered deceiving the fans, which will only make them angrier. You have to know that a top star relies on their fans. Right now, we can only do two things. First, wait for Shi Changsun to wake up. Second, go all out to control public opinion. The manager had no choice but to nod. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Sister Shen Qingqiu." I saw Shi Qisheng and was stunned for a moment. "Why are you here?" Only then did I notice there were other people in the hospital room. Shi Qisheng walked to the bedside and said in a low voice, "Shi Changsun is my cousin." "What?" My pupils trembled. "I'm so close to the Shin family. How come I've never heard about this?" Shi Qisheng quickly explained. "My cousin lived outside since he was young and only returned to the Shen family after my eldest uncle and aunt passed away, just 2 or 3 years ago. I remember now. The eldest uncle of the Shen family back then, for a woman of the world, cut ties with the family and left home. It turns out Shi Changsun is his son." Just as I was thinking, the manager was secretly sizing me up. His eyes were like he had discovered a priceless treasure, an unparalleled one. He had heard rumors that the CEO was married and her husband was a rich young master. Now, seeing me in the flesh, his eyes lit up. This face, this aura, not entering the entertainment industry is truly a waste of God's gift. So, while Shi Qisheng and I were talking, he sneakily came to my side with a wide grin. "Hello, sir." He handed me a business card. "I'm a manager. I was wondering if you are interested in developing a career in the entertainment industry. With your looks, I guarantee you'll be a huge hit." My head was immediately full of question marks, and I looked at Shen Qingqiu in astonishment. Shen Qingqiu was also speechless. Her top artist was still lying unconscious in bed, and now his manager was actually starting to poach someone. If Shi Changsun found out, he'd probably be so angry his coffin lid wouldn't stay shut. Shen Qingqiu coldly spoke up. "He's not interested. Even if I were interested, she would absolutely not agree. He is the only son of the I family and will inherit the entire Y corporation in the future." The manager immediately looked disappointed. "Why are all the handsome people, always young masters and young ladies, from rich families who aren't short of money? What a great loss for the entertainment industry." I also nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I'm not interested. I know my responsibilities, I can play around, but I can't forget my main duties." But Shi Qisheng next to me was unconvinced. He pointed at himself and asked the manager, "Why don't you ask me? I'm very handsome too." The manager looked him up and down with a calm expression. Shi Qisheng's handsomeness, in the entertainment industry full of handsome men and beautiful women, you could grab a handful and get a bunch, had absolutely no competitive edge. But people like me and Shen Qingqiu were the pinnacle of beauty. I gave Shi Qisheng a half smile. "What other reason could there be?" "It's because you're ugly." Shi Qisheng immediately bristled and immediately turned to Shen Qingqiu to tattle. "Sister Shen Qingqiu, look, he called me ugly. Truly a magnificent white lotus." Shen Qingqiu glanced at him. "Don't talk nonsense." I was immediately speechless. Where was he talking nonsense? This guy is not only ugly, but his heart is also as black as night. I snorted coldly in my heart. This guy is always eyeing my wife, and yet Shi Qisheng dares to give me a smug look. The manager's eyes darted around, then he smiled and asked Shi Qisheng, "Well then, sir, are you interested in the entertainment industry? After all, you're a young master of the Shen family and Shi Changsun's cousin. You have money and background. Ride on some of the hype. It won't be hard to become famous." Who would have thought Shi Qisheng would lift his chin and firmly refuse? "No." The look on his face said, "Before, you didn't want me, now you can have me." It almost choked the manager to death. The manager looked at Shen Qingqiu pitifully, but Shen Qingqiu just said casually, "A Sheng, don't tease him." Only then did Shi Qisheng obediently back down. I stared at him coldly. The more I looked, the more I disliked him. We stayed in the hospital room for another hour, seeing that Shi Changsun still hadn't woken up. Only then did Shen Qingqiu finish arranging everything and led me and Shi Qisheng away. However, just 3 or 4 hours later, the manager reported that Shi Changsun had woken up. He immediately used Shi Changsun's Weibo to report he was safe, and the fans' anger finally subsided for the time being. Shen Qingqiu had a quick breakfast and immediately went to the hospital. At this time, Shi Changsun was leaning against the bed, and when he saw Shen Qingqiu enter, a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect Shen Qingqiu to value him so much, visiting him twice in one night. How are you feeling? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Shen Qingqiu asked in a businesslike manner. Shi Changshun casually shook his head. No. Shen Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief and then told him to rest well since he was injured. The company would negotiate compensation with the film crew. She thought for a moment, then added, use this time to rest well at home. Ever since Shi Changshun became famous, his schedule had never been interrupted. He just nodded, but his eyes never left Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu gave a few more instructions and then turned to leave, but as soon as she left, the atmosphere in the hospital room immediately froze. The manager stared at Shi Changshun and said with a frown, don't you get any ideas about the CEO? Just now, the way Shi Changshun looked at Shen Qingqiu was very wrong. Shi Changshun remained silent. The manager's heart sank. The CEO is married. He decided to use strong medicine. I met her husband last night. His status is noble, and his looks are a level above yours. Shi Changshun still had no expression, so the manager played his final card, dealing him a fatal blow. Plus, he looks younger and healthier than you. Shi Changshun's expression finally changed. He frowned at the manager. But the manager wasn't scared at all. What are you looking at? I'm not wrong. Shi Changshun was too angry to speak. Manager Yi is already 40. Is her mind only filled with young and healthy? Isn't loyalty an important quality? Besides, am I not young? Am I not healthy? I'm only 1 year older than Yeshuan, and it's not certain who's healthier. Yeshuan. He knew him well. He fooled around with his cousin Chen Shi every day, partying all night, turning day into night. How healthy could a person like that be? Then look at me. I work out all year round. My physique management is top-notch. He was sure he was healthier than Yeshuan. He just looked calm on the surface. But if they really competed, he definitely wouldn't lose. At the same time, Shen Qingqiu called the butler and specially arranged for someone to bring food for Shi Changshun. After all, he wasn't an ordinary employee. This was someone who, in a year, could earn the company several hundred million, a god of wealth. What's more, Shi Changshun's contract with the company was about to expire, and many entertainment companies were trying to poach him from Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu treated him so well because she wanted a pleasant cooperation to facilitate a contract renewal. When Butler Zhao appeared in the hospital room with a lunchbox, the manager was stunned. Who are you? Butler Zhao smiled. I am the butler of the Ye family. My surname is Zhao. The young madam asked me to bring food for Mr. Shi. Young madam? The young madam of our family is Shen Qingqiu. The manager sucked in a cold breath. The Ye family's butler. In City C, the wealthy Ye clan, isn't there only that ridiculously rich Yi family? Waves crashed in his heart, and he hurriedly invited Butler Zhao in. Butler Zhao glanced at Shi Changshun, thinking this top star was quite handsome, but compared to our young master, he was far behind. At this time, after Shi Changshun heard the manager's introduction, his mood immediately became complicated. The thought of me made him angry, but when he thought that this was, specially arranged by Shen Qingqiu, he couldn't help but feel happy. Butler Zhao left after delivering the food. As soon as he was gone, the manager poured a bucket of cold water on him. What do you have to compete with him? Shi Changshun immediately fell silent. The manager started to ramble on. The Ye family is ridiculously rich. Their young master is the only son. Even if you inherit the Shin family, you can't compare. Not to mention he has a face like that. He had to extinguish any thoughts that Shi Changshun shouldn't have. If you really want to be in a relationship, then find someone innocent and pure. Loving someone else's wife will lead to your downfall sooner or later. Shi Changshun couldn't take it anymore and said coldly, if you say another word, I'll request a new manager. The manager immediately shut up, muttering with a wronged expression. I'm only doing this for your own good. But Shi Changshun had already closed his eyes, completely ignoring him. At the same time, Butler Zhao called me directly. He told me that the young madam told him to bring lunch to Shi Changshun. I immediately felt annoyed. Does Shi Changshun not have money, or does he not have anyone to take care of him? Is it Shen Qingqiu's turn to care for him? I've been with Shen Qingqiu for so long, and she has never asked Butler Zhao to bring me food. Now she's making an exception for another man. Is she being too concerned about Shi Changshun? I suppressed the anger in my heart and returned home with a scowl. As a result, as soon as I walked in the door, I saw 3 maids carrying 6 large 4-tiered lunchboxes. Eating this much? I asked coldly. Is he eating that much by himself? Butler Zhao smiled and said, it's not just for Mr. Shi, it's also for the young madam. My eyebrows twitched violently. For Shen Qingqiu? Butler Zhao smiled and nodded. The young madam said, after work, she will go to the hospital to visit Mr. Shi and told me to bring her meal as well. Poof, my mind felt like it was about to explode. So Shen Qingqiu is going to be at the hospital, eating with Shi Changshun? Visited him in the middle of the night, visited him on the way to work in the morning, and now she's going again after work, 3 times a day. Just how handsome is Shi Changshun? My expression immediately became extremely ugly, but I didn't say a word. Butler Zhao saw this, chuckled, and suddenly said, young master, it's a bit busy at home today. How busy can it be? So busy that you, the great young master of the Yi family, have to personally deliver food to your love rival. I frowned. Why do I have to bring him food? In my heart, I just want to bring him poison, one bowl to send him to heaven. Butler Zhao immediately started complaining pitifully. Because all the maids at home are very busy. Young master, please help me. If I don't do the job the young madam assigned me, well, I'll be fired. He was crying his eyes out. I have elders to support and children to raise. The pressure is immense. I shot him a glare, but out of respect for his many years of dedicated service to the E family, I said coldly, I'll only help you this one time. Butler Zhao immediately beamed with joy. Young master is the kindest young master in the world. I snorted coldly, and only then did I lead the maids out. I walked in front with my hands in my pockets. Behind me were 3 maids carrying the lunchboxes with an imposing air. Just like that, I stormed into the hospital's VIP room. The bodyguards at the door recognized me and let me in immediately. At this time, Shen Qingqiu was with Shi Changxun's manager discussing something. As soon as I entered the hospital room, I saw Shi Changxun lying in bed, staring infatuatedly at Shen Qingqiu. I flew into a rage on the spot, glared at him angrily and roared, "What are you looking at?" This roar startled everyone in the room and they all looked at me. Shi Changxun looked at me with no trace of backing down in his eyes. I became even angrier, gritting my teeth. If he weren't a patient, I really wanted to rush up and punch him twice. Shen Qingqiu came to my side and asked softly, "What's wrong?" I kept a cold face and said nothing. How could I say it out loud? Am I supposed to say in front of everyone that he was looking at my wife with impure eyes? Seeing that I said nothing, Shen Qingqiu turned her head to look at Shi Changxun. Shi Changxun was also silent. The manager next to them was scared to death. He could guess what happened. It was definitely a problem with Shi Changxun's gaze. Shen Qingqiu had to ask, "Why are you here?" Only then did I say coldly, "Butler Zhao was busy. He told me to bring you food." Shen Qingqiu's gaze swept over, saw the maids carrying the lunchboxes behind me, then looked at my empty hands, and she suddenly smiled and said gently, "You've worked hard." I glanced at her, snorted, and my expression finally improved a lot. Right after, she asked again, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." "Then let's eat together." Shen Qingqiu pointed at the lunchboxes. Butler Zhao prepared a lot, enough for the 4 of us. After eating, Ye Li and I will handle some work. After we're done, well, go home together. I originally didn't want to stay for another second, but her voice was gentle, and she even said she wanted to go home with me, so I immediately agreed. Besides, she obviously wasn't going to leave now. If I left, wouldn't that just give Shi Changxun another chance to look at her? I won't leave. I have to stay here and watch to see how he dares to covet my wife in front of me. I immediately nodded. Shen Qingqiu then told the maids to set out the food. The manager hurriedly said to Shi Changxun, "You're injured. You should eat in bed." Shi Changxun, "No need. I'll eat with everyone." The manager was completely speechless, understanding that if he was looking for death, no one could stop him. He had advised him, he had tried to stop him, now he just completely ignored it. Let things be as they may. Just like that, the 4 of them sat and ate together awkwardly. I shot a cold glance at Shi Changxun. Shi Changxun is not as handsome as me, nor does he have as much money as me, but I still felt annoyed. What man could be so generous as to let another man covet his wife? I don't have a fetish for being cuckolded. I came up with a plan, and suddenly, I put a piece of food into Shen Qingqiu's bowl. Shen Qingqiu glanced at me. I pretended to be calm and said nothing, but my ears turned beet red. And this scene, Shi Changxun and the manager saw it very clearly. Shen Qingqiu retracted her gaze, said nothing, and continued eating. The heat in my ears only then slowly subsided. This is the first time I've done this. That's right, I did it on purpose. I was getting ready to eat. Who knew that in the next second, Shen Qingqiu would also put into my bowl a piece of food? I was immediately stunned. What? What did she mean by this? Could it be that she knew what I was thinking? I stared at her. Shen Qingqiu smiled lightly. Eat. I blushed and nodded, then immediately gave a boastful glance towards Shi Changxun and took a big bite. At this moment, I felt the food tasted better. Did we change chefs at home? As expected, Shi Changxun watched the interaction between me and my wife and gripped his chopsticks tightly. The manager saw his face turn pale and was secretly delighted. Serves you right. Who told you to shamelessly covet someone else's wife? Shi Changxun seemed to sense the manager's gloating and shot him a cold glance. The manager immediately lowered his head and ate. After the meal, the maids cleaned up, but I didn't leave because Shen Qingqiu had said she would go home with me, so I sat on the sofa playing on my phone while Shen Qingqiu and the manager started to handle work. I played a round of a game, lost, and immediately lost interest. I dejectedly looked up at Shen Qingqiu. Today she was wearing a white shirt. With her long hair and a low ponytail, her serious working expression was truly captivating. I stared and became mesmerized without realizing it. However, I suddenly discovered I wasn't the only one staring mesmerized. There was another man in the hospital room. I frowned again, staring at him. This Shi Changxun is really shameless. He still dares to look. Doesn't he have a wife? He really doesn't, but not having a wife doesn't mean you can just stare at other people's wives. How can a person like this be an artist? Are all his fans blind? He'll have a downfall sooner or later. But when Shi Changshun met my gaze, he showed no emotion at all. I got even angrier. I really wanted to gouge his eyes out, but he didn't care at all, and even gave me a provocative look. I was so angry, my fists clenched. I took out my phone and sent a direct message to Shi Chisheng on WeChat. "What's your relationship with Shi Changshun?" Shi Chisheng replied immediately, "Why are you asking?" I was very impatient. "Just answer the question." Only then did Shi Chisheng say, "It's average. Not much better than strangers." The corner of my mouth curled into a cold smile, and I immediately typed, "If one day he fights with you for the family inheritance, you can just go ahead and do what you need to do. I will support you unconditionally." Shi Chisheng sent a series of question marks. "What are you talking about?" Anyway, just remember what I said. I was messaging Shi Chisheng on WeChat when Shen Qingqiu's voice suddenly rang out. "Yechuan, let's go." Shen Qingqiu gave Shi Changshun a few instructions, telling him to rest well and not to worry about company matters. Then she gave the manager a few instructions and left with me. The manager looked at their departing backs and said slowly to Shi Changshun, "They're a perfect match." Shi Changshun shot him a cold glance and then closed his eyes. After returning home, I finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked Shen Qingqiu, "Can Shi Changshun earn a lot of money for the company?" Shen Qingqiu was a little surprised that I asked this, but still nodded. I immediately asked again, "How much?" Although Shen Qingqiu was surprised, she still answered, 200 or 300 million a year. I opened my mouth, blurted out, but only managed to say one word before I couldn't speak anymore. Shen Qingqiu looked at me and asked softly, "Why did you deflate so quickly?" I said gloomily, "It's nothing." I originally wanted to say I'd give him 200 or 300 million to keep Shen Qingqiu and Shi Changtan apart, but I suddenly remembered that I don't have 200 or 300 million. Even the money for Shen Qingqiu's ring, I had to ask Grandpa for it. Master Yi, the crown prince of the Ai family, the future heir of the Ai family. These titles sound glamorous, but inside, it's a desolate mess. I, a dignified crown prince, don't even have 200 or 300 million. I must be the poorest crown prince, a disgrace to all crown princes. Moreover, I really didn't want to ask Grandpa for money over this. It seems I can only make money myself. I never had any desire for money before. After all, everything the Ai family owns will be mine eventually. Grandpa once said that as long as I don't make foolish investments, the Ai family's money could last for generations. But now that I'm married, I finally understand the struggles of men on the internet. The financial pressure is really immense. I thought about it over and over, and the only way is to invest. Telling me to become an internet celebrity and live stream to sell things like Zhan Xingyue? No way. Later, I still have to take over the Ai Corporation. I wasn't shameless enough to ask Shen Qingqiu, so I went straight to old Master Yi. As a result, the old man had just washed his face and was about to sleep. But upon hearing I wanted to invest, he was so scared he became wide awake. "Ye Xuan, didn't Grandpa already tell you? As long as you don't make foolish investments, the Ai family's money could last for generations." The old man was about to go crazy. He was most afraid of my impulsive nature, the prodigal habit of investing, recklessly, and throwing money out the window. But I was very serious. The Ai family's money is yours, not mine. I want to earn my own money. The old man looked at my serious expression and suddenly recalled how I was the same way a year ago, insisting on earning money myself because I wanted to buy a car, and in the end, I took my years of allowance and lucky money and lost it all. Could history be repeating itself? "Why do you want to make money again?" the old man asked, confused. I answered righteously, "I'm a man, isn't it normal to want to make money?" The old man was silent. He didn't lack money for me to spend, and I didn't have any bad habits, so why did I suddenly want to make money like this? He said tentatively, "You want money? How much do you want? I'll give it to you. I'm begging you, just don't go investing." But I was very firm. I want to earn it myself. It's better to rely on myself than others. I can't always ask Grandpa for handouts. The old man was completely stunned. He thought I was using investment as an excuse to ask for money, but that wasn't it. Could it be that getting married has really made him mature and sensible? I continued, "I'm not asking you for money, you just need to tell me, what investment makes the most money right now?" The old man looked at me with a speechless expression. "I'm not asking for money now, but once I've lost it all, it'll still have to come to him. He's been in business his whole life. How could he not figure this little thing out? You, Master Yi, if you want to borrow money, forget tens of billions, people would fight to lend you hundreds of billions. After all, the Ai family's hundreds of five-star hotels are already worth trillions." The old man thought for a moment and finally sighed. "Start an MCN company. Right now, internet celebrities are making money, taking ads, and live stream selling are the main trends." I immediately fell silent. The old man added another blow. "Besides, Shen Qingqiu is considered good at this. If you run into anything you don't understand, you can ask Shen Qingqiu." The old man had already prepared a way out for me. With Shen Qingqiu keeping an eye on it, I couldn't lose much even if I tried. My eyes lit up instantly. "That's right, I'll start a making company. If I don't understand something, I can ask Shen Qingqiu. Wouldn't that mean I can interact with Shen Qingqiu every day? Let her see that I'm an ambitious man, a man with passion?" I immediately left happily, leaving the old man standing bewildered in the wind, silently praying that I wouldn't lose everything this time. As soon as I got back to the bedroom, I saw Shen Qingqiu had just finished showering. I hurriedly announced, "I'm about to start in Mikian Company." Shen Qingqiu was stunned for a moment. Grandpa agreed? I nodded vigorously. Grandpa told me to do it. Shen Qingqiu understood as soon as she thought about it. Wasn't this so that she and I would be in the same industry, so she could conveniently guide me at any time? Therefore, Shen Qingqiu smiled and said, "If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." This was the exact sentence I was waiting for. I immediately nodded like a woodpecker. Then Shen Qingqiu urged, "Go take a shower." My eyes lit up again. Shen Qingqiu was telling me to shower, but the next second, Shen Qingqiu smiled and gently dropped a sentence, "I'm on my period." I froze on the spot, unconsciously looking at her, then let out a disappointed, "Oh," and obediently went to shower. As soon as I entered the bathroom, I took out my phone and searched on Baidu how long a woman's period usually lasts and whether you can have sex during your period. The search results made my heart sink. A period is usually 7 days, and you absolutely cannot have sex. I completely deflated. 7 days of abstinence for me, who had just tasted meat. This was absolute torture. What was even more deadly, Baidu also said that even after the period ends, it's not okay for the first 1 or 2 days. It's not good for a woman's health. I counted on my fingers. I have to be imprisoned for a full 10 days. The sky is falling. Shen Qingqiu saw my state, as if I was heartbroken to death, listlessly walking out of the bathroom, her face full of question marks, not knowing what on earth I did in the bathroom. I climbed into bed, lay down next to Shen Qingqiu, and suddenly placed my hand on her stomach. "Does your stomach hurt?" I still had some common sense, knowing that women have cramps during their period. "It doesn't hurt," Shen Qingqiu replied. I stared at her in surprise. "It doesn't hurt." Shen Qingqiu nodded. I was even more confused. Why do women on TV always have cramps during their period? Shen Qingqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at my question. Not everyone gets cramps. The kind of pain that makes you faint in TV drama is very rare. Usually, it's either painless or just a little uncomfortable. I had a sudden realization. So I've been deceived by TV dramas all these years. I immediately felt a bit embarrassed. I originally wanted to show off my boyfriend power, rub her belly, and have someone make brown sugar water for her, but now it seems none of that is needed. I was about to pull my hand back when Shen Qingqiu smiled and said, "Your hand is very warm. It's comfortable." She didn't want to refuse my kindness. In other words, she also hoped for a good life. Ever since marrying me, she has actually been very satisfied, much better than she imagined. My cheeks flushed slightly, and my arm rested steadily on her lower abdomen, not pulling back anymore. Usually, this was our time for marital activities, but not today, so Shen Qingqiu decided to chat with me. "Why did you think of starting an OCN?" she asked curiously. I said casually, "Nothing much. I just feel that I'm 22 now, so I should earn my own money." Shen Qingqiu nodded, then told me a lot about internet celebrities and live stream selling. I listened very attentively, looking at Shen Qingqiu beside me, and suddenly felt that not doing that at night and just lying here chatting like this was also great. After talking for a while, Shen Qingqiu suddenly changed the subject, asking me why I hit Shi Changtan at the hospital today. "It's nothing, really nothing." Shen Qingqiu didn't believe me, but I remained tight-lipped until the end. Seeing that I didn't want to talk, Shen Qingqiu didn't press further and just turned off the light to sleep. The next morning, as I was leaving, I casually asked Shen Qingqiu, "Are you going to visit Shi Changtan today?" Shen Qingqiu shook her head, "No. His condition is stable now." A secret joy immediately welled up in my heart. Then we both went our separate ways to work, but as soon as noon arrived, I couldn't help but text Shen Qingqiu, asking her to have lunch with me, and also said I'd bring someone to meet her. My thinking was very simple. First, I wanted to have lunch with Shen Qingqiu. I was afraid that if I didn't ask her, she would go see Shi Changtan. Second, I really was bringing someone with me. I knew clearly that my focus was on the E-Corporation, so for the Meixian company, I would only be responsible for funding it, and I'd leave the operations to a professional. So I specifically found a person in charge, and I wanted Shen Qingqiu to help me vet him. Shen Qingqiu agreed immediately. The two of them arranged to meet at a restaurant between their two companies. At the dining table, Shen Qingqiu and the person in charge named Wang Chang talked very enthusiastically, while I listened quietly on the side. After they finished eating and parted ways, Shen Qingqiu immediately sent a message on WeChat telling me that Wang Chang's abilities were fine, but as for his character, I would have to judge that for myself. I thought Wang Chang was introduced by a friend, so his character should be reliable. So with a wave of my hand, I directly invested 5 million for Wang Chang to get to work. Wang Chang had long known my identity as the crown prince of the Ye family, so he immediately decided to follow me and do a good job. This was a solid backer. Shen Qingqiu suddenly became famous online, the reason being that the hospital room of Shi Changtan was exposed by the paparazzi, and photos of Shen Qingqiu entering and exiting the room were also captured. The paparazzi's headline was even more sensational. Top celebrity's girlfriend injured, visits late at night, sheds tears of sorrow. As soon as the photos and videos were released, Xie Changtan's fans immediately exploded. The fans cried and screamed about leaving the fandom, calling Xie Changtan a scumbag, saying he was in the developmental stage of his career but was only focused on dating. Someone also exposed Shen Qingqiu's outfit. From head to toe, it was all designer brands. The whole outfit cost nearly 1,000,000 yuan. Rival fans immediately came to mock. The money you all spend on him, he spends it all on your sister-in-law. This time, Xie Changtan's fans completely collapsed. They flocked to his social media account, demanding their money back, and also cursed at Shen Qingqiu, calling her a bitch. The incident fermented too quickly. By the time Shen Qingqiu found out, the fans' emotions had completely collapsed, and the entire internet was clamoring to leave the fandom and get their money back. Shen Qingqiu immediately contacted Xie Changtan's manager, Ye Lin, and told her to post on Xie Changtan's Weibo. Ye Lin did as she was told, clarifying that Shen Qingqiu was not his girlfriend, but the fans simply didn't believe it, thinking it was just a poor excuse. Shen Qingqiu didn't want to reveal her identity. She was the boss, not an artist, but now she had no choice but to reveal it. So Shen Qingqiu registered a social media account and personally issued a statement declaring that she was not Xie Changtan's girlfriend, but his boss, and attached a front-facing photo of herself. At first, the fans didn't believe it at all. Shen Qingqiu was too young, too beautiful. They would rather believe that she used her looks to seduce Xie Changtan than believe that at such a young age, she was the CEO of an entertainment company. But netizens are incredibly resourceful. They quickly uncovered Shen Qingqiu's true identity, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, a true top-tier second-generation rich kid. She wasn't his girlfriend, but Xie Changtan's actual boss. Xie Changtan's fans immediately fell silent. They completely collapsed. They would rather believe she was a rumored girlfriend than believe that Shen Qingqiu was a second-generation rich kid of this caliber, beautiful and wealthy, with a top-tier handsome man under her command. Compared to Shen Qingqiu, they felt like a joke. I was leisurely watching the drama unfold online, wanting to see what scandal the top celebrity Xie Changtan had gotten into. But I didn't expect that after watching for a while, this drama would land on my own head. The woman in the video rumored to be with Xie Changtan, the one being frantically shared all over the internet, was clearly my wife. The paparazzi actually dared to say Shen Qingqiu was Xie Changtan's girlfriend. I immediately got furious. Shen Qingqiu is my wife. How could a scumbag like Xie Changtan be worthy of her? I stared at the video and photos, my brows furrowed, seriously suspecting that this was fundamentally arranged by Xie Changtan himself, intentionally released to get involved with my wife. Truly shameless. But I didn't act rashly. If I spout nonsense online now, it'll become a scandal if it gets exposed later. Besides, I was sure Shen Qingqiu would clarify it. After all, Xie Changtan relies on girlfriend fans. Once the relationship becomes real and all his fans leave, he's finished. How could Shen Qingqiu still count on him to make money? Sure enough, not long after, Shen Qingqiu and Xie Changtan's side both issued statements. Looking at the clarification statement, a smug smile curled up on my lips. But the next second, the development of the situation left me dumbfounded. Xie Changtan's girlfriend fans actually felt that Shen Qingqiu was worthy of their idol and even started shipping them as a couple. The couple's fan name was Changjiang. I'm still the Yellow River over here. I was instantly furious. What's wrong with these girlfriend fans? Shouldn't they feel that? No woman in the world is worthy of their idol? Isn't it supposed to be we're not dating with any female star? Now, why are they actively playing matchmaker for their own idol? This batch of girlfriend fans is so unprofessional. I angrily clicked on Shen Qingqiu's account. Good grief, just to issue a statement. The account, which was just created half a day ago, already had hundreds of thousands of fans, and the comment section was a large-scale matchmaking scene. CEO Anya, please take our idol in. If you take him in, all the money he earns will be yours, with no middleman taking a cut. I accept this sister-in-law. She's young, beautiful, and rich. I agree to this perfect match with all my heart and soul. Even fans of other male artists came to join the fun. They cried and screamed, telling Shen Qingqiu to take their idols in too. Let Xie Changtan be the first wife, our idol can be the second or third wife. I was completely bewildered. What on earth are fans like these days? Do they understand what etiquette, righteousness, and shame are? Don't they know it's a monogamous system now that bigamy is illegal? I was so angry I was trembling. I thought to myself that Shen Qingqiu would definitely step up and clarify things when she saw these comments. I waited and waited, but in the end, Shen Qingqiu and Xie Changtan's side didn't even let out a fart. I got even angrier, so I called Shen Qingqiu directly. As soon as the call connected, I fired off questions. Have you seen the stuff about you and Xie Changtan online? Who would have thought that on the other end, Shen Qingqiu's voice was calm, without a ripple. What's wrong? That what's wrong made me explode with rage instantly. You have the nerve to ask what's wrong. My hand holding the phone tightened and I asked through gritted teeth, why aren't you issuing a statement to explain? But Shen Qingqiu just said casually, everything needs to be explained clearly to the public, and also said that the current situation was very good for the company and Xie Changtan. With unprecedented popularity, Shi Changtan's endorsement sales skyrocketed in just a few hours. This sentence made me completely explode. Shen Qingqiu, our Yi family is a respectable family. Our wedding is about to happen, and now you're letting rumors with another man fly everywhere. Have you considered the Yi family's dignity? People who don't know might think that I, Yak Xuan, am some third party who succeeded. I was so angry my voice was trembling. However, Shen Qingqiu said, "That won't happen. You'll issue a statement in a few days." In a few days? She admitted she was a businesswoman. She just didn't want to miss out on the benefits from the current traffic. I angrily hung up the phone. Of course I understood her calculations. Isn't it just wanting to ride this wave of popularity to help Shi Changtan earn a bit more money? The entertainment industry's tricks, I know them like the back of my hand, but understanding is one thing. On what grounds should I have to accept it? Shi Changtan gets a few more endorsement deals. Does the money he earns go into my pocket? Even if it did, I wouldn't want it. The dignity of the dignified crown prince of the IA family, can that stinking money even compare? The more I thought, the angrier I got. I stormed straight to find Old Master Yi. Seeing my angry, murderous look, Old Master Yes' eyebrow twitched repeatedly. He thought to himself, this kid couldn't have lost money on an investment again, could he? Old Master Yes' heart trembled. Why so fast this time? Even faster than last time. It's only been a few days and he's lost it all. At this rate, he felt that the speed at which he earned money really couldn't keep up with the speed at which the boy spent it. Why isn't Shen Qingqiu pregnant yet? He was truly in a hurry to groom a new heir. What's wrong? Old Master Yi asked. I glanced at him and asked irritably, Grandpa, don't you go online? Old Master Yi raised an eyebrow, his voice carrying a trace of surprise. Could it be that this incident has already blown up online? He thought I had lost so much money it made the news again. His face immediately darkened. The 100-year reputation of our Yi family is about to be ruined in an instant. I nodded coldly. Old Master Yi glared fiercely at me. You just wait with that. He picked up his phone to see just how big the commotion was before deciding how to deal with me. I looked at my grandpa's angry expression, speechless inside. Why get angry at me? It's not even my fault. I'm the innocent victim. However, the old man went online to look. He didn't see my name, but instead saw Shen Qingqiu's name high up on the trending list. He clicked on it and watched for a full half hour before he finally understood the whole story. I didn't leave, nor did I rush him. I just waited quietly like that. Only after seeing it would Grandpa know how wronged I was. Finally, Old Master Yi looked up, his gaze falling on me. Are you talking about the matter between Shen Qingqiu and Shi Changtan? My face darkened. The anger in my heart flared up again. Grandpa, don't you think Shen Qingqiu is being unreasonable? She's clearly married, yet she's pretending to be single online, letting those fans misunderstand. I originally thought Grandpa would fly into a rage. After all, the I family's granddaughter-in-law was being shipped with another man by netizens. This matter was truly trampling the I family's dignity underfoot, and Grandpa cared most about dignity. But I waited and waited, but the expected rage never came. Grandpa, don't you have anything to say? I finally couldn't hold it in anymore and urged him with a frown. Old Master Yi pondered for a moment. This Changjiang couple name is quite good. I was immediately dumbfounded, staring at him in disbelief, suspecting there was something wrong with my ears. Grandpa? A wave of anger rushed to my head. I felt like I was about to explode. Seeing me fuming, Old Master Yi quickly comforted me. Don't be angry. These netizens are all just stirring up trouble for fun. Qingqiu is a sensible person. She's not the two-faced type. She and Shi Changtan have nothing going on. I gritted my teeth, squeezing out each word. I know they have nothing going on. If Shen Qingqiu and Shi Changtan really had something, would I still be standing here? I would have taken a 40-meter sword and gone to chop someone up long ago. But Grandpa, Shen Qingqiu is my wife, the granddaughter-in-law of the Ai family. I almost shouted, we're going to have our wedding soon. At that time, people who don't know the truth and think I'm some kind of homewrecker, a mistress who made it to the top. Old Master Yi laughed again, speaking leisurely. I've already said, they are all unimportant people. What they say doesn't matter at all. How can it not matter? I was so angry I spoke without thinking. 3 people talking makes a tiger. The tongues of the world are fearsome. If enough people say it, everyone will believe it's true. Does the reputation of young Master Yi and the Ai family not matter anymore? Grandpa looked at me with a smile, his eyes crinkling, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. So angry you're even spouting idioms now. I was choked up and speechless. How could I hide these little thoughts from him? In the end, isn't this just jealousy? So what do you want, old master? He finally wiped the smile off his face and asked seriously, I want the official count of the I Corporation to post an announcement that Shen Qingqiu and I are married. If I go to war with billions of netizens by myself, I wouldn't win even if my keyboard started smoking. Therefore, having the company's official account step forward is the most effective way. Old Master Yi nodded. All right. But for something like this, aren't you going to discuss it with Qingqiu first? I kept a straight face and didn't say a word. I'm afraid Qingqiu will be angry, Grandpa reminded me. I snorted disdainfully. She'll be angry? What right does she have to be angry? Right now, she's the one out there with rumors about another man. She's the one in the wrong. On what grounds can she be angry? I'm the one who should really be angry. Old Master Yi sighed. Let me be blunt. If King Q really gets angry and fights with you, don't you dare blame me. It has nothing to do with you. I won't blame you. I frowned, my tone firm. And so, Old Master Yi, right in front of me, called the head of the public relations department and then told me to go with the PR head to discuss the specific wording of the announcement. I followed the PR head to his office. He already knew that the rumored crown princess was actually the eldest daughter of the Shen family. There had always been rumors in the company that I got married early. I never expected it to be officially announced today. The public relations department wasn't short on talented writers. The head gave the order, and half an hour later, several versions of the announcement were placed in front of me. I glanced over them and chose the most direct version, the one that required the least speculation, and told him to post it on the official Weibo account immediately. In addition, I added, buy a trending topic. Right now, the Changjiang Seep is at its hottest. Any movement can create huge waves. I want to ride this east wind, to blow things up, and solve all the problems in one go. As expected, as soon as the official announcement from the I Corporation was released, social media exploded. The content of the announcement was simple and blunt. Shen Qingqiu and Yixuan were married long ago. We demand netizens to stop spreading rumors, otherwise, legal action will be taken. The netizens were in an uproar. Shen Qingqiu is married. Then what about our Shi Changshun? What about all our appas? The wails of the fans were endless. The ship they had just boarded today had sunk in the blink of an eye. This might be the fastest sinking ship in history. Seeing the widespread mourning online, I smirked smugly. Serves them right. Now let's see who dares to ship random couples and talk nonsense anymore. Just as I was basking in the joy of victory, my phone screen lit up. The caller ID showed 2 words, beloved wife. My heart skipped a beat. The smugness in my heart instantly vanished, replaced by an indescribable feeling of guilt. I glanced at the pier head beside me, took my phone to a corner of the room before answering. Yexuan, did you tell the E Corporation to post that announcement? On the other end of the line, Shen Qingqiu's voice was faint, revealing no emotion. I answered, suddenly feeling uneasy. Is she angry? What if she's angry? What should I do? Even though I feel I did nothing wrong, the thought of her possibly being angry makes my heart feel like it's hanging by a thread. Shen Qingqiu sighed softly. Why didn't you discuss it with me first? Well, when you and Shai Changshun were creating a ship, did you discuss it with me? I almost blurted it out. I didn't create a ship. Just mentioning this makes me angry. You didn't actively create the scandal, but you didn't stop it either. Not stopping it is the same as condoning it. The other end of the line fell silent. I was furious. Her silence was like a bucket of cold water, instantly deflating me, leaving me feeling anxious and unsettled. After a while, Shen Qingqiu finally spoke. Let's leave it at that. I have to get back to work. After saying that, she hung up. The dial tone buzzed in my ear, like a silent mockery. That's it? Is she angry? She actually got angry. Another wave of anger rose within me. Shouldn't I be the one who's angry? She and Shai Changshun are causing such a stir. Everyone who knows about our relationship is definitely laughing at me behind my back, saying that I've been cheated on. I stormed back into the office of the public relations head. Crown Prince. The head began cautiously. I shot him a cold glare, and he immediately changed his address to Sir. Should we hire a water army to control and shift public opinion? I frowned, looking confused. What water army? Shift what public opinion? Hasn't the announcement already been posted? Just let everyone know that Shen Qingqiu is my wife. That's enough. You should probably see for yourself, sir, the head said with a difficult expression. I walked over to the computer, and with just one look, my vision went dark. These shippers, I really want to kill them. How dare they say, I'm ugly? After the initial wails, those shippers started comforting themselves and quickly established an absurd logic. Sisters, don't be discouraged. These kinds of wealthy family marriages are just for mutual benefit. There are no feelings involved. That's right, they're a couple in name only, living separate lives. Our Changjiang Sip hasn't sunk yet. Xiao Shen definitely doesn't like that Yi family's crown prince. He's probably really ugly. Even if he's not ugly, he's definitely not as handsome as our Appa. Xiao Shen doesn't love him at all. The one she loves is our Appa. Appa got injured while filming, and Xiao Shen rushed to visit him in the middle of the night. That's love Changjiang Teep forever. Looking at these comments, I just felt my vision darken and my blood boil. What on earth are these people's brains made of? It's like a cult. On one hand, they say we're a wealthy marriage without feelings. On the other hand, they say I'm ugly. And then that the person Shen Qingqiu loves is Shi Changshun. I feel like I'm about to be angered to death by these people. The head looked at my ugly expression and my eyes that were almost spitting fire, so scared he didn't dare to breathe loudly. Post a picture! I ordered through gritted teeth, word by word. The head looked at me blankly, completely unable to follow my train of thought. Post what picture, sir? Didn't they say this young master is ugly? Said him not as handsome as Shi Changshun? My voice carried a hint of anger from being insulted. Post a picture of this young master, let them open their big, watery eyes, and see if I'm more handsome than Shi Changshun or not. The head was stunned for a moment. Then it dawned on him, so this was what made the crown prince angry. He secretly glanced at me, not expecting a man to care so much about his appearance. I took out my phone, added the head on WeChat, followed by a flurry of actions. I sent dozens of photos in one go, selfies, pictures taken by others from all sorts of angles, almost flooding his phone screen. The head looked at the pictures, continuously appearing in the chat window. His perception was refreshed once again. The crown prince is a guy, but he's so vain. Pick a few to post, I ordered. A few, sir? The head was a bit unsure. 9, I said decisively. Post a 9-photo grid, let them comprehensively, and without any bad angles, admire this young master's unparalleled beauty. They're getting a good deal, the head thought to himself. Having never interacted before, I never knew the crown prince had such an arrogant and whimsical personality. But then again, as the heir of the Yi family, I indeed had the right to be, and this whimsy was even a little bit charming. He quickly selected the 9 most visually striking photos and posted them on the official account. The caption was also very catchy, presenting the fresh Mr. Y. Looking at the Weibo interface, I was satisfied and smirked, then turned to ask the head, my tone a bit challenging. Do you think I'm more handsome, or is Shi Changshun more handsome? Of course you are more handsome, sir, the head answered without hesitation. I squinted at him. You're not lying to me, are you? You're not just flattering me? Not at all, sir. The head had a serious expression, his eyes sincere. Everything I said is from the heart. Very good. I nodded in satisfaction, thinking to myself that when I truly take over the corporation, the first person to get a raise would be this head of public relations. He's an honest person. He deserves better treatment. As soon as the photos were posted, I practically camped out in the comment section of the official account, closely monitoring every reaction from the netizens. As expected, the comment section immediately exploded. Is this the I family's crown prince? So handsome, this face. Is even more handsome than A-list celebrities in the entertainment industry. His aura is much more dashing. I'm stunned. First it was Shen Qingqiu, now it's Ye Xuan. Are all the rich second-generation kids this competitive now? Handsome and rich, God is so unfair, hubby. You're so handsome, hubby. I can't believe it, it's definitely photoshopped. So handsome, it's unreal. To the poster above, I'm an expert. I've looked closely, no signs of Photoshop. They're all original photos. This is real handsomeness, the real deal. The shippers all fell silent. Their initial self-comforting logic that Shen Qingqiu and Ye Xuan's marriage was just a loveless business arrangement, and that Ye Xuan was definitely not as handsome as our oppa, was now shattered by my 9 photos. The sound of slapping faces echoed everywhere. Not only was Ye Xuan not ugly, he was even more handsome than their oppa. So handsome that they couldn't help but want to switch sides and become my fans. Looking at it this way, the wealthy heiress and the IE family's crown prince, a talented man and a beautiful woman, are truly a match made in heaven. No one could doubt the word compatible anymore. The word ugly became too hot to handle. No one could say it anymore. Under the official account, the shippers all went silent, leaving only the fervor of passers-by and the gossip-loving public. I raised an eyebrow smugly. This time, that cult of shippers should have nothing left to say. However, just as I thought that, those fans made a new move. The crown prince is really handsome. I admit he's more handsome than our oppa. Therefore, we have unanimously decided to let the crown prince be the first wife, and our oppa will be the concubine. Crown prince, the domineering female CEO plus our oppa, isn't it better if we all just live happily together? Shi Changshun as the second wife, doesn't that make our oppa the third party? Third party is good enough. Our oppa has been demoted to the fourth party here. Actually, what I want to say is, whether it's the crown prince or the eldest daughter of the Shen family, gender really doesn't need to be so rigid. We can accept it all. Just destroy it all. I'm really tired. The logic of this cult of shippers is truly out of this world. It's impossible to guard against. The head of public relations looked at my expression of utter despair and couldn't help but laugh comfortingly. Yeah, you really don't need to pay attention to these things. The netizens are just joking. I gave him a look without saying anything. Of course I know they're joking, but I can't laugh at all, and I feel even more unhappy. No one can make a joke out of me and my wife like this, but I also can't really argue with tens of thousands of shippers. A deep sense of helplessness rose in my heart. It's really tiring. At the same time, Shen Qingqiu also saw the ostentatious 9-photo post on the I Corporation's Weibo. She shook her head helplessly, but the corners of her lips curled up involuntarily. This was indeed something only I would do. Even without seeing it with her own eyes, she could imagine my smug yet furious appearance right now. He must be furious, so angry that he just wants to crawl through the screen, drag those shippers out, and give each of them a beating. Shen Qingqiu looked at the data. Because of the involvement of Yeshuan and the Ye Corporation, the level of discussion about Shi Changxun was even higher. Even in such a short time, several brands had already contacted Shi Changxun and the company. This was a good sign. Until now, the incident had not yet caused any negative impact or comments. Shen Qingqiu decided not to pay attention to it and to see how things would develop. My mood wasn't very good all day. After all, my wife was being shipped with another man. How could my mood be good? But when it was time to get off work, my mood improved immediately. Because Shen Qingqiu and I also have shippers now. The netizens who had seen the unparalleled beauty of me and Shen Qingqiu were mesmerized by our looks one after another and became our shippers. Once there are shippers, there must be a super topic. The shippers must be gathered. As a result, as soon as I joined the group, I saw the shippers in the group saying I was very handsome and Shen Qingqiu was very beautiful. There were also fans who used photos of Shen Qingqiu and me to create a composite picture of our future child. Another fan, in such a short time, had already used my face and Shen Qingqiu's to make a video, full of all kinds of heart-wrenching, angsty romance. I watched it with an uncontrollable smile on my face. As soon as I got happy, I sent red envelopes in the group. Although it wasn't 200 or 300 million, but I could still afford to send out several 100,000 a day. I thought these shippers have to go to school and go to work, and still have to spend time boosting engagement for me and Shen Qingqiu, editing videos, and even have to argue with the shippers of that second and third party. It's really too much work. Sending some red envelopes to reward them is a matter of course. I didn't hide my identity either. I generously admitted that I was Yexuan and said you've all worked hard in the group and started sending money for milk tea. The fans originally thought it would be a few bucks in the red envelope, but who knew that as soon as they opened it, it was a 5,000 yuan lucky red envelope. The luckiest person got several hundred yuan. I sent several in a row, but the system suddenly notified me that today's lucky red envelope limit had been used up. It's used up already? I remember I had only sent 20,000 yuan. How is that enough for these hundreds of hardworking fans to share? So I switched to the regular red envelope mode, 200 yuan each. I sent a whole series of them. I sent so many that my finger felt like it was going numb, like an emotionless red envelope sending machine. As a result, it wasn't long before I was limited again. Why is it limited again? Today is the first day the fan group was created. A good day for a grand opening. How could it be such a buzzkill? I looked around, pulled Butler Zhao into the group, told him to change his name to head butler of the Ai family, and ordered him to continue sending them. After Butler Zhao hit his limit, I glanced over and saw it still wasn't enough. Immediately after, I pulled several maids from the house into the group and directly transferred money to them to send on my behalf. It wasn't until the accounts of the several maids were also limited one by one that I felt it was somewhat acceptable. This is the standard of the Ai family's crown prince. What do those second and third parties out there have to compete with me? The fans in the group were completely stunned. They had never thought that there would be a day when the speed of grabbing red envelopes couldn't keep up with the speed they were being sent. Before this red envelope was even opened, the next one had already appeared. After the red envelope storm stopped, everyone in the group of over 100 people calculated, and they had all gotten over 1,000 yuan. The lucky ones even got a 5-digit amount. In an instant, a tide of praise washed over me. Over 100 people simultaneously praised me as the most handsome Yeshuan, that Shen Qingqiu and I were the most compatible couple, that others couldn't even compare to my little toe, and that as long as they were alive, those vixens outside shouldn't even dream of stepping through the door. All sorts of compliments made my heart bloom as I read them. If it weren't for the limit, I really wanted to send them another round. Such adorable fans who speak so pleasantly. If I don't give to them, who should I give to? I secretly resolved, today I'm limited, I'll send more tomorrow. Just like that, from the moment I got home, I was glued to my phone sending red envelopes to fans until 9 p.m. when Shen Qingqiu came back late from work. Today, Shen Qingqiu worked overtime, not getting home until 9. When she got home, she saw me sitting on the sofa, holding a phone, sometimes tapping my finger on the phone, sometimes laughing. My behavior was a bit like someone in love. Shen Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. Hearing footsteps, I looked towards Shen Qingqiu and reflexively turned off my phone, not letting Shen Qingqiu see the conversation. If Shen Qingqiu found out I was in the fan group, inciting fans to curse at Shi Changxun and his fans, Shen Qingqiu would definitely be angry. But I don't think I'm wrong. Shi Changxun has improper intentions towards another man's wife. He deserves to be cursed. As for Shi Changxun's fans, after knowing that Shen Qingqiu is married, they still ship Shi Changxun and Shen Qingqiu. They also deserve to be cursed. From the idol to the fans, they all deserve to be cursed. Therefore, I did nothing wrong. How could young Master Yi ever do anything wrong? Shen Qingqiu looked at my behavior, raised an eyebrow and said nothing. It seems he's really in love. Men in love all have a few signs. holding their phone and texting, occasionally laughing foolishly. It seems many women discover their significant other is cheating this way. She wasn't angry about this. She had seen too much of this in her circle since she was young. Rich men, the beautiful women who actively cling to them, are countless. A man can reject 1, 2, 3 women, but can he really reject them all? She had seen too many uncles and elders socializing outside, keeping mistresses. In today's society, fidelity is very rare, something you might encounter but can't seek out. She never demanded fidelity from her other half. She and I had no feelings for each other to begin with. It was for mutual benefit. As long as I didn't go too far, didn't cause any issues with illegitimate children, or bring someone to show off in front of her to provoke her, she could turn a blind eye. I looked at Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu said nothing and went into the bathroom to wash her face. I breathed a sigh of relief. Shi Changshun is Shen Qingqiu's money-making tool. Shen Qingqiu treats him like the apple of her eye. If she knew I was online, not only creating a clone account to slander Shi Changshun, but also telling my fans to slander him, Shi Changshun would definitely be angry. So I hurriedly sent a message in the group. Good night, everyone. My wife is back. I can't be on my phone anymore. Fans in the group, is the crown princess that strict? She doesn't let you use your phone after 9 p.m. That's stricter than their parents. Shen Qingqiu came out after her shower. She was a bit tired, so she went straight to bed to rest. Anyway, she's on her period right now, so we can't do anything. I looked at Shen Qingqiu lying on the bed, her eyes closed, ready to sleep, and frowned. Is Shen Qingqiu angry? So she's giving me the cold shoulder? Why is she angry? A thought flashed through my mind. Of course, it's because I announced our marriage, messing up the plan to pair her with Shi Changshun. Thinking of this, a fire of anger also ignited within me. Is she that desperate for money? The benefits of marrying into the Yi family are far greater than the loose change from that Shi Changshun. She doesn't try to appease me, her official husband, the crown prince of the Ye family, but instead clings to that pretty boy all day. Long hair, but so short-sighted. My gaze fell on her hair. Her hair was indeed very long, jet black and soft, spilling over the pillow like a strip of silk, reflecting a soft light. So beautiful. Some images unconsciously appeared in my mind. When she's passionate, her jet black hair spread over her snow-white skin, she truly looks like a soul-snatching vixen. My Adam's apple bobbed, and I felt a wave of frustration. These days of abstinence, when on earth will they end? It's so frustrating. Just then, Shen Qingqiu suddenly turned over and opened her eyes. I didn't have time to retract. My lustful gaze and our eyes met directly. I felt my ears burning. I didn't say anything and awkwardly lifted the blanket to get into bed. Shen Qingqiu was about to say something, but for some reason, she felt I was very dangerous right now. If she spoke, there's no telling what I would do. She chose to keep her mouth shut and close her eyes, but she was no longer sleepy. If I really had needs, why not go find my girlfriend on the outside? The next morning, while I was still sleeping groggily, I suddenly felt a light kick on my leg. Wake up. Shen Qingqiu gave me a gentle kick. I opened my sleepy eyes, still not fully awake. Looking at her in front of me, I unconsciously whined, "Wifey, what's wrong?" As soon as the words left my mouth, Shen Qingqiu froze, staring blankly at me. Being stared at like that, I sobered up instantly and realized what I had just called her. A rush of heat rose to my ears. I was both embarrassed and angry. Why is she looking at me like that? Doesn't she like this form of address? Then what should I call her? Darling baby sweetheart. I don't mind these names, but I think if she can even accept wifey, the others would probably annoy her even more. Then the others would probably annoy her even more. Just as I was letting my thoughts run wild, Shen Qingqiu spoke. Be more careful with your words in the fan group from now on. I just felt confused. What did I say? Seeing that I didn't understand, Shen Qingqiu handed me her phone. I took it and looked. On the screen was the clear hashtag, #my wife is super strict. This trending topic. I guiltily glanced at Shen Qingqiu, so embarrassed my toes could dig a mansion. I didn't know it would turn out like this. I just said it casually. I was afraid she would find out I was in the fan group, inciting people to curse at Shi Changshun, so I made an excuse. Great. I originally just wanted to hide it from her. Now the whole world knows. This is a scene of social suicide. I didn't do it on purpose, I explained weakly. Shen Qingqiu's gaze fell on me, carrying a hint of scrutiny. So yesterday when you were holding your phone, giggling like an idiot, were you chatting in this group? Yeah, I could only nod stubbornly. Shen Qingqiu was silent for a moment. All right then, I was overthinking it. Just be more careful what you say in the future, yes. I nodded obediently, like a primary school student who did something wrong. Shen Qingqiu then said, as for Shi Changshun's matter, don't worry about it. This sentence immediately ignited my anger. He already wants to be your concubine, and you want me to not worry? If I don't worry, that Shi Changshun won't just want to be a concubine. I'm afraid he'll want to get rid of me and take my place. Looking at my angry expression, Shen Qingqiu let out a soft laugh. That's just the fans shipping us. Shi Changshun doesn't have that intention. I frowned, looking unconvinced. How do you know he doesn't have that intention? Because he's never told me. He's never confessed to me. I'm speechless. Can't she tell? That Shi Changshan likes her? Didn't she claim to be very smart? But on second thought, I swallowed my words. I'm not stupid enough to tell my wife that another man likes her, so I changed my angle. But it's not right for the fans to ship you like that. You're my wife, the young mistress of the I family. You being shipped with another man online, how does that make me look? She nodded, her expression turning serious. I understand. I'll handle it today. How will you handle it? I pressed. You'll know when the time comes. She was being mysterious. After breakfast, the two of them returned to the room. Just as we were about to leave, Shen Qingqiu couldn't help but remind me, from now on, don't give out so many red envelopes in the fan group. Shen Qingqiu wasn't being stingy, it's because a tall tree catches the wind. Me throwing money around like that could possibly bring some negative effects to me and the I family. For example, people might say I'm showing off and use that to attack me. There are all sorts of people online. You never know who is behind the keyboard, what kind of person is behind the phone screen. You don't know what they will do or what they will say. Countless people are cyberbullied every year. I was unhappy after hearing this and blurted out, why would it have a negative effect? And giving red envelopes to my family, how could that have a negative effect? I said it with great conviction. Family? Shen Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, seemingly very surprised by this word. I nodded seriously. Yes, they are my family. They help me boost my numbers on Weibo, help us edit videos, and help me curse out the anti-fans and random ships, defending justice and my status as the main consort. They work so hard. What's wrong with me giving them a little payment? Main consort? Shen Qingqiu caught the keyword, and the corner of her mouth curved into a meaningful smile. My face instantly turned red, as if my weak spot had been caught. Shen Qingqiu smiled, the smile evident in her eyes. Don't worry, with me, there is only a main consort. There won't be a second or a third. My face turned even redder, like a ripe tomato. I snuck a glance at her, saying nothing, but my heart was pounding uncontrollably. Is she sweet-talking me? Although it sounds exactly like the lines a scumbag would use to coax a woman, I felt inexplicably happy inside. Now I finally know why so many women are deceived by the sweet words of scumbags. Because these words really sound so moving, but I'm sure Shen Qingqiu isn't like those scumbags. She definitely won't deceive me. In the morning, I saw how Shen Qingqiu handled it on Weibo. She had reposted something from the official account of the IA group. It was a set of 9 handsome photos of me. What made my heart beat even faster was Shen Qingqiu not only reposted it, but also commented. There wasn't a single word in the comment, just a pink heart. Simple, yet it spoke 1,000 words. This heart was like a flare. My fans immediately swarmed in. The comment section was flooded with, "This is too cute, wishing you eternal happiness, so sweet, so loving." I was drowned in blessings. Looking at the phone screen, I couldn't suppress the curve of my lips. A pink heart? Isn't this a blatant expression of love? I knew Shen Qingqiu loves me. It's just that she's mature and reserved, unlike other women who always have the word love on their lips. Her love is hidden in her heart, hidden in these casual details. And seeing just this little bit is enough for me. I happily scrolled through the comments, reading every blessing very carefully, my heart as sweet as honey. However, amidst this peaceful and sweet scene, a few dissonant voices suddenly appeared. Co Shen and the Crown Prince must be happy, but our guy must be happy too. Co Shen, don't just love the Crown Prince, you have to love our guy too. Sisters, may I ask, what method can we use to help our guy fight for favor? My face immediately darkened. These heretical couple fans are like weeds. They can't be burned away. They grow back with the spring wind, truly lingering ghosts. Before I could get mad, my fans, the warriors I acknowledged as my family, heard the news and took action, swarming in like a broken beehive. The comment section instantly turned into a battlefield. My fans may not be numerous, but their fighting power is extremely fierce. Why? Because of the superpower of money, of course. The hundreds of thousands in red envelopes from yesterday were still fresh. Moreover, I myself had admitted they were my family. For family, they wouldn't hesitate to shed blood and lose their heads, let alone just typing insults. So the other couple fans could only watch helplessly as my fans went crazy, grabbing whoever they could and cursing at them. Regardless of whether the opponent was numerous or few, they just charged into battle. That momentum was as if they wanted to type until smoke came from their keyboards and pierced through their phone screens. Meanwhile, I calmly opened the fan group, gave out red envelopes, while advising everyone in the group to stop cursing, saying it had a bad influence. Red envelopes followed one after another, the amounts getting larger and larger. The fans understood immediately. The Crown Prince says he doesn't want it, but his body is very honest. These red envelopes, aren't they rewards for their good performance? As for those polite words, it's just a fear of being screenshotted as evidence, learning a few tricks from the green tea bitches. Of course, how could the Crown Prince be a green tea bitch? This is called tactics. With my rewards, the fans' fighting power soared even higher. The opponent's fans were cursed into a crushing defeat, unable to raise their heads. It's not that they really couldn't outcurse them, but that they were in the wrong. I am the main consort. Their guy is at most a second party trying to climb up. A third party in front of the main consort's fans, they are inherently a level lower. They can't be tough and can only be chased and cursed at. Then they run to their idol's Weibo to cry and complain about how wrong they are. Passers-by were endlessly entertained. The main consort, me, was jumping for joy, making official announcements and posting photos, personally entering the fray to consolidate favor, while the so-called second and third consorts remained dead silent, not even showing up to manage their fans. This grand drama is so interesting. I secretly observed Shen Qingqiu's reaction. She didn't seem to care at all about the bloody storm on the internet, not even bothering to ask a single question. This made me even bolder. She's not stopping me. Is she tacitly allowing me to do this? It both protects my status as the main consort and helps her artists gain enough free publicity. I heard they've already secured several collaboration deals. I couldn't help but think smugly, my seemingly unreasonable methods are actually quite effective. It seems I'm becoming more and more talented at being a qualified main consort. The internet storm I created also brought unexpected benefits. The business data for Aya hotels soared visibly. Countless fans and gossiping netizens flocked to check in, making it wildly popular for a time. This traffic and appeal, Grandpa saw it all, but he had other ideas. When people from the planning department and the public relations department enthusiastically suggested that I ride this wave to become the corporate image ambassador, Grandpa rejected it flat out without a second thought. When the word rejected reached my ears, I couldn't believe my ears. If the Aya family didn't only have me as the sole heir, I would really suspect that I was picked up from a garbage dump. Who despises their own grandson like this? I wasn't convinced and barged straight into Grandpa's study. I feel I am completely qualified to be the spokesperson for Yi Hotels. The old man glanced at me. What qualifications do you have? What qualifications? Is car racing your qualification? Or is hanging out at nightclubs every day your qualification? I furrowed my brows. Grandpa, that's all in the past. I haven't gone racing in a long time. He snorted, as if reluctantly acknowledging the change in me after getting married. It's true that since marrying Shen Qingqiu, I haven't touched those cars at all. Grandpa Yi changed the subject. What about nightclubs? I hear you have a little mistress at the nightclub named Xiaoxi, and you call for her every time you go. Xiaoxi is not a mistress. I quickly jumped up. Then what is she? He glared at me as if trying to see through me. I immediately lost all my momentum and could only mumble, Xiaoxi is my emotional consultant. Grandpa didn't hear clearly at all, or rather he didn't want to hear, and started lecturing me on his own. Qingqiu doesn't manage you much. You have to be self-aware. You're married now. Bars, nightclubs, places that affect a marriage, you should go to less. Go to them less. Not doing proper work all day. What do you mean I don't do proper work? I couldn't help but retort. He widened his eyes. The task of having a child, have you done it? It took me a while to squeeze out a sentence. Shen Qingqiu is on her period right now. How can we do it? This sentence completely enraged the old man. His eyes looked at me with utter contempt. Why is she on her period? Isn't it because you're weak? If you were capable, if you got Qingqiu pregnant, would she still get her period? Who says I'm weak? My face immediately flushed red, my voice rising an octave. I just wanted to throw my glorious record of 7 times in one night, each time for more than half an hour, in his face. But Grandpa just asked lightly, you're capable? Why isn't Qingqiu pregnant yet? We've only been married for over a month. You couldn't get Qingqiu pregnant in a month and you still have the nerve to say it? He pouted disdainfully. I was both angry and tired. It seemed all explanations were useless at this moment. Shen Qingqiu not being pregnant, this black pot was perfectly fitted onto the pillar of shame of my impotence. I wasn't convinced, struggling one last time. She's not pregnant. Why isn't it her problem? Does it have to be because I'm weak? The old man scanned me from head to toe and said firmly, because one look at you and I can tell you're weak. Forget it. I immediately deflated, feeling all the strength drained from my body. If I didn't still have a shred of shame, I really wanted to prove right in front of him via livestream whether I was weak or not. Just when I was in utter despair, Grandpa quietly instructed, from now on, treat Qingqiu a little better. The face and reputation of our Yi family all rely on Qingqiu to be maintained. Grandpa's voice was still in my ears. He looked at me and shook his head, his expression truly indescribable, relying on you. All right, I completely understood. I am a clown. I turned and left. Staying another second would just be asking for humiliation. Not long after, the public relations department of the Yi Group contacted Shen Qingqiu, officially inviting her to take on the role of image ambassador. When this news reached my ears, it came with Shen Qingqiu's reaction. I heard she was very surprised and even asked the PR department why they didn't look for the Ai family's crown prince, who has a more suitable image and temperament, me. And the PR department's answer was like another knife to my heart. The chairman believes the crown prince will have his image collapse sooner or later. After hearing this, Shen Qingqiu lightly replied, as if he had an image to collapse in the first place. Isn't he already a pile of ruins? When this sentence accidentally reached my ears, I was so angry my whole body trembled. Good. Just great. The two most important people in my life, my grandpa, my wife, one insists I'm weak, the other sees me as a pile of ruins. Fine, I'm a clown from beginning to end. I had originally planned to find my emotional consultant Xiao Sai for a few drinks tonight, to have her say a few nice things to comfort my wounded soul. But unexpectedly, just as I was about to get off work, a call came from Bulgari, informing me that the custom diamond ring I ordered had been delivered to the Ai family home. My heart stirred, and I immediately lost all interest in going to the bar. When I got home, Butler Zhao indeed brought up an exquisite box. I returned to my room and opened it. The royal blue diamond ring sparkled with a deep and brilliant light under the lamp. The craftsmanship was impeccable. I admired it silently for a moment, then suddenly closed the box. Shen Qingqiu said I'm a pile of ruins, so I'm determined not to give her this ring. I'll wait until I'm in a good mood, wait until she's willing to say something nice about me, before I give it to her. At the dinner table, I had a sullen face and ate my meal without a word. What's wrong? Is the pile of ruins unhappy? Grandpa's all-seeing gaze swept over, his tone full of mockery. My face immediately flushed red. I quickly glanced at Grandpa, then looked at Shen Qingqiu beside me, and in the end, I could only lower my head even more. Shen Qingqiu was silent, but she used the serving chopsticks to give me a piece of rib. I looked at the extra food in my bowl and looked up at her. She said nothing, looked straight into my eyes, and then picked up some vegetables and put them in my bowl. The corners of my tightly pressed lips involuntarily curved into a small smile. I also said nothing and ate quietly. Grandpa, watching my useless appearance from the side, his mouth twitched. 2 chopsticks of food was enough to coax you. Do we abuse you at home, not letting you eat vegetables? After dinner, as soon as we got back to the room, the discomfort in my heart could no longer be suppressed. Shen Qingqiu had already served me food. Her attitude was already so humble. As a man, I should be a little more generous. I took out that velvet box, pretended to nonchalantly hand it to her, and said only one word. Here. Shen Qingqiu took it, a little surprised, the moment she opened the box. The astonishment in her eyes deepened. That enormous royal blue diamond lay quietly in the box, exuding a sparkling light. She knew this ring was worth at least 9 figures, and although I was the young master, I didn't actually have that much money on me to give her. She looked up, her bright eyes twinkling at me. My cheeks felt a little hot. This was the first time I had ever given a gift to a girl, and a feeling of nervousness and shyness rose in my heart. Mom, I pretended to be calm and nodded. Thank you. Shen Qingqiu smiled as she took the ring out of the box, then held out her slender, fair hand in front of me. My hand, put it on for me. That hand was as perfect as a work of art, clean, delicate, without a single flaw. I was stunned, and as I picked up the ring, a thought flashed through my mind. Should I get down on one knee? In the end, I didn't. I just carefully picked up the ring and solemnly, formally, placed it on her ring finger. The deep blue color accentuated her hand, making it look even more silvery white like jade, and her fair skin also made the blue color seem purer, without a speck of dust. It's beautiful, I love it. Shen Qingqiu raised her hand, admiring it under the light, her smile radiant. Hearing those words, my heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. The smile at the corner of my lips could no longer be hidden. As long as you like it, I'll buy you more in the future. The heartfelt gesture had received the most sincere response. There was nothing more satisfying than this. Shen Qingqiu looked at me intently, as if she felt a simple thank you was too plain. After a moment of thought, the next second she suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around my neck. Without any warning, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her soft lips against mine. I was stunned. My heart skipped a beat in my chest. Except for in bed, Shen Qingqiu and I had almost no intimate actions. This unexpected kiss made me ecstatic, and my mind instantly went blank. She seemed to just want to brush past, but the moment she was about to pull back, I didn't want to let go. I suddenly grabbed the back of her neck, seized the initiative, and deepened the kiss incessantly until I completely lost control. Young and full of vigor, these past few days were her period, and every night was torture for me. Now that I finally had an opportunity, my reason instantly crumbled. I took her hand, guiding it downwards, then leaned into her ear and pleaded in a hoarse, almost burning voice, "Wifey, help me!" Shen Qingqiu's cheeks immediately flushed red. My wifey call made her bones go soft. In the end, she didn't refuse. When Shen Qingqiu went to the bathroom to wash her hands, I was still lying on the bed panting. The afterglow hadn't faded from my body yet, but a sense of immense satisfaction and accomplishment I'd never felt before welled up inside me, as if I had finally conquered something, making her do something so intimate for me. When Shen Qingqiu came out, there was still a lingering blush on her face. She only said one thing to me: "Go take a shower." I sat up and nodded, but then I pulled her freshly washed hand and planted a light kiss on the back of it, as a reward for just now. Shen Qingqiu's body stiffened, and she looked at me with surprise in her eyes. This kid knows how to flirt now? Someone must have taught him. Early the next morning, the two of us went downstairs for breakfast together. "Young master, good morning." "Young madam, good morning." Butler Zhao greeted us with a smile. Right after, his gaze fell on Shen Qingqiu's hand, and he suddenly exclaimed dramatically, "Aya, young madam, your ring is so beautiful. It's so big." Shen Qingqiu smiled. "Thank you. It's really beautiful. Butler Zhao continued his act. So beautiful. Who gave it to you, young madam? I shot him a glance. This old man's acting was getting more and more over the top. He was clearly the one who signed for the Bulgari package yesterday. How could Shen Qingqiu not understand these little tricks? She naturally played along. Yeshuan gave it to me. I knew it. Butler Zhao slapped his thigh. Who could have such good taste? Turns out it's the young master. The young master treats the young madam so well. This is the first time the young master has ever given a gift to a woman. My cheeks flushed slightly, and I glared at Butler Zhao. That's enough. Any more would be too much. But Shen Qingqiu seemed interested and asked with a smile, could it be that he has never given a gift to another woman before? For example, birthday presents for female friends. I immediately looked at Butler Zhao nervously. Butler Zhao answered seriously. He has. My eyes widened instantly, and I stared at him. Does old Zhao want to pack his bags and get lost? But Butler Zhao quickly changed his tune. But none of those gifts were chosen by the young master himself. I was in charge of buying and sending all of them. The young master didn't bother with it from start to finish. I retracted my gaze with satisfaction. Considering his many years of dedicated service, they'll keep him around for now. Really? Shen Qingqiu looked at me with a smile, my face flushed. I nodded slightly, as if afraid the atmosphere wasn't lively enough. Butler Zhao stared at the ring again and said, I've never seen this style at Bivalgari. This must have been personally custom designed by the young master, right? Shen Qingqiu looked at me and asked with a smile, You had it custom designed? I blushed and nodded again. She smiled at me, a smile more dazzling than diamonds, then turned and walked towards the dining room. Butler Zhao immediately sidled up, gave me a suggestive wink as if asking for praise. I blushed and glared at him and walked quickly after Shen Qingqiu without a word. From behind came the satisfied sigh of Butler Zhao. The young master and young madam are truly a harmonious couple where the husband leads. I almost stumbled and turned to glare at him again. What nonsense is this old man spouting? What rich leads, wife follows. It's supposed to be husband leads, wife follows. I walked into the dining room, annoyed. Tomorrow I will definitely take the lead. The next day, while Shen Qingqiu was working, Zhang Xingyue arrived. Zhang Xingyue had been busy with work recently. She had been filming videos diligently, and her fan base was growing quickly. She wanted to do a live stream to sell products. She wanted to make money. She told Shen Qingqiu her thoughts. Shen Qingqiu didn't agree. It's too hasty. You can wait a little longer. Wait until you've accumulated more of your target fan base. Zhang Xingyue looked at Shen Qingqiu. Of course you're not in a hurry. Being shipped as a couple with Yeshuan is so popular right now. Shen Qingqiu said with a smile, We are a real married couple. We don't need to be shipped. Do you know when I see you and Yeshuan being shipped as a couple, how upset I get? Shen Qingqiu asked with a smile. Upset enough to cry? Zhang Xingyue blushed slightly and said nothing. It wasn't that bad. She saw Shen Qingqiu's hand and the ring on it and frowned. Why are you so ostentatious wearing such a flashy ring? Shen Qingqiu said, Yeshuan just gave this to me. It's a token of his affection. I can't not wear it. What? Yeshuan gave it to you? Zhang Xingyue looked at the big diamond ring, her expression shocked. For a moment, it was as if her world was collapsing. Her relationship with Yeshuan. She also knew a bit about Yeshuan's financial situation. She also knew her luxury goods. This diamond ring was at least 9 figures. Does Yeshuan have that much money? 2 years ago, Yeshuan wanted to buy a Koenigsegg, which was also 9 figures, but he didn't have the money so he couldn't buy it. Now he bought Shen Qingqiu, such an expensive ring. Is he that in love? Zhang Xingyue's eyes reddened. She was about to cry again. Shen Qingqiu asked with a smile. Zhang Xingyue said nothing, just stared at her with red eyes. Shen Qingqiu said with a smile, Then he'll take the ring off, leave it at home, and not wear it anymore. If Yeshuan asks why I'm not wearing it, he'll say that you get upset when I wear it. Zhang Xingyue glared at her. How could you be like this? If you really said that, wouldn't Yeshuan hate her? Shen Qingqiu chuckled. Zhang Xingyue, Yeshuan and I, although it's a loveless business marriage, both Yeshuan and I are seriously working on this marriage. For alliance marriages like ours, as long as the two families don't have a major conflict of interest, we can get divorced. Zhang Xingyue's eyes grew redder. Then why did you say to give you 10 billion, and you would divorce Yeshuan? Do you think you can earn 10 billion? If you really had 10 billion, would you still choose Yeshuan? Zhang Xingyue was about to speak, but was interrupted by Shen Qingqiu. Wait, think about it. If you really wanted to spend 10 billion to buy a man, why would you have to buy Yeshuan? If you're willing to spend 10 billion on a man, then the A-list stars in the entertainment industry are all yours for the picking. Think about it. Shi Changsun, Gu Yileng, Li Xinghe, Sun Yijia. Shen Qingqiu rattled off more than 10 A-list male stars famous for their looks. All these men could be hers to play with. With so much money, she could even date several of them at the same time. Are you sure you want to use this 10 billion on a man who doesn't love you? Zhang Xingyue was silent. She was a rich second-generation kid, but she was also a fangirl. The stars Shen Qingqiu mentioned, she actually liked a few of them and was very fond of their looks. Having 10 billion means she could freely date these men, and this, it must be said, really tempted her a little. Before, she definitely wouldn't have been tempted. Her love for me was unwavering. But now she was tempted. I was married, I didn't love her, she couldn't just keep hanging herself on the single tree that is me forever. Actually, these days, Zhang Xingyue herself had come to understand a little. She liked me, but no matter how much, it couldn't be, without limits, without shame. Before, I was single, so she could like me, however she wanted, do whatever she wanted. But now I was married. If she kept pestering me, she would be a shameless homewrecker. Back then, the reason she offered 10 billion for Shen Qingqiu to divorce was because she had just found out that Shen Qingqiu and I were married. It was like a bolt from the blue, and she couldn't accept the shock at the moment, so she said that. At this moment, Shi Chengxun arrived. As soon as Shi Chengxun was discharged from the hospital, he went to the company to find Shen Qingqiu to tell her he had been discharged. Mainly, he wanted to see Shen Qingqiu. I'm fine now, I can go back to work. Shen Qingqiu asked, are you sure you can? Shi Chengxun nodded. All right then, I'll have Yilin make arrangements for you. An employee who worked so hard helping her make money, as a capitalist, she couldn't refuse. After a few more words, Shi Chengxun really had nothing else to say and left. As he left, he glanced at Zhang Xingyue. Why could Zhang Xingyue just stay and hang around in Shen Qingqiu's office? He wanted to as well. That glance made Zhang Xingyue blush. Shi Chengxun was also very handsome, although a little less so than me, but really, just a tiny bit less. After Shi Chengxun left, Zhang Xingyue asked, you said, to play around with Shi Chengxun, how many 100 million would it cost? Shen Qingqiu looked at Zhang Xingyue with a half-smile. Zhang Xingyue's face turned even redder. I was just asking casually. Then you shouldn't ask me, you should go ask him. Zhang Xingyue, aren't you his boss? Isn't this kind of price set by the boss? Shen Qingqiu said with a smile. Even if I set a price now, you don't have the money. Zhang Xingyue, fine. She really didn't have that much money right now. Her situation was similar to mine, an idle, rich, second-generation kid. She wasn't short on a few million for pocket money, but she didn't have more than that. Besides, I don't suggest you get involved with Shi Chengxun, Shen Qingqiu said. Zhang Xingyue frowned. Why? Didn't you just say it was possible? Shen Qingqiu nodded. It is, but if you dump him after playing around, being in the same company, it would be very awkward when you meet. Zhang Xingyue thought about it and agreed. A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. If you want to play, play with outsiders. Shen Qingqiu said, when it's time to break up, it'll be a clean break, to avoid lingering feelings, and you won't have to face awkward, frequent encounters. Zhang Xingyue left. Before leaving, she glanced again at the large diamond ring on Shen Qingqiu's hand, her heart dying a little. Yeshuan's feelings for Shen Qingqiu have surpassed his love for a Koenigsegg? Weren't they in a loveless business marriage? Has Yeshuan fallen in love? Shen Qingqiu glanced at the diamond ring on her hand, smirked, and then texted me. What are you doing? I saw the message, a little surprised. Shen Qingqiu rarely initiated texts with me, let alone during work hours. I stared at the, what are you doing, a bit stunned. To show that I was a good man who worked hard, I deliberately waited a few minutes before replying, was busy just now, didn't see it, I'm working. The moment the message was sent, her reply came immediately after. Are you busy tonight? I thought it was for a social gathering, so I replied, nothing. Then I asked, why, what's up? But the words that appeared on the screen suddenly made my breath catch. Nothing, I just want to have dinner with you. Hot blood rushed from my neck straight to my cheeks, my heart beat so fast it felt like it would jump out of my chest. Is she asking me out on a date? I felt my fingertips getting hot. Trying to suppress my excitement, I nervously typed one word, okay. Shen Qingqiu quickly sent the address. It was a Western restaurant famous for its romantic atmosphere. This time, I completely lost my focus on work. The whole afternoon I kept looking at my watch, then at my phone, my mind filled with scenes from our evening date. Why is time passing so slowly? Who on earth decided that we have to get off work at 6 o'clock? Why not get off work at 3 o'clock? When I'm in charge, you'll definitely change this damn exploitative rule for employees. Finally, the second hand pointed to exactly 6 o'clock. I was the first to rush out of the office as fast as the wind. My colleagues only felt a blur, and when they looked again, my seat was empty. Huh, where did the Crown Prince go? Was that the Crown Prince who just flew by? I didn't go straight to the restaurant, but took a detour to a flower shop first, carefully selecting a bouquet of fresh flowers. After all, this could be considered the first official date. For me and Shen Qingqiu, it needed to have a proper start. When I walked into the restaurant holding the bouquet of fresh flowers, Shen Qingqiu had already arrived. She was sitting by the window, and when she saw me, the corners of her lips curved into a slight smile. That smile made me feel a little shy for a moment. I quickly walked up to her, handed her the flowers, my voice carrying a hint of imperceptible nervousness. For you. Shen Qingqiu took the flowers, bent her head to smell them lightly, and said with a smile, thank you, they're beautiful, I love them. A single sentence made my face turn even redder. I hastily sat down across from her. She had already ordered the food, and it was quickly brought out dish by dish. Exquisite food, a romantic atmosphere, the faint scent of wine, and a beautiful woman right in front of me. All of this made my heart beat erratically, and my cheeks were in a constant state of slight flush. As for the taste of the food, I couldn't taste it at all. The waiter poured wine for both of us. Shen Qingqiu smiled and raised her glass towards me, and I quickly raised mine as well. Neither of us spoke as our glasses clinked lightly in the air. I watched her tilt her head back slightly, revealing her long, slender, swan-like neck. The act of drinking was very ordinary, but when she did it, it was unusually charming. Even the detail of her pursing her lips to swallow was filled with elegant charm in my eyes. My handsome face was burning hot. I also tilted my head back to drink, but my slightly lowered eyes couldn't help but steal glances at her. The meal ended in such a tense yet sweet atmosphere. Since both of them had been drinking, they called for a driver. The driver drove Shen Qingqiu's car steadily while I sat in the back seat with her. It was very quiet in the car. I was feeling a little flustered when Shen Qingqiu beside me suddenly moved closer, and the next second a warm head rested gently on my shoulder. My whole body stiffened and my mind went blank instantly. Her hair brushed against the back of my neck, bringing a faint fragrance and a numb sensation. What is she doing? I'm a little dizzy, Shen Qingqiu said softly, with a hint of fatigue in her voice. Then just lean on me. I heard my own voice, a little dry. Perhaps only for a second, my arm uncontrollably rose and carefully wrapped around her shoulder. She didn't refuse. On the contrary, she obediently adjusted her position and leaned against me more firmly. This tacit approval made me bolder. I took a deep breath and pulled her fully into my arms with both hands. To make herself a little more comfortable, Shen Qingqiu also wrapped her arms around my waist and pressed her cheek against my warm chest. My whole body was rigid. I could only hear my own heart thumping, each beat like thunder. Other than in bed, the two of us had never been this intimate. Tension and excitement intertwined into a dense net, enveloping me. Shen Qingqiu, she hugged a little tighter, and where I couldn't see, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Instantly, my heartbeat went completely out of control. The car stopped in front of the Yi family's house. As the two of them got out of the car and walked through the garden to the house, Shen Qingqiu was holding the bouquet when I suddenly took her hand. She turned her head to look at me doubtfully. I said nothing, just blushed, and stubbornly led her into the house by the hand. Her gaze fell on our tightly clasped hands. She chuckled softly and didn't pull away, holding the flowers in one hand, letting me lead her with the other. As soon as we entered the house, Butler Zhao greeted us, and seeing us holding hands, he couldn't stop smiling. Young master, young madam, you're back. Shen Qingqiu and I nodded. Ah yeah, young madam, this bouquet is so beautiful. Who gave it to you? Butler Zhao asked, feigning surprise, his eyes full of teasing. I was instantly speechless. This old Jao was such a drama queen. Shen Qingqiu glanced at me with a smile and answered for me. Yes, Xuan gave it to me. Butler Zhao's smile became even more radiant. So it was the young master. No wonder it's so beautiful. The young master has such good taste. The ring he gave was beautiful, and the flowers he gave are beautiful too. Shen Qingqiu smiled and nodded in agreement. Being praised by her like that, my cheeks started to feel a little hot again. In the living room, Grandpa watched this scene, just pouted, probably muttering in his heart again that she was spoiling me. As soon as we got back to the room and the door closed, I could no longer contain the turmoil in my heart and pinned Shen Qingqiu against the wall. She was stunned for a moment, looking at me in surprise. In those clear eyes was reflected the image of my excited and nervous self at this moment. My gaze shifted from her face, glancing at the bouquet of flowers pressed between them. My heart beat faster because of the roses. I suddenly lowered my head, burying my face in the crook of her neck, and took a deep breath. Her scent mingled with the fragrance of the roses. It enveloped me in an instant. I heard myself use an incredibly hoarse voice to whisper, "Nuna, you smell so good." The word Nuna seemed to have stimulated her. Shen Qingqiu's whole body trembled. When she looked up at me, her eyes were astonishingly bright. She smiled lightly and asked, her voice carrying a hint of seduction, "Is it me that smells good or the flowers?" "Both smell equally good." I took another sniff and answered honestly. She curved her lips into a slight smile. That smile was like magic, stirring my heart as I slowly lowered my head. An idea flashed through my mind. I leaned down and gently took a rose petal between my lips. When I looked up, Shen Qingqiu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and admiration. Holding that soft, cool petal like a slow-motion scene in a movie, I slowly leaned in to kiss her lips. Just as our lips were about to touch, Shen Qingqiu slightly parted her lips and proactively took the other end of the petal. Our lips finally met. The fragrance of the rose spread between our lips and teeth. In the end, I don't know who ate the petal, but Shen Qingqiu was completely devoured by me. The next day, I was a bit out of it the whole day. Everything from last night kept replaying in my mind, from the romantic dinner to the indescribably wonderful things that happened after we got home. But I felt that Shen Qingqiu was very unusual. In matters of love, she was always reserved, loving me but finding it hard to put into words. But why was she so proactive last night? Could it really be because I gave her that diamond ring worth over 100 million? That's why she was so happy? This thought made me a little uneasy. So, I went on WeChat again to consult my resourceful strategist, Xiao Si. When Xiao Si found out I gave Shen Qingqiu a diamond ring worth over 100 million, her admiration, envy, and resentment practically overflowed from the screen. She insisted, how could Shen Qingqiu not be proactive? If someone gave her a diamond ring worth over 100 million, she could be 100 times more proactive than Shen Qingqiu. Becoming the most infatuated fool, seeing her reply, my heart sank. I typed and asked, so you think my wife is acting this way because I gave her a gift? Although it was just text, Xiao Si clearly sensed my displeasure through the words. At the top of the screen, the notification, the other person is typing, flickered continuously, then disappeared again. She knew very well in her heart, if she dared to say a single word yes, her role as a strategist would be over. After all, thanks to her relationship with me, her treatment at the club had improved by more than just a little. Although Xiao Si knew there was money she wasn't yet capable of earning, faced with my question, she didn't dare to delay for a moment. Of course not. The madam is like this because she loves you. That's why she treats you this way. Then tell me, why wasn't she like this before? Why did she become like this after I gave her the diamond ring? I stared at the screen, desperately needing an answer. Very quickly, Xiao's explanation made me realize. It's precisely because you gave the madam a diamond ring. When a man gives a woman a ring, the meaning is self-evident. The madam isn't happy because the ring is expensive, but because it's a ring, it's your heart and affection. So that's it. I finally understood. Shen Qingqiu's proactiveness last night was because of the promise that the ring represented, not its value. But I can't give her a ring every day. After thinking for a moment, I decided to press my advantage. I sent a message to Shen Qingqiu. Let's have dinner together tonight. She quickly replied, okay. Seeing that word, I couldn't hide the smile on my lips. I immediately started searching for the perfect restaurant. I thought of Xiao Si again. This strategist is an expert in this area. Sure enough, she quickly recommended a restaurant with a great atmosphere to me, and even the couple's set menu and the best table were all arranged clearly. I felt this strategist was quite worthy of her title. So I transferred her another 5-figure emotional consultation fee. After work, I went to the restaurant early to wait for her. Not long after, I saw Shen Qingqiu. With just one glance, my eyes lit up. She was holding a small bouquet of white roses, walking through the crowd and slowly approaching me. My heart suddenly started to race. Are the flowers for me? Ever since I was young, I've received countless gifts from both men and women, but I've never received flowers. It seems everyone tacitly agrees that fresh flowers are a man's exclusive weapon, not a gift that men receive. But now I realize that I also long to receive such a romantic gift. Shen Qingqiu came to stand in front of me and handed me the bouquet of pure white roses. Her voice was clear. For you. My cheeks flushed slightly. I carefully took the flowers and softly said thank you. In the restaurant, the gazes of many people were drawn to us. A stunning beauty appeared holding fresh flowers, and everyone thought it was the work of some lucky gentleman, but they didn't expect her to give them to the man across from her. In an instant, admiring gazes came from all directions. The men admired me for being able to win the favor of such a beauty. The women admired Shen Qingqiu for having someone who made her willing to proactively give her love. This dinner, everything was as wonderful as last night. But when Shen Qingqiu and I were leaving the restaurant satisfied, something unexpected happened. The two of us were hand in hand, strolling through the bustling shopping mall. Shen Yichen, Bai Longyue, and the four of them were coming from the opposite direction. They saw the white roses I was holding, and the hand I was holding tightly with Shen Qingqiu, and all of them froze on the spot, their faces filled with disbelief. In their impression, Shen Qingqiu and I were just in a loveless business marriage. The sweet, affectionate scene before them completely overturned their perception. Yexuan let go of her hand. Shen Yichen suddenly roared, breaking the silence. His voice was like thunder, and I reflexively let go of Shen Qingqiu's hand. The atmosphere immediately froze. Shen Qingqiu, Shen Yichen. Everyone was silent. I suddenly snapped out of it, frowning deeply. It's my wife's hand. I'll hold it if I want to. Why should I listen to Shen Yichen? I angrily tried to take Shen Qingqiu's hand again, but she quietly avoided it. A feeling of grievance welled up inside me. I looked at Shen Qingqiu mournfully, but she avoided my gaze. So, I directed all my anger at the main culprit, glaring at Shen Yichen. At this moment, Shen Yichen also realized he had caused trouble and awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to mediate. Sis, are you two out for dinner? Yeah, Shen Qingqiu replied coldly. I glared at Shen Yichen again, cursing inwardly. Isn't that an obvious question? If we're not out eating dinner, are we out eating crap? I snorted coldly. Regardless of whether Shen Qingqiu agreed or not, I forcefully took her hand again. Shen Yichen's eyebrow twitched repeatedly, an urge to chop off my hand welled up inside him. Liu Jianli and Bai Longyue exchanged a look, and they actually had similar thoughts. Where are you guys going? Shen Qingqiu broke the stalemate. To watch a movie. Shen Yichen's answer made my eyes light up. I immediately turned to Shen Qingqiu, my voice filled with anticipation. Honey, let's go to the movies too. The dating trifecta: dinner, movie, hotel. The first step was completed perfectly. Now it's time to proceed to the second step. Shen Qingqiu nodded. Okay, that okay was like a needle, instantly, popping the bubble of illusion for Shen Yichen's group of 4. They wished they could poke holes in me with their gazes. However, a disagreement arose when choosing what movie to watch. I wanted to watch a horror movie, imagining the romantic scene of a hero saving a damsel in distress. But Shen Yichen and his friends insisted on watching the action-packed Transformers. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Shen Yichen glared at me through gritted teeth. How could he not understand a man's little thoughts? I retorted forcefully. What am I up to? I just like watching horror movies. But in my heart, I thought, so what if I'm up to something? Shen Qingqiu is my wife. It's perfectly legitimate. Well, watch ours. You watch yours, I suggested. In your dreams. Shen Yichen scoffed. Without another word, the 4 of them ganged up and forcibly dragged me to the Transformers ticket counter. I alone was no match for the 4 of them and could only be dragged along by them. Want to ditch these 4 single dogs? To be alone with the beauty? Dream on. Entering the theater, the battle for seats began again. Shen Yichen originally intended to pull his old trick, sitting between me and Shen Qingqiu. But I was quick. The moment Shen Qingqiu sat down, I quickly sat down right next to her. Shen Yichen was so angry he gritted his teeth but could only reluctantly sit on my other side. I shot him a smug look and successfully received a look from him that said he wanted to gouge my eyes out. The movie started. On the screen were spectacular mecha battles, but my mind was completely focused on Shen Qingqiu next to me. Are there any scary scenes in Transformers? Scenes that would scare people? I secretly hoped that if there were, my wife would get scared and jump into my arms. I could hold her and gently comfort her. Don't be scared, don't be scared. My dearest wife, don't be scared. Your husband will protect you. Just thinking about that scene, I was so happy that the corners of my mouth curled up unconsciously, lost in my beautiful dream. However, all of this was seen by Shen Yichen next to me. Seeing my foolish look, pursing my lips and smirking, he immediately became furious. Based on a man's understanding of another man, this guy was definitely not thinking anything good. Without any hesitation, Shen Yichen pinched my thigh hard. I gasped in pain and glared at him angrily. What are you doing? Watch the movie, Shen Yichen said with a blank face. I shot him a glare, then turned my head and in an extremely aggrieved tone, I tattled to Shen Qingqiu on the other side. Honey, Shen Yichen pinched me. This damn Shen Yichen, such a two-faced tattletale saint. Shen Qingqiu gave Shen Yichen a cold glance. Although she didn't say anything, the warning in her eyes made Shen Yichen immediately shut up, not daring to make any more small moves. The movie ended uneventfully. It was good, but there were no horror scenes. The eagerly anticipated cuddling scene never happened. I felt extremely disappointed about this. I silently resolved in my heart, another day, I must take my wife to a horror movie alone, absolutely not bringing these third wheels along. The movie ended. I was only thinking about going home to proceed with the third step of the date, but Shen Yichen and his friends suggested getting a late-night snack. I was about to refuse when Shen Qingqiu readily agreed. No matter how unhappy I was, I had to accept. And with a handsome, scowling face, I was forced to go with them to a roadside food stall. Seeing my resentful expression, Shen Yichen's group was blooming with joy inside. As soon as he sat down, Shen Yichen shouted to the owner, "Boss, 5 cases of beer to start." He gave me a provocative look. The meaning in his eyes couldn't be clearer. Honey, they want to get you drunk. Once again, I skillfully called for backup. Shen Yichen's group was immediately speechless. Why is this guy so two-faced now? He tattles at every opportunity. Is he the saint of tattling? Will he die if he doesn't tattle? Shen Qingqiu just gave Shen Yichen and his friends a cold look, and they immediately backed down. I snorted softly, my smugness evident on my face. Who would have thought Shen Qingqiu would smile gently and say softly to me, "It's okay. If you get drunk, I'll take you home and take care of you." The smug look on my face immediately froze. At the same time, Shen Yichen's group's eyes suddenly lit up like hungry wolves seeing their prey. Bai Lang Yue even excitedly shouted to the owner, "Boss, another 5 cases, old and new grudges welled up in my heart. Today, they clearly want to drink me to death." I knew this ordeal was unavoidable today. So I turned to my only lifeline, my voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor, and asked, "You said you'd take care of me?" "Mm-hmm." Shen Qingqiu smiled lightly and nodded. I still wasn't reassured, so I continued to ask, "Take care of me yourself? Last time I was drunk, you just threw me to the maid." "Mm-hmm, I'll take care of you myself." She smiled and promised again. This time, it was as if I had an invincibility shield. I immediately held my head high and puffed out my chest, and belligerently declared war on the few people who were staring at me like tigers stalking their prey. Bring it on. However, just as the battle was about to begin, a voice interjected, "Shen Qingqiu." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was Li Yan. I frowned. I recognized this man, and I remembered him vividly from last time. On Shen Yichen's social media, the picture of him standing with Shen Qingqiu, looking dazzlingly well-matched. I keenly noticed that after Li Yan appeared, Shin Qingqiu's entire demeanor changed. Although she still had a faint smile on her face, that smile didn't reach her eyes, exuding a sense of distance. After they briefly exchanged greetings about old classmates and reunions, Li Yan glanced at me and then turned to leave. Alarm bells immediately went off in my heart. Shen Qingqiu stood up and said she was going to the restroom. A moment later, Shen Yichen followed her. I watched their backs as they left one after another, the suspicion and unease in my heart growing. Being a protective brother doesn't mean you have to follow her into the women's restroom, right? Not long after, the two of them returned together. The food had all been served, but the atmosphere had become strange. Shen Yichen and his friends were just busy eating and talking, with no intention of getting me drunk at all. I finally couldn't take it anymore and asked doubtfully, "Why aren't you trying to get me drunk anymore?" Hearing this, Shen Yichen immediately put on a pained expression. "Ye Xuan, what are you saying? We've been friends for so many years, how could we get you drunk? What kind of people do you take us for?" Liu Jianli and Bai Longyue also nodded repeatedly, their faces innocent. I was completely bewildered. Wasn't that the case? Ever since Shen Qingqiu and I got married, the way these guys looked at me was never right, as if I were some punk who had kidnapped their goddess. Fine, if they want, they want. I'm not one to look for trouble. It's just that I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After getting drunk, the chance for my wife to take care of me herself was lost just like that. I raised my wine glass and a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. They won't get me drunk, so can I get myself drunk? Besides, getting myself drunk would also allow me to precisely control the level of intoxication. 30% drunk, slightly tipsy, 70% drunk, hazy. When the time comes, I'll just act drunk. I can enjoy my wife's care without actually feeling uncomfortable. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but let the corners of my mouth curve up slightly. I started pouring and drinking by myself. As the saying goes, a man who is 30% drunk can make a woman cry. Shen Yishen's group looked at me, their heads full of question marks. "We're not getting you drunk anymore, so why are you getting yourself drunk? What are you doing?" Shen Yichen couldn't help but ask. I ignored him, just glanced at Shen Qingqiu and said leisurely, "I'm in a bad mood." It's true. I'm in a bad mood. The moment I saw that man named Li Yan, my heart felt as if it was weighed down by a rock. Shen Qingqiu smiled and asked, "Why are you in a bad mood?" I glanced at her but said nothing, just poured another glass of wine down my throat. I know she's not a flirtatious woman, but I still mind. She probably doesn't have any feelings for Li Yan, but the way Li Yan looks at her, as a man, I understand it all too well. Brother Jin Cheng was right. Having a wife who is too outstanding is also a kind of trouble. The more I thought about it, the more upset I became, and was about to down another glass when a soft hand stopped me. Shen Qingqiu took my glass and smiled softly and charmingly. "I'll drink this one for you." After saying that, she tilted her head back and finished the glass. When she put the glass down, I saw clear a faint pink lipstick mark was left on the rim of the glass, right where I had just been drinking from. I was completely stunned, my eyes fixed on that glass, mind buzzing. Does this count as an indirect kiss? In front of so many people, that lipstick mark in my eyes right now was deadly sexy. My heart was pounding, as if it wanted to escape my chest. Still drinking? Shen Qingqiu looked at me with a slight smile, asking knowingly. My face flushed red, and I quickly shook my head. Not anymore. Her smile grew even brighter, and in my head, brilliant fireworks exploded across the sky. It's over. I'm going to be flirted to death by her today. The others, they deserve to die 1,000 deaths. All those who show off their love deserve to die 1,000 deaths. They shouldn't have been soft on me. They should have gotten me drunk to death. When we got home, I was still carefully holding the bouquet of white roses. When Butler Zhao saw it, he was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Young master, are these flowers from the young madam?" Shen Qingqiu smiled and said, I immediately lifted my chin smugly. When I walked past the living room, I didn't forget to glance at Grandpa Ye with a show-off look. Grandpa was so angry his beard stood on end, and he muttered, "I can't live like this anymore," but I felt extremely refreshed. Back in the room, I was still holding the bouquet, sitting on the sofa, loving it and not letting go. "Go take a shower." Shen Qingqiu's voice sounded. The opportunity had come. I looked at her and asked boldly, "Didn't you say you would wait on me and take care of me?" Shen Qingqiu was slightly stunned. Immediately after, she came to stand in front of me, with her hands behind her back. She leaned down slightly, and a beautiful face was instantly close. I could even feel her warm breath. "But I said I would take care of you if you were drunk." She blinked playfully. "I'm drunk." At such a close distance, my heart lost control again. My cheeks were surprisingly hot. I quickly took her hand and placed it on my cheek, my voice also a bit weak. "It's true. If you don't believe me, feel it. My face is very hot. I'm really drunk." She looked at me, and I looked at her. Our eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. Finally, she smiled and nodded. Her hand on my burning cheek caressed it gently. "It's very hot. Looks like you're really drunk. Come on, I'll help you bathe." I stood up straight and said softly. I felt like my mind had stopped working. Although this was exactly what I had been dreaming of, when happiness actually arrived, I was still so nervous that I was fumbling. I put the rose down, stood up stiffly, and said with a red face,